There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska.
This isn't a tornado warning.
Hail and heavy rain just to the north, and then this recycling wall cloud here. This is going to be east of Cleo Springs, probably 3 or 4 miles, Mike.
Okay, Corey, thank you so much. Let's go to Mike Bennett, also on that storm coming out of Cleo Springs, Oriena, Aileen. Go, Mike.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're north east of Cleo Springs on a county road. And I will tell you what, this wall cloud.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska.
Is the best wall cloud I've seen all day. It's large. I'm going to try to give you a shot of it here in a second. Let me see if I can turn right here. It's okay. I need to go another mile to give you a better angle on it. Wall cloud. It's a very solid base. Looks very organized to me, and another mile here. I'm going to have a really. 5 minutes ago, I had a great shot of it, and I don't know if Mark was watching, but it is definitely on the way up as far as what I can see visually. It looks better visually than what it has since I've been on it, Mike.
Okay,
Mike, I'm going to give you a shot of it here. Hang on just a minute.
Yeah, golf ball size hail in Oakwood. That'd be the Fay Thomas area, Oakwood.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
We're going to go to Damian Lotus here momentarily. Let's go ahead and take Max 1 full. So we're going to talk about the future here for just a minute. So as we head, this is the 6 and 7 o'clock hour. This is a computer model approximation, not exactly what's going to happen, but it's got a general idea as to what the future looks like through time into the middle evening hours and the late evening hours. This is what we call supercell updraft spin. So here's 9 to 9:30, 9 to 9:30. So we're talking about 2 to 3 hours in the future. There's Oklahoma City, there's El Reno. You see these hotter colors in here. Those are faster spinning storms. And then we talk about the area around 10 to 11. 10 to 11.
There are two new warnings affecting Nebraska and Oklahoma.
10 to 11. There's Norman, 10 to 11. Even back into Grady County, 10 to 11. This is future here. And here's about 11 to midnight. Notice there's still some hot colors in here, right? So that's why this is a potential day of getting an outbreak. Again, we're a long road to hoe here, a long way to go. So this is going to be that 11 o'clock hour. And then here's the 1 to 2 a.m. hour. Holdenville, 1 a.m. Holdenville over toward Lake Eufaula. Damian Lotus joins us now live. Damian?
Yeah, Mike, we're primarily tracking these 3 areas of storms continuing across the state, and they have been packing a pretty good punch. The interesting thing is that everything is available in the atmosphere right now for these storms to just drop multiple tornadoes, long track, violent tornadoes even, and so far we've remained relatively lucky. We have our team of trackers fanned out across the state to bring you the latest, and they've been keeping up with these storms, which is a pretty difficult thing to do whenever they are tracking about 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. So as you look at this 4 box that I'm showing you right now, these are the primary storms we're tracking. So on the top left-hand side of your screen, that's reflectivity. That's showing you how strong the rainfall is and even where the hail cores are. So you can see we still have some pretty good storms. Next to that, on the top right-hand side, that is our velocity product. That's pretty much showing you which way the winds are blowing inside the storms. The red is away from the radar. The green is going towards the radar. So that is showing us where we see the velocity signatures as far as any rotation. So you can see right there just to the west and to the northwest of Watonga, that storm right there moving to the south of Fairview eventually, that does have the most, that has the most rotation with it right now. So that's what we're tracking on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. That is our hail detector. One thing that's really interesting
there is
about
one new
this
tornado
is that
warning for Kansas.
storm that's just now passing from Alva up into Kansas. You can see that the hail size have really come down on that one, so that storm is actually showing signs of dissipating. But on down the line, that storm to the north of Fairview right there, that has been maintaining large damaging hail here for the past hour or so. That thing is producing every bit of golf ball up to tennis ball size hail. And that trailing storm, the one to the very south, that one is still maintaining large hail. Maybe not quite as large as the storm in the middle, but still every single one of these storms will be capable of producing golf ball up to tennis ball size, even bigger than that hail. And then on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is what we call our shear tracker. That just basically is measuring the amount of spin in the atmosphere. And what that does is that gives us a really good indication on where these tornadoes are going to start to form. Whenever you start to see the green on that, that's showing us where the spin is pretty much strong enough to produce some good hail. But whenever you start to get into the red, whenever you start to get into the yellow, that's whenever it starts to show us there's enough spin in the atmosphere to drop tornadoes. That's what we're really primarily watching at, primarily because that storm right there that's pushing in Major County there just to the north of Fairview, you're starting.
This is a tornado warning.
That is showing me that there is everything that's needed right there for this storm to produce a tornado. So we're going to continue to track this. Once again, these storms, everything that
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina
is there. Every single thing they need. And so far we have our team of trackers out to bring you the latest. And so far we've been relatively lucky as far as not having and preventing any of these long track violent tornadoes so far. But still, it's early. It's only 6 o'clock just now, 6 p.m. here on your Monday evening. We still probably have about another 6 or 7 hours to go here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. Are we going to send it over to Emily?
Sure.
You got the latest? All right, Emily, tell us what you got.
Yeah, we have team coverage, and we're going to be with you throughout the entire evening and overnight. Unfortunately, like the past couple of severe weather events we went through, we're looking at the tornado risk going up over the next couple of hours. Something called the low-level jet ramps up, and that produces tornado genesis. And in this instance, potentially strong long-track tornadoes happening during the evening and even into the overnight hours. So watching right now, we're tracking that one tornado warning that remains in effect. That continues to move off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. We have a PDS that stands for particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. It's kind of the next level of a tornado watch. It's when there's a forecast for strong or violent tornadoes. And like Damien was saying, we've lucked out so far. We've had some brief potential spin-ups, little satellite tornadoes, but we're expecting this to move into a very storm-rich environment. Temperatures still in the 80s to the east, and the dew points are surging into the 70s. So when you combine temperatures,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Storm fuel, what you need for tornadoes, spin in the atmosphere, and the low-level jet will do that, and that's what we're going to see heading into about 8 p.m. time frame. If you're watching right now, Oklahoma City metro area, wondering when it's going to move in, I was looking at the latest data, and I think it'll be around the 10 p.m. time frame, the way it's tracking right now. And the belief is these current storms, they're going to push off to the east, and whenever we hit that time frame around 8 p.m. when the low-level jet ramps up, boom, these things are going to start producing some larger tornadoes. So we cannot let our guard down, especially for the northern half of the state. There's still question as to how far south this extent will continue. Any of these southern storms will also have a very ripe storm potential environment.
Particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, and the darkness behind me is actually one of the tornado warned storms about 65 miles to our northwest. We're going to watch this line and be one of many cities tonight that has to watch for those intense and long track tornadoes that you mentioned. Wichita Falls, Norman, Oklahoma, Wichita, Kansas, up to Salina, all included. And it's just really going to see this low level jet. And everything's forming on what we call the dry line. But you see the severe storms all the way back to eastern Montana, parts of North Dakota. I'm going to be in play tonight, Missouri, including Kansas City. But it happens after that sun goes down. Watch the timing as we track this east, western Iowa, down through Kansas City. It's about midnight, and then into northeast. So even Tulsa gets it late, 10, 11 p.m. Then you look after midnight till 5 a.m. and that's when you go to eastern Iowa, much of Missouri, including St. Louis, early morning hours into Arkansas. So David, tomorrow we also have a threat, enhanced risk that includes parts of Ohio. Columbus is in there too.
Very dangerous night ahead, and Ginger, you and I have talked often about when this hits in the middle of the night, so please heed the warnings, everyone. And Ginger, you and the team stay safe. We'll be watching first thing in the morning on GMA. We're also tracking at this hour the flooding emergency playing out, and it's turned deadly now. Houston with 2 feet of rain in just a matter of days. Thousands forced to evacuate. Homes and neighborhoods tonight underwater. First responders jet ski rescuing a man and his 2 dogs who were treading water outside their flooded home. And tonight, Texas now reporting the storms have taken 3 lives, including a 4-year-old boy, when the family car was swept away. ABC's Mola Lengi in Texas tonight.
Tonight, National Weather is issuing their highest warning, a particularly dangerous situation for large, long-track tornadoes for parts of Texas, Kansas, and most of Oklahoma. Our Oklahoma City affiliate, KOCO, tracking supercells.
Pay close attention to this storm. Listen to our language very closely, and be ready to seek shelter out on this.
It's the 4th tornado outbreak in 4 weeks, with many of the same areas under threat. While millions in the heartland brace for tornadoes, neighborhoods north of Houston still flooded after days of rain.
Oh, this neighborhood is almost completely underwater. Best case scenario, you've got a house on stilts that's undamaged. But even then, the ground floor property, cars are flooded out. But worst case scenario, you've got homes not on stilts, totally flooded out.
Timothy Boudreau and his wife using a jet ski and a tin boat to deliver essentials to stranded families in Riverside, Texas.
Well, I was actually the UPS guy here for 15 years.
Now you're making different kind of deliveries.
Yeah.
Well, David, floodwaters receding dramatically tonight, revealing the damage. This family's home getting swept away, about 100 yards away here, landing here finally. David, as you can imagine, a lot of cleanup ahead of these folks tonight.
Yeah, that is really extraordinary to see. Mola, thank you. There's also breaking news involving Israel and Hamas. Tonight, Israel now launching dozens of airstrikes on the southern Gaza city of Rafah. And the Israeli War Cabinet approving plans to launch a ground attack now. Comes after Hamas today says it had agreed to a potential ceasefire, though what Hamas agreed
right now. It's the most rotation we've seen. So we're headed right for it, Mike. We'll keep you forewarned for McIntyre Law, Chopper 4.
Okay, Mason, nice job. Looks like tornado forming. We're going to stay with this shot. It literally looks like, let's hope it doesn't, but it literally looks like that's going to drop down here at any second. It has turned to the right. It's moving more due east. So that's a heads up for Enid. So north of Lahoma and over to Enid, North Enid in particular, I would say that's a big funnel, and it's got vortices inside of it. So at this point, you're looking for debris on the ground. You see the hot red and the hot green there coming together. We'll zoom on in. You can see it right there toward the right there. Right there is the tornado forming. Right here is the tornado forming. 1-to-1 live looking at it. Again, heads up Carrier, heads up Hillsdale, heads up North Lahoma, heads up Enid. No doubt about it. Chopper 4 looking at it here live right now. Mason Dunn, go.
Mike, what you're looking at, we are probably about 3 miles east of this storm right here. We're headed right towards it. I'm flying right towards it. We got the camera pointed at 12 o'clock. The most rotation I've seen today, you see the bowl shape here. We've got a beaver tail. This storm, Mike, looks more like the classic a tornado storm, other than the ones we saw today. Zoom out a little bit, Travis, and move to the right. We still got a lot of scud lifting up into the clouds here in front of it to the northeast of probably where the tornado is going to be. Move to the right just a little bit, Travis, and you can see very unstable right here, that area right there. So let's go back to the left to the bowl shape. We're approaching it. We're about 2 miles east of it right now. Helena, this is going to go right towards the town of Helena right now. So Guys, we're right up here with it. We're going to keep an eye on it. We'll let you know if anything happens from McIntyre Lodge. Chopper 4, back to you.
We want to hold your shot here. Corey Inman, ground truth shot. Let's go to Corey here, looking right at it as well. We just showed you the shot. Corey Inman, looks like tornado possibly intermittently on the ground right now. Red line, center line for Carrier, Hillsdale, very close to Goldtree, maybe just south of Goldtree and up toward Kremlin, North Enid.
Yeah, Mike, we're about 6 to 7 miles to the southeast of Helena. You're looking back to the west. Mason should be right over us or just to the east of us here. Looking back there, still have a lot of rotation back in there. The rain shaft is kind of cleared out of there, so we've got a clear view of it. Don't see anything on the ground back in there, but that thing's spinning really, really hard. As Mason was saying, the most intense rotation that we've seen all day. So we're kind of in a spot here where we can stop and get out and take a quick look at it and kind of gauge what's going on. We're kind of looking at it through the roof camera here as it's behind us, and we're going eastbound. So let me step out of the truck, Mike, and I'll get right back.
Okay, so look at the vertical wall. You got a vertical wall here. So I think it's fair to say that we probably have intermittent touchdowns in through here. Vertical wall going straight up there on the south side of the vortex. Totally clear and sunny back behind it. Rear flank downdraft is coming in. Literally looks like intermittent touchdowns. We'll see whether or not we have condensate here. Obviously a dangerous storm. This is heading for south side of Goldtree, Hillsdale, Carrier area. Travis Shutton zooming in right now. We're looking for vapor down here on the ground. I would say intermittent contact here occurring. We'll see if we see a splash of vapor here on the ground. Let's go back over and show you geographically where this is and where it's going. Let's go over to Max 1. So that storm there has moved into Kansas, no longer a problem west of Manchester. It's this storm right here, just southeast of Helena. Tennis balls to baseballs with it, and looks like intermittent tornadoes occurring briefly with it right now in the form of little swirls and little vortices coming around. So Goldtree, heads up for you. Carrier, heads up for you. Hillsdale, heads up for you. And the motion here is to the east-northeast at about 42. There's your time of arrival right there. Goldtree on over there toward North Enid, right? That's where it's going right now. So tornado safe spot, interior closet or bathroom away from windows. Let's go to Mike Bennett right now on that storm. Mike?
Okay, Mike, yeah, we're north of Ringwood and looking right at it. We're on the south side of it, and we're trying to identify right now. We had a bowl up there, and then we had a dry slot cut around it. And so that's what's ramping this thing up. You know, when I was northeast of Cleo Springs a while ago, I said this thing had developed a well-organized wall cloud, and here we are. It's right on the verge of producing tornado. Look right across the highway. We got wrapping rain curtains right across the highway here, right in front of us. So we may. I got chaser traffic I got to deal with, Mike.
Let's go ahead and take the chopper shot here. Let's take the chopper shot. Confirmed tornado here on the ground now. You're looking at it ongoing, live from the chopper. That is a confirmed tornado ongoing. And we have contact with the ground just on the southeast side of Helena. So heads up Hillsdale Carrier, north of Lahoma and the North Enid area. It has turned more to the east or to the right. So it's turned more easterly in direction, which makes North Enid a little bit more problematic on it moving toward you. So we're talking about going into Garfield County out of extreme southeastern Alfalfa County and extreme northeastern Major County. Mason Dunn there in the chopper, ongoing tornado, confirmed touchdown right there, ongoing tornado warning. Also have to talk about that storm down by Canton. It's continuing to strengthen, so the Highway 51 corridor from Longdale, Canton eastward to Hennessy. Heads up for you folks, the next storm down the line. And let's go ahead and take a look here. Mike Bennett, who's this, Corey Inman? Let's go to Corey Inman here live. Corey, intermittent touchdowns right here.
We are 6 miles southeast of Helena, looking back to the northwest. Can confirm that touchdown that you were showing from the chopper. This thing's actually started to lift to the north after we had that touchdown. So kind of going through another cycling phase, but it was directly behind us over this county road here, and now it's probably a half to 3/4 of a mile to the north. So Helena, Goldtree, Jet, Nash, Kremlin, Hillsdale, Pond Creek, definitely heads up as this thing continues to slide to the northeast, Mike.
Corey Inman, very, very well done. Very good, very good. Okay, so let's go back over to radar. So ongoing tornado situation here. You see there's the red and the green coming together. That's the tornado right there. We're showing it to you from the chopper. There's your live chopper shot right there. There's the red and the green. There's Gultree. So near Gultree, if it were to deviate or turn to the north, Gultree, yes. And then from there over to Carrier Hillsdale, and there Kremlin, Pond Creek, Highway 81 corridor here, North Enid. So it's got a stinger tail, hook, stinger tail, scorpion tail right there, confirmed tornado. Again, there's Enid, North Enid's right here, Kremlin's right here, Pond Creek's right there. That's where it's tracking, east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Ongoing intermittent touchdowns with that. Let's go back over to the chopper. Travis Shutton there, photojournalist, with an update. Mason?
Yeah, Mike, we're making a turn to the right here. This storm is the most rotation I've seen today. We got a couple of wall clouds that I'm keeping an eye on. This is the first one. A lot of feeder coming in from the northeast on this storm. You can just see it with your own eye, not the camera as I'm looking out the window. So a very mean storm. I hope it does nothing. But it seems to be cycling. We're getting a hook on it. The rotation, the velocities are there, and so are we with McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We're right up here with it. If anything happens, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Nice job, Mason. We'll monitor your shot. Let's go back over to Max 1. So heads up there, Carrier Hillsdale, Gultree. If it were to lift it all to the north, Gultree could right there be in the path, right? So you're right in the middle, basically, of the tornado warning. So be in your safe spot. Here's your time of arrival. Gultree, basically, right now, it's 6:15, and then 6:33, and then Kremlin, 6:37, Pond Creek, 6:43, Hunter at 6:51, Garber at 6:56. Garber at 6:56. From there, you're talking about Billings, right? You're talking about Billings after Garber, Breckenridge, Billings. So heads up, everybody, because the computer models and what we see in the atmosphere out there doesn't say this is going to go away. It says it's going to keep ramping up from here, and this will be gradually approaching. It's doing so now, the Highway 81 corridor. And the metro time frame is, again, going to be that 9 to 11 time frame, basically either side of about 10 p.m., but an ongoing intermittent touchdown there. Got to go down to the next storm down the line, northwest of Hitchcock to the south of Longdale, Canton, and O'Keene, and the Highway 51 corridor. John Slater's looking right there. Big, deep mesocyclone with that and a supercell. John?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, we're just south of the rotation. You can see it. We're looking to the northwest. We're just south of Highway 51, northwest of Watonga here, east of Canton. You can kind of see what I believe is an inflow tail coming in from the east-northeast. If you see that, there's an inflow tail there coming in from the east-northeast. And kind of
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
Storm. It's kind of been going up and down a little bit right now. It looks like it's pretty strong. I don't see any tornado on the ground, but definitely kind of wrapping up a little bit more than it has in the last 30 minutes. We're watching it. We're going to track it east-northeast. We're going to hop on Highway 51 and jog east with this storm. Mike, back to you.
Okay, very good, John. Very good. So where is that going? Let's go ahead and take a look at the storm projection for you folks in the path. It has a big, deep mesocyclone, a large, deep mesocyclone. So there's your time of arrival with it. So we're talking about the Hitchcock area now. O'Keene, the Highway 51 corridor. Hennessy, 7:05 or so, maybe a little bit sooner than that, in about 45 minutes. And then Wacomas, Bison, and Crescent. So Crescent, you're talking about Logan County, right? Not too far northwest of Edmond. That's going to be in about the 7:25, 7:30 time frame. That's where that one's heading. It's got a big,
there is one new
deep,
special marine warning.
Pretty broad. John talked about a big inflow tail coming into it, so it's pulling a lot of fuel. And there's atmospheric gasoline down here in terms of extremely high dew points and humidity, and temperatures up in the lower 80s feeding into these. And all the computer models say that the tornado potential keeps going up and not down as we head through the 7 and the 8 and the 9 o'clock hour. So big, deep meso there, and Kingfisher here, Kingfisher County, Highway 51 corridor right here, and then over toward the general direction of Perry and northwest of Crescent. There's Crescent right there, Cimarron City being right there. That's going to be to the west and northwest of Guthrie a little ways, so that's going to be chugging right along. Let's go over to Lynx 1. Damien, let's go ahead and go to Lynx 1. Let's drive this. And so we're going to go back up to the tornado warning storm. So Damien's going to push all the way in here. So still have a stinger, scorpion tail going on there. There's Gultree. And the tornado basically is near the end of that little scorpion stinger tail right there. There's Gultree, and you see the small area there of red and green. Looks like it may have broadened out a little bit in the past couple of minutes, and that'd be a good thing. Here's the wind shear tracker. So it went, hasn't really done too much in terms of really ramping up big time, although it did definitely tornado several times in through there. And golf ball to tennis ball size hail on the northern side of the core. So ongoing tornado warning. Let's go back over to the chopper and Mason Dunn on that storm right now. Mason?
Yeah, we continue to watch this storm that's headed towards Gultree. It seems to be cycling, Mike. We had a good funnel there a minute ago, a brief touchdown with the wrapping rain curtains, but now that wall cloud is gone and it's trying to form one about 2 miles up ahead of it, and now that one seems to be dissipating. So good news if that's the case, but we're going to have to stay up here with it and keep an eye on it from McIntyre Launch up before. If anything happens, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Okay,
there is
very
one
good.
new tornado warning for
Let's go back
Oklahoma.
over to Max 1. And there's that storm right there. So again, the hook here ongoing. So Goldsby area to south of Goldsby. And then over here north, near north of Carrier, Hillsdale. Red line, center line pretty much for Hillsdale. Keep in mind, they can deviate. They can turn to the north. They can turn more to the right or more to the east. So they can wobble here, if you will. So anywhere inside this purple polygon is the confirmed tornado that we showed you from the chopper there live. So heading into northwestern Garfield County, there's your time of arrival. Gultree right now, Carrier 6:34. That's in about 14 minutes from right now. Okay, tornado warning for John Slater's storm down at Putnam. Actually, for Brian Winslow's storm, right? Brian Winslow's storm further down the line. Kremlin, Pond Creek, all right, so that's the time of arrival. And the rotation there very close to Gultree, so stay in your safe spot in the Gultree area. Gultree up to Hillsdale, stay in your safe spot. Tornado could form there at any time. And there's your motion right there as it moves to the east-northeast. Supercell there. And we're going to head down the line right now, go down the line geographically. Again, there's your time of arrival on that storm north of Enid there, the way it looks. And it'll continue to move east-northeast at around 40 miles per hour. John Slater's on this one, O'Keene area. Aaron Brackett's out here as well. And that's moving to the east-northeast. There's your time of arrival on that one. Let's go down the line to Putnam with Brian Winslow. The next supercell down the line has a brand new tornado warning. Go Brian Winslow.
Yeah, Mike, we're at Hitchcock looking to the northwest at that wall cloud. The notch has become very organized and well defined. If there is a funnel in there, it's probably rain wrapped. We do not have a visual on any funnel or any tornado, but you are looking right at the circulation backed up by velocities on the radar. We're just south of Hitchcock looking back to the northwest, and that circulation is about 2 miles in front of us there, and you're looking right at the velocity, the gate-to-gate velocity on the radar signature. Again, if there's a funnel or a tornado in there, it's going to be rain-wrapped. We're watching it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's go over to Max 1. So if you're just now joining us here, so the parameters here continue to really go up instead of down. There's so much warmth and so much deep humidity coming in. The rotation rate has come way up now on the one that John Slater and Aaron Brackett are on. We'll go to them momentarily. That's going to be up here in northern Blaine County. It's heading down the Highway 51 corridor. Everybody here along Highway 51 from O'Keene to Hennessy, heads up. That is ramping way up fast and not down. This one's ramping way up fast and not down. That's going to be heading up toward Watonga and Hitchcock via Oakwood. Okay, so Oakwood, then over to Watonga and Hitchcock, coming out of Dewey County, east of Putnam, Dewey County into Blaine County. From there, it's going to go into Kingfisher County, Loyal, Omega, Hennessy, and Kingfisher heads up for you. That's about 40 miles northwest of downtown Oklahoma City. We'll go to the velocities here. These are both strong mesocyclones. We'll go to John Slater here on this Hitchcock storm. That was Brian Winslow right there. Strong mesocyclone right there. Probably as strong as really we've seen all day. If they tighten up, they're going to tornado. Tornado warning right there. John Slater, that storm up Hitchcock, a big inflow tail on that, and that mesocyclone getting stronger, and it's large.
Yeah, we're getting some large hailstones right now. Up to golf ball, maybe larger at this point. We're just south of Highway 51 here, northwestern Blaine County.
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Basically right over us, maybe a half mile to our north right now. It's wrapped up pretty good. Once we come around this corner, you'll see the lowering. It's just right over us basically right now. So we're right under the circulation at this point. It's going to be crossing Highway 51. We're going to jump on 51 and go east as quickly as we can, as safely as we can. Mike, back here.
Okay, very good. So let's kind of back up here, and we're just really going to highlight. In fact, Damian Lotus here has got links 1 popped up. Let's take a look. Got to highlight these two. These are ramping way up really fast. So everybody ahead of these, just know it's a serious situation here. Tornado warning there, and could be a tornado warning at any time. So there they are, the 2 big supercells here. So Damian, let's push in. Let's start in the one in Blaine County, just to the northwest of Hitchcock. So it's got a big, deep mesocyclone on it near Southard. So just east of Carlton, just east of Canton. That's going to be heading down that Highway 51 corridor from Hennessy and O'Keene and Hennessy, Highway 51 corridor. So you look at the red and the green right there. You see the red and the green, they're definitely there. And then you see the shear, or the twisting of the wind. This is the twisting of the wind, and notice those colors are getting hotter. They're getting deeper red, brighter red, more persistent red. That's the twisting of the wind, and a lot
there
of
is
golf
one
balls
new severe
and tennis
thunderstorm
balls go
warning
down
for
to the one that
Oklahoma.
Brian Winslow was just talking about down the line. This is to the back to the west-southwest. Okay, same thing, big supercell with a hook. Again, the red and the green. The really hot green that you see is powerful inflow. When that green gets really hot there on the front side, that's pulling in wind very quickly. So you see the red and the green is there. The shear, or the twisting of the wind, is not as localized, but that has a tornado warning on it right now, and golf balls to tennis balls with that as well. Let's go back over to Brian Winslow. Talk about this storm right now. Brian?
Yeah, Mike. We're still south of Hitchcock, about a mile, looking back to the
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Barbed wire is a little bit messing with the focus on the camera there. There's a new wall cloud in front of that rain column trying to form. We've still got about 25 to 30 mile per hour winds out of the south. Temperature's 80 degrees. This storm looks like it's going to pass about 2 miles north of Hitchcock. So folks in O'Keene, Hennessy, Wacomas, Drummond, this is all headed your direction. If you've got friends, family, send them a text, give them a call, let them know, and give them a heads up. If there is a funnel or if there is anything on the ground, it's in that rain column, and we do not have a visual on it. Again, we're about a mile south of Hitchcock, looking back to the northwest. So the velocity signature is 2 miles north of us, and you're looking right at it. We're keeping an eye on it, and if anything changes, we'll let you know. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. So just know, you folks on the Highway 51 corridor, we're going to go back up to the storm ahead of Brian Winslow's storm. Also, storms are now exploding down to the south of Elk City. So we're talking about west central Oklahoma. That'd be a heads up for Clinton and Weatherford, and then eventually the metro. So we'll show you those here coming up. What camera is this? Weatherford. Yeah, the Weatherford camera right here. These storms are going up hard right here.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Talking about the area southwest of Clinton. So this is the I-40 corridors. What this is, it's just now happening. They're getting their act together, but they're going up really hard. Okay, so we'll show that to you on radar here momentarily. That's from the Stafford camera there at Weatherford. So big, deep meso here. Notice the red's getting hotter and hotter. So again, this is O'Keene and the Highway 51 corridor. Heads up right here. Let's go back over to John Slater and talk about this storm. They've dropped the confirmed tornado around Goolsby. They've dropped that. So it's now just a tornado warning ongoing, but the confirmed tornado has been dropped. That's going to be Hillsdale Carrier area. That could change very fast. Okay, so here's John Slater here. John, that mesocyclone, it's big and it keeps getting stronger.
Yeah, it's right on top of us. We got in the core. We got some pretty large hail. We're going east right now. We're on a smaller road that's just south of Highway 51.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and Oklahoma.
We're in the inflow. Our windows just fogged up. You know how when you're chasing and you get in the core and it's colder with the hail coming down, you still see and hear that we're getting some hailstones. But all of a sudden you get that south wind and all the windows fog up, right? So we're in the inflow, and the actual lowering and the circulation is it's right on top of our heads, so we can't see it right now. So we're busting east right now. We're getting ahead of this thing, and we'll follow it towards O'Keene. Mike, back to you. We're getting some pretty large hailstones again.
Okay, John's in a big hailstorm there approaching O'Keene and the Highway 51 corridor. So let's go back over to radar here and say that again, Mark. Yep. So strengthening mesocyclone here, O'Keene, Highway 51 corridor. Tornado warning for Oakwood with a great big strong mesocyclone there. Here's your time of arrival in that lead storm. So we're talking about basically near and east of O'Keene for the mesocyclone. Big hail in O'Keene though. And then down the Highway 51 corridor, you see right there. And then here's the back storm, Oakwood, Watonga, O'Keene, Loyal, Omega. So let's go back to Brian Winslow on that storm right there. Both have big mesocyclones right there, which continue to strengthen. Go, Brian Winslow.
Yeah, Mike, we're still south of Hitchcock. The hook of this storm is going to pass just to our north. We stopped driving north to stay out of the hail, and we've got a good visual on it where we are. But this is a high precipitation supercell, as you can see.
Final, Dixon.
See in the camp. Okay, sorry about that. I was getting an echo there. As you can see, it's a high precipitation supercell, so we cannot see if anything is in there. So we're stopped south of it, but we're looking right at it, due north of it, and it's going to pass to the north of Hitchcock. But folks in O'Keene, Wacomas, Drummond, Hennessy, this is all headed right for you. Again, I do not see a funnel. I do not see anything on the ground, but if there is, it's going to be. Okay, so that's going to be Brian Winslow there. We're going to go to Eric Dixon. He's going to be there near Hillsdale in Garfield County. Tornado warning still, but the tornado for the time being is lifted. Still a pretty strong velocity signature right there. Here's Eric Dixon live. This is northwest of Enid, guys.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit to the southwest of Hilldale right now, looking due north here. I've got a developing funnel here. It was a little bit lower to the ground just about 30 seconds ago, but it is, so I'd say moderate to rapid rotation right now. It looks to be heading due east, right at the town of Hilldale. I see.
This is a tornado warning.
So, folks in Hilldale, it looks like they, stay in your shelters. Looks like possibly a tornado trying to develop here in this area here. Starting to get the rear flank downdraft. It's starting to move a little bit to the east. A lot of high winds are going to start going east into Hilldale. So I do have still rotation, getting a little overtaken by the rain here. So we're going to move our shot a little bit to the east. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so let's go ahead and back out on this. We're just looking at all the weather parameters, and the winds are very strong outside, flowing into these supercells. The dew points are up in the low to mid 70s. A lot of these are high precipitation supercells now, which has probably kept them from producing more tornadoes so far this evening. When the low-level jet stream arrives just after sunset in the 8:30 to 9 o'clock time frame, that can compensate for a high precipitation
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
You can get a more balanced supercell, which could be more efficient at producing tornadoes. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But the winds are gusting to 40 miles an hour down over the metro area, blowing into these. And it's just like gasoline with temperatures up in the low 80s and dew points in the low to mid 70s. Tons of energy, a lot of moisture content with them as well. So the Gultree storm, a tornado warning here. Gultree storm, it's past Gultree. So it's now past Gultree, the Hillsdale area. So heads up for Pond Creek, Kremlin, so up into southern Grant County now. And the motion there takes this, there's your time of arrival, Hillsdale, Kremlin, Pond Creek there at about 6:56. That's in 20 minutes from right now. And Hunter at about 7:04. 7:04. Let's go to Mason Dunn in the chopper, looking at the rotation there. It's basically unorganized, but it's over the general Hillsdale area. Ongoing tornado warning. Mason joins us live right there.
Yeah, we are just south of Hillsdale, looking back to the west. The storm does not look as organized as it did a little while ago. You get little wall clouds that come down, a lot of rain coming down, lightning has picked up. But right now, you can see what I'm seeing is kind of linear. Right now, you don't see any pronounced wall clouds, but that can change. And that's why we're up here in McIntyre Law Chopper 4. If we see anything, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Mason, thank you very much. So we're going to keep tracking all these supercells in here right now. The metro timeline still looks to be in that 9 to 10 to 11 o'clock time frame. So let's go ahead and take Max 1 full. And we're looking there at the circulation, which is not as intense, but it can ramp back up. Ongoing tornado warning here. So Pond Creek, Kremlin, over toward Hunter and Lamont and up toward Billings. And then the Blackwell Tonkawa Airport is where that's heading right there. So still an ongoing hook, tornado warning, moving east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. You see the hook. Here's the golf balls and tennis balls in through here. And then down the line, again, there's your time of arrival there on that northern storm. And then down the line, that cell coming down the Highway 51 corridor with a big, powerful hook here just south of O'Keene. And tennis balls to maybe baseballs in this. John Slater had big hail with this. Let's go back to him. He's near O'Keene. Heads up on that Highway 51 corridor, everybody. O'Keene to Hennessy. Go, John.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
We're not too far from O'Keene, just a few miles southwest right now. Are we on Highway 51 now?
We're turning north.
We're turning north to Highway 51.
4 miles south of Highway 51 in O'Keene.
We're 4 miles south of Highway 51 from O'Keene. And the rotation is right over us, just to our west right now. We made it back into the warm sector. We got out of the large hail. We're going to go north, or let's go north.
And then east.
North and then east is what we're going to do, and stay ahead of this storm. There's no tornado on the ground. Lots of areas are spent with this storm. Like we're following it. It's a dangerous storm producing large hail. You folks in O'Keene, everyone to the east-northeast, be advised. Severe storm heading your way, large hail. Back to you, Mike.
John, we heard the hail last report about 5 minutes ago. What was the biggest hail that you got in?
It had to be at least probably golf ball size. We got out of there just in the nick of time. We were really cutting it close. We had to get to 51 and go east, and we just we made that east turn just in the nick of time. We were on the edge of that core, the edge, and we were getting some good golf balls. So I'm sure this thing's got probably baseballs in it, the way it looks to me right now, Mike.
Okay, John, stay safe out there. He's tracking eastbound there near O'Keene. Let's go to Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor, also on that storm. Aaron?
There is one new special marine warning.
O'Keene area. Aaron, are you there? So back over to radar. These are just going to keep chugging along here. So big high precipitation supercell here with a strong hook, and then a tornado warning back over Oakwood. So this one is severe, and this one is a tornado warned storm here. And the motion is to the east-northeast Highway 51 corridor on the lead storm. So O'Keene now, Hennessy, and then Wacomas, Crescent, Covington area, southern Garfield County. That's where that one's tracking. Bright, bright green, big, big red. So it's a strong, powerful mesocyclone. It's a high precipitation supercell. So the heavy precipitation is probably keeping that so far in check, but that can tighten up very, very quick. So you have to stay very alert. Highway 51 corridor eastbound from there as it moves that direction toward Hennessy and then toward Marshall, far northern Logan County, Mulhall, Marshall, Douglas, Covington. From there, you're talking about areas near and south of Perry and north of Guthrie, and then eventually over there toward Lake Carl, Blackwell. Here's the Oakwood storm. Let's go to Brian Winslow. He's right there looking at it with a tornado warning. Brian Winslow.
Yeah, Mike, we're headed east toward Loyal. The storm, I've got a clear view of the circulation directly to my north. So far, there's nothing on the ground. Again, it's still a high precipitation supercell. Still got a good wind. We're back in the warm sector. Got a good wind coming out of south, 25 to 30, running at 80 degrees. Storm's still moving at a pretty good clip, 40 to 45 miles per hour. It seems like it's trying to turn to the right and head due east. We're just south of it. Again, there's nothing on the ground. We're headed toward Loyal and Dover, and we're paralleling it, keeping an eye on it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, 3-inch diameter hail, so bigger than a baseball near O'Keene. Near O'Keene, 3-inch hail. So it's the lead storm here, 3-inch hail. And that was the report here that we just got. So big. Aaron Brackett is on this as well. Let's go ahead and talk to Aaron, high precipitation supercell. You have to stay very alert. The wind shear is there to spin these things up. And you see the hook there coming around. So the wind shear is there to spin these up, and they can ramp up incredibly fast. So even though it doesn't have a tornado warning, the wind shear's there and the fuel's there to spin these up very fast. And the conditions are getting more favorable and not less for tornadoes going forward, folks. Aaron Brackett joins us live.
Yeah, Mike, right now we're just up to the east of Faye, so we've got a really good look at that storm kind of coming at us. There's a couple areas that have some lowerings, and there's been some rotation and kind of many different parts of the storm. Lots of rainfall coming down, very large hail, and it's just trying to get a little bit more organized right now. The wind is just ripping out of the south.
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
But intermittently, we've had, again, these things that, extend down out of the cloud, rotating subtly, and it's just kind of continuing to cycle and breathe in, breathe out. Right now, there is nothing on the ground, but, again, it's still really getting organized and a rather impressive impression on radar. So, folks ahead of this, take your tornado precautions as it moves further into Blaine County. We just passed into Blaine County just about 2 miles ago. So, again, look out. These are moving east in a more favorable environment.
Yeah, new tornado warning now, Highway 51 corridor, east of O'Keene to Hennessy and beyond. Hennessy and beyond. John Slater's on it. Aaron Brackett's on it. It's spinning up hard. Tornado warning here now. So everybody on the Highway 51 corridor, if you're in a mobile home, not a safe place. Spinning up really fast now. Hennessy, red line, center line for you. It is a large, powerful circulation that is now going what we call gate to gate. It's going very fast spin. The wind shear is really coming up. There's your time of arrival here. Hennessy in about 20 minutes. Hennessy in about 20 minutes. Marshall, Covington, Mulhall after that. Heads up. Powerful circulation here. Look at it go up. The red and the green there coming together on the southeast side of O'Keene. There's 3-inch diameter hail at least on the backside of that mesocyclone over O'Keene. So giant damaging hail, but look at the size of the meso and that hot color right there, that hot blue, that's powerful inflow. In fact, you can see it wrapping up into the circulation right there. That's a developing large tornado right there. So here you go. Hennessy over to Marshall. So dangerous situation here. It's really wrapping up. Both sides of that spin are really coming up very, very fast. Let's go back over to Aaron Brackett. You folks in Hennessy, the Highway 51 corridor, mobile homes will not be safe. This is dangerous right here. Go Aaron Brackett.
Yeah, Mike, we see that right now. You're looking at it off of our interceptor roof camera. We're near Watonga right now. And again, there's been some lowerings that have kind of presented themselves over and over. We're seeing that. This is a tornado-warned storm with a pretty good circulation on it. Basically, we're between Oakwood and Watonga right now, heading east toward Watonga. And it looks, it's moving almost due east. It might be trying to take a little bit more of a right-hand turn just a little bit as it becomes more established. But right over Oakwood right now, Watonga, not technically in the tornado warning, but it's right there. You got to take your tornado precautions. And again, we're showing you some kind of low-hanging features that have some subtle rotation to them. But so far, nothing has been in contact with the ground. But the storm is tornado warned. There's a lot of rotation, and there's just a lot of strong southerly winds that are just ripping into this thing. And of course, we're getting, closer and closer to sunset. Obviously, still plenty of daylight, but that low-level jet's going to come in here and just kind of ramp things up a little bit more. So folks need to be really, really aware of this and all the other storms that we're watching that have impressive presentations on radar. Again, nothing on the ground right now, but all it takes is a split second. We're right on top of it.
Okay, we'll check back with you, Aaron. What you folks in Hennessy need to know, is that it's a really powerful mesocyclone that has a developing large tornado. And it looks like it's very much the real deal. So Highway 51 corridor, very much the real deal. Funnel at Hillsdale, you can scan that QR code, the Forewarn Me app, absolutely free, streaming video, radar updates, all those great things there. A powerful tool on days like this. So Funnel at Hillsdale, west of Kremlin. Let's go to Corey Inman with an update. That's the storm north of Enid. Go, Corey.
Yeah, Mike, we're about 3 miles to the east of Hillsdale. You're looking back to the west, right over and just to the east of Hillsdale, and you can see rotations really increased right here just to the west of us. We did have 2 brief funnels. The rotation was really kind of weak when those funnels happened, and they just kind of blew out, and now we're starting to get a really strong localized
There is one new tornado warning
right
for
just
Kansas.
on the east side of Hillsdale. This thing's tracking almost due east, so Hillsdale over to Kremlin, Hunter, Pond Creek, and eventually on over towards the Deer Creek and Medford areas. Definitely pay attention. This thing continues to cycle right now, have strong rotations just to the east of Hillsdale, Mike.
Okay, Corey Inman, thank you so much. Back to Max 1 here. So here's north central Oklahoma and a funnel cloud there, Hillsdale. So Pond Creek, tornado warning, Carrier, tornado warning. And from there, just to the northwest of Billings is where that's going. And then from there, the Blackwell Tonkawa Airport and Blackwell, and then eventually Tonkawa and Ponca City is where that is tracking. So funnel cloud there, ongoing tornado warning there, Hillsdale. John Slater, big, there you go. Go, John.
Hey, Mike, we can see a possible tornado just to our south right now. We're east of O'Kane on Highway 51, looking due south. We just got out of the door with large hail. You can see the bowl quite clearly right there, about 2 miles to our south. You see it right there? That's the circulation. It's a pretty strong circulation. I'm not sure if there's a tornado warning on this storm, but there should be. That is a bowl right there. Very close to being a tornado. 2 miles to our south. We're just a couple miles east of O'Kane on Highway 51 looking south. We're watching it. Back to you.
Yeah, we're showing that would be a developing life-threatening situation. Folks do not want to be in a mobile home in this, and we're talking about everybody on Highway 51, and Highway 51 is a popular thoroughfare. We all know that. So Hennessy westbound from east of O'Kane. O'Kane had 3-inch diameter hail. Big time circulation here. The Highway 51 corridor, that is a tornado right there that John's looking at. That's the tornado ongoing. You see the big hook there folding over on itself. So that, as John said, pretty good sized tornado right there. John Slater's looking at it live. So here's Hennessy right here. This is up into southern Garfield County right here, and we'll go to the time of arrival there. So we're talking about Hennessy here at just about 7 o'clock. So 14 minutes from right now, from there, Marshall, Covington, Mulhall, northern Logan County, and then there's the red-green coming together. That's the tornado, and John Slater just showed you a picture of it. Let's go back to John. So heads up there, Hennessy, up into southern Garfield County, south of Wacomas and Bison. Go, John.
Mike, I can still see the bowl. It's almost on the ground. You might not be able to see in my shot because I'm kind of zoomed in, but that looks like a tornado to me on the ground right now. We're south of Highway 51, just a few miles east of O'Kane. I'm looking due south. That's a tornado on the ground right now. I'm confirming that is a tornado on the ground just to our south right now. Huge mesocyclone around this thing right now, Mike. I don't know if you can see it. It's wrapped in the rain. There's this dark image. I mean, it's on the ground. Back to you.
Yeah, so it's going to be right there on the Kingfisher and Blaine County line is where that is, and you can see it forming right there. Good-sized tornado there developing. John's been there. You can see it right there in John's live stream. And take that full, that's the tornado right there. Again, hot red, hot green coming together. And when you see the green go to blue, and the red will change color too, that's becoming a powerful tornado. John's looking at it right now. So it's on Highway 51 within literally a few hundred yards of Highway 51, now crossing into Kingfisher County near the bend in the road west of Hennessy. That is a large tornado on the ground. You see it right there from John Slater's stream. Dangerous situation. Any mobile homes on Highway 51 would not be safe right here. You need to exercise that tornado safety plan immediately from Hennessy down Highway 51.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Mike, it's trapped in rain right now. I saw talking a funnel all the way to the ground. I'm 100% positive. So there has been a tornado that touched down here. It's wrapped in.
This is not tornado warning.
The inflow coming in from the cold air up here to the northeast is pretty incredible right now. So we've got strong northeast winds here, but it's actually inflow. Think, oh, it's cold air, it's outflow. No, it's inflow from the core, and the warm inflow is coming probably about a mile or so to our east, and it's all mixing together here. You got the cold inflow, the moist inflow, very strong location here, and the mezzo is actually, if you look to the south on this dirt road, the tornado is on the ground just south of the dirt road here that we're looking due south. So it's right in that area right there. But there's huge inflow with this storm. So very dangerous storm. Also, at least golf ball, probably baseball size hail with this storm as we were coming through O'Keene. So the latest right now, I can't see it like I did about 5 minutes ago. I'm telling you, it was on the ground for sure, but I can't 100% confirm that it's on the ground this second right now. It's kind of rain wrapped right now, just south of my location. So we are right on the Kingfisher County line, right on the Kingfisher County line looking due south for about a mile. That's where the possible tornado is. Mike, back to you.
John, you're doing a great job. Stay safe out there. Yeah, 3-inch diameter hail. You folks in Lacey, 3 to 4 minutes away from Lacey on Highway 51. That is west of Hennessy. Let's go to Max 1 and look at the time of arrival here. Lacey.
This is not tornado warning.
It's after 7 o'clock. It's coming up in about 11 minutes. So big tornado there. You saw it from John Slater. It's right there. You can tell John is literally looking at it because he's on the Kingfisher County line. That's right where the tornado is. He's within a mile of it right now. It's where that hot red and the hot green are coming together. And here is Lacey, right, as we zoom in right here on Highway 51. This is Highway 51 right here. That's the tornado. Let's go to Aaron Brackett here in the Interceptor. Tornado on the ground now crossing from Blaine County into Kingfisher County. Go, Aaron.
Yeah, Mike, we're watching it right now here as we're about to cross into Watonga. We're just a couple miles off to the west of Watonga, watching off to the north. So this is Highway 3 we're on right now. And we've noticed a definite uptick in the velocity and the rotation that we're seeing at the ground level. Looking at radar, it almost looks like it's trying to do a forward surge of energy that's trying to wrap up and produce a tornado here any moment. This is going to be north of Watonga, approaching Hitchcock.
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
It'll just have passed Eagle City, kind of toward Roman Nose, and north of Watonga on Highway 8 is where this is going to cross. The lightning rates, as Chris McPhee has been noting, have been coming up. Lots of CGs with this. And, it's moving right along Highway 3, so we're just a couple miles south of it, and we're going to pace it toward Watonga here as it continues moving on to the east. Very dangerous storm.
Okay, this is going to be the storm down the line from John Slater's storm. What you need to know right here is look at the donut hole forming. There's a total donut hole forming where the tornado is, like the eye of a hurricane.
Yep.
And that's the tornado right there. Powerful, powerful tornado wrapped up in rain and hail, but a big tornado just to the west of Lacey. Aaron Brackett is on this storm right here, talking about Eagle City and Hitchcock. He's on this one right here. That was his report. Lacey, life-threatening situation here, just west of Lacey, over to Hennessy at about 7:15, 7:05. So about 15 minutes from right now, maybe a little bit less. So there's your motion to the east-northeast. Let's go to Lynx 1. It's got a donut hole eye like a hurricane. Let's go ahead and push on in. So
this is not tornado warning.
Highway 51. Everybody in the mobile homes here would not be safe. Life-threatening situation on Highway 51. Lacey, and then over toward Hennessy. There's the big-time hook right there with a donut hole forming. And there's the, this is the CC, right?
Yes.
So you got CCs in here. This is indicating debris. So possible debris being lofted in through here from the tornado. Let's go back to John Slater with an update. John, powerful tornado very close to you right now.
Yes, Mike. Right now, I'm looking back to our southwest.
We just crossed the Cimarron River.
We just crossed the Cimarron River right here, going east on Highway 51, and we're just a mile or two east of Kingfisher line there, so Kingfisher County. So the storm is just to our south. It's wrapped up in rain. I can't see if it's on the ground still at this point. We had to get out of the way. It was actually coming right towards us, so we had to sort of get out of the way. We're going to turn around here and get a look to the south right now live here, and you really can't see that much. Right now, I think it's just wrapped in the rain. It's actually back a little further to our west right now, but you can see kind of the greenish tint here. So this storm is producing large, damaging hail. And again, you can see that persistent northeast wind inflow. This thing has had a tail cloud coming in from the northeast the entire time. So there's a lot of inflow coming in from the northeast and the east and southeast. And the possible tornado is wrapped in the core just over that hill in front of us. So we don't have a great view of it right now. But we're going to continue to follow the east. Could still be on the ground. There's still rapid rotation in this area. So just because I'm not seeing the tornado doesn't mean that it isn't on the ground. And, Mike, the only way we saw that tornado, we were in the bear's den, right? We were in there, inside the hook, and there was that little dry slot on the northeast side of the circulation. Now, we were able to see that tornado for about 45 seconds. And I'm positive I saw a tornado, but then it just got wrapped up in rain again. So this is a high precipitation storm. It's making that transition, right, as it pushes towards the 70 dew points here in central Oklahoma. You got the low level jet cranking right now. We got rain curtains. Look at this. We're looking back east. Look at the rain curtains ahead of us. Inflow rain curtains. That's a south to north wind. You see that crossing? We're going east on Highway 51. So this circulation, we're in the circulation. We're going to book it east and follow it eastward. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah. Okay, so John, so here's what's going on. So near Parvin and just north of Parvin and west of Lacey, this is Highway 51 right here. John Slater is in what we call the bear's den or the bear's cage. He's actually inside the mesocyclone itself. And when they're rain wrapped, that's sometimes the only way you can see these. 3-inch diameter hail.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
His north, and immediately to his south is the ongoing tornado. So again, the Parvin, Hennessy, Lacey area, very dangerous here. It is wrapped up in rain. John's right there. He showed us pictures of the tornado just a few minutes ago as it was wrapping up in rain. It's ongoing. Let's go back over to Max 1. It has turned to the right. It has turned more due easterly. So again, it had an eye in it a moment ago. We're showing a debris signature as well. And we'll zoom on in. The eye has gone away. That didn't really mean anything. There's kind of a debris ball looking thing going on right there. So we're talking about basically, if it doesn't veer off, it's going to be a direct hit on Lacey. And it's going to be here in just a couple of minutes. It's basically in just the next couple of minutes, Lacey. And if it keeps turning right like it is, it's going to be Hennessy. So mobile homes will be very, very dangerous in this situation. It'll be wrapped up in rain. If you can't see it unless you're inside the mesocyclone.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Tornado. Basically, there may be potentially two. It's like the main tornado might be still on the ground on south of 51, and a new tornado may be on the northern side of 51. So John is basically right in the middle of it. Again, we'll zoom on in here, and Lacey, there's Lacey, and there's a tornado right there. And here is a possible tornado right here, and here's Lacey. So lots of damaging winds, 80, 90 miles an hour. Let's go back over to John Slater. Everybody in Lacey should be in their safe spot right now. Dangerous storm right here. Go, John.
Hey, yeah, Mike, we're still kind of booking it to the east here on Highway 51, trying to get back ahead of it. We're on the very outer circulation of it right now. The rain bands are still going by, but we're getting out of the grips of the mesocyclone here. We're going to get ahead of it here, and we're going to turn around back west. Looking at Doppler radar and what we saw, this thing is probably on the ground. You can see that PDS signature right behind us a couple miles. So, yeah, dangerous storm. Everyone in the path of this storm, definitely a risk of a tornado, no doubt about it. In this storm, the problem is it's wrapped with very large hail and heavy rain, so you're really not going to see it until it's right on top of you. And for the viewers at home, don't try to do this at home, really. This isn't going to be your Wizard of Oz tornado where it's clearly going to be, a stovepipe type thing. This is going to be, wrapped in rain, and if you see it, you're in big trouble. You got to get out of the way. So anyway, we got to look at it because we were up on the northeast side. You see that hook, right? There's the dry air wrapping it in the northeast. So we just popped out from the core in that hook. So there's a little area of dry air there that we could actually see the tornado, which was just to our south, a mile or so on the ground at that time. So again, very dangerous storm right now. We're going to turn around here and look back to the west. We'll continue to keep you forewarned as this storm heads off to the east. Mike, back to you.
Okay, immediate Lacey area, dangerous, life-threatening situation right here, Highway 51. Chopper is now over Hennessy, looking to the west. Mason Dunn has possible power flashes. Go, Mason.
Well, Mike, you can definitely see power flashes inside the rain. It is rain wrapped. There's a lot of hail in the front. Look at that green tent. We're kind of looking at the front, so the tornado is in there or just to the left. Go a little, Travis. It's going to be right in there somewhere. We are west of Hennessy, looking directly west about 2 miles. I can see a lot of storm trackers.
Yeah, so you're looking there at Highway 51. You see all those cars down there. They're heading east. It's fair to say a lot of those are storm chasers. And Mason had power flashes perhaps just to the left of 51, which makes perfect sense. It would be just on the south side of 51. And we're talking about Lacey, the town of Lacey. And Mason is basically over Hennessy looking to the west. All the headlights there, many of those are storm trackers out there trying to get out ahead of the mesocyclone. And John is right down there as well. Mason, so again, power flashes. You see Highway 51 right there on your screen. You and Travis, update here, ongoing tornado warning, Lacey to Hennessy. Go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, guys, back with you. We are west of Hennessy, moving a little south, trying to get on the south side of the hail. That's in the. There's a lot of hail, a lot of rain out in front of this storm.
So the tornado may be lifting now to the north. It may be lifting to the north into Garfield County. So heads up, even south side of Wacomas. So south side of Wacomas, Lacey right now, and then up toward Covington and Fairmont. Marshall heads up for you. Looks like it's lifting more a little bit to the northeast now. And you'll show the velocity, big, giant mesocyclone right there, and likely a strong tornado here. And a lot of damaging wind out here coming through Lacey. A lot of damaging wind out here west of Hennessy as well. The tornado may be lifting more to the north up here into southern Garfield County, but it's a giant circulation here, and there's a big arc of damaging winds here on the front side of that. So Mason's had some power flashes. There's Lacey. So that's likely a tornado literally within a mile of Lacey right now. We don't want to see this. And little tiny Cato right there, but right over the Lacey area. So Mason, any power flashes here lately? Looks like the main circulation is basically over Lacey right now on 51.
I see some flashes. I'm not quite sure if they're power flashes. There is a lot of lightning, as you know, out here, and a lot of hail. You're looking at the hail right there, the green tent out in front of this storm. It's a massive storm. We're just south and west of Hennessy, looking straight to the west here. And so far right now, I do not see any power flashes, but like I said, it's heavily wrapped in rain, and hopefully there's not any power flashes. So if anything changes, we'll get back to you. From McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Okay, ongoing tornado warning right there. The tornado may or may not have lifted. We're losing a little bit of the really confirmed absolutely yes tornado signature, which is really good. Has a lot of damaging wind with it, still a powerful hook, and basically right there on the Kingfisher-Garfield County line. And the rotation center is now basically near and just north of Highway 51. We'll pull all the way in here, and you see still quite possibly a tornado sitting right there. And where is
is a tornado warning.
Because from this vantage point, it's really hard to see the tornado. So remember we talked about that northeast inflow band coming in. Well, you can see that inflow band right there on the right side of your television set. That's the inflow band that we were under. And then we could see the tornado looking back behind that into the storm. But right now, from this vantage point where we're a mile or two east of that circulation, we just can't see the tornado. It's just wrapped in rain and large hail. So we're out of danger, but I can't give you a view of the tornado at this point because it's just obscured the way these tornadoes are, these mesocyclones, when they're so wrapped up like this. Sometimes the only way to see it is when you're in that northeast side or you're actually inside the hook. Unfortunately, it's a dangerous place to be. But anyway, so we are ahead of the storm right now. We're going to continue to follow it. It's got a very strong circulation on radar. I can see the inflow bands coming in. You can see the greenish tint. So it's got large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado. It's moving off to the east. Back to you, Mike.
So, John, how far east of Lacey would you say you are? How far west of Hennessy?
I think we're probably less than 20 miles west of Hennessy.
Yes.
Yeah, we're less than 20 miles west of Hennessy.
Okay, on Highway 51 right there. So John showed us the shot of it as it was wrapping up in rain. So that's the latest on that ongoing tornado warning with it. Let's go to Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor right now. Aaron's down in Blaine County, the next storm down the line, with an update. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're in Watonga, just barely off to the north, so kind of central Blaine County. If we could kind of pan into the far left-hand side here, Chris McBee is going to take a look at this. There is a ton of rain and hail in this thing just off to our north. And if you look to the left, you can actually see some fairly good wind shear. We're going to kind of reposition the camera for you. And you can see some of the lower clouds kind of coming out as some of that rain-cooled air near the surface is falling out and wrapping out. And then behind it, you can see the clouds moving to the right. So there's some overall broad circulation in this storm right here. Again, our view is just north of Watonga. There is a tornado warning. It does technically include Watonga, but a lot of the circulation, again, off to the north near Hitchcock, and that's where all that hail is right now that we're looking at. So this would be the back side of that storm. It is just completely engulfed in rain right now. We're also watching thunderstorms that are coming up near Custer City, Butler, and Elk City. We were looking at the Warren forecast here, super high-res future radar, and these thunderstorms coming just north of I-40 toward the metro look like they're just going to enhance and kind of ramp up as we continue on the next couple hours. So we're going to watch all this stuff that's downstream too, but for now, just north of Watonga, watching quite a bit of wind shear and just a torrential rain and hail.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Aaron. Let's go back over to radar here on Max 1. So we're still showing what likely is an ongoing tornado here, and it has lifted a little bit more to the north. So Highway 51 northward now. A lot of damaging wind on 51, which could be in excess of 80 miles per hour. The tornado looks to be ongoing, and between Hennessy and Wacomas on Highway 81. So anybody on Highway 81 between Wacomas and Hennessy, mobile homes would not be safe. This is a very powerful circulation. Aaron Brackett was just talking about this storm right here with the ongoing tornado warning, not too far from Hitchcock. But here's the time of arrival on the lead storm. We'll go back over to Mason Dunn. Mason, it looks like that it may have lifted. The main circulation may be trying to lift a little bit farther to the north. So we're talking about areas southwest of Wacomas right now as Mason does a big arcing turn. At flight level, he's probably got winds of 50 plus up here at flight level, feeding into that tornadic circulation, and we'll zoom on into it. Let's go ahead and take this full as he brings the chopper around. We'll take Max 1 full and take a look on Max 1, the area of rotation, and this area right here north of Lacey, and then just east of Lacey, that's Garfield County. This is Kingfisher County right here, zoomed on into the city streets. So Wacomas here, Highway 81. Wacomas is right here, down Highway 81 to Hennessy right here. Let's go to Mason Dunn in the chopper, looking at it right now live. Mason?
Well, I can tell you that it's gotten pretty rough out here. This storm is pushing off to the east, it appears, and we are just east of it. So, of course, the velocities are very, very bright green and red. Looks like it's getting wrapped up. And Travis is trying to give you a shot of it here as I'm turning back around to the south here, looking to the west. So I hope it's not on the ground. If it is rain wrapped, but we can actually see this little wall cloud right in here. So McIntyre Law Chopper 4 is right up here with it. If anything changes, we'll let you know. But it's got a good notch and a hook there with the velocities. It's just I can't imagine it not being on the ground, but if it is, it's rain wrapped. But we'll keep you updated and keep you forewarned. Back to you.
Okay, so it's definitely turning more to the north, And here's your time of arrival. Let's go ahead and go to Max 1. It's by far the strongest circulation in the state right here. So Highway 81 here between Hennessy and Wacomas. So here's your time of arrival right here, Hennessy, and then Marshall over there by 737 in Covington, talking about southeastern Garfield County. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the velocities. You see the hot red and the hot green. We've lost a little bit more of what we call gate to gate, which is right next to each other, showing a tornado vortex signature. It's still in there for sure. Big arcing inflow gust front coming into it. So this is a really strong circulation, and circulations like this under conditions like this can produce higher end tornadoes. So take this really to heart here. Damaging winds coming into Hennessy, could be 80 to 90 miles per hour, and ongoing tornado likely here. Big circulation, got a couple little eddies inside of that showing possible tornadoes intermittently inside of that, but all the way up to the south side of Wacomas, up and down Highway 81 right there. Let's go back over to John Slater with an update. Looking back to the west, he's on the west side of Hennessy right now. John?
Well, we're still heading eastbound, Mike. There's some really nice clouds on the anvil as this storm is just behind us. The tornadic supercell is behind us, but the structure of these storms is so unbelievably, unique. Meteorologically speaking, just awesome to look at. We know that these storms, are very powerful and they're very dangerous and they cause a lot of problems. But meteorologically, I can even say it speaking. There's all kinds of stuff to look at. We're looking at the anvil blowing off, and it's just got some really neat structure. But that storm is still behind us. It is wrapped in rain and hail. I'm looking at the radar, and I occasionally, look back out the window here.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Try to give you a view of the storm, but we can't see a tornado from our vantage point. It's just wrapped up in rain, and there's a lot of outflow. Looking at radar, there's a really good circulation of westerly winds coming around the south side of that circulation right now. So I think the only thing that could happen from here is that it could redevelop in the warm sector to the southeast, and that's what we'll be watching for, if that meso actually redevelops another tornado on the southeast side. We're watching for that. Mike, back to you.
Okay, we're going to take a moment here and kind of step back if you're just now joining us. So here's the broad view. So this PDS Tornado Watch continues till 11. You folks in places like Woodward County are now clear. Down through Roger Mills County, you're clear. Ellis County, you're clear. And Woods County, you're also clear. So we've got the supercells here. Developing supercell on the west side of Clinton, so heads up. That'll be coming pretty much basically down Interstate 40. And then north of that, a supercell near Fay and Thomas and Oakwood. And then a supercell southeast of Canton, near and north of Watonga and Roman Nose. Tornado warning on that one. And then the big
There are 3 new warnings affecting Nebraska and Oklahoma.
Tornado now on the Garfield-Kingfisher County line, northwest of Hennessy. And then a tornado warning still up by Pond Creek in northern Oklahoma in Grant County. Here's Oklahoma City right here. The winds are gusting to over 40 miles per hour, and the temperatures are really quite warm, and the dew points, the humidity levels are really thick and soupy. So near and after dark here, when the low-level jet stream intensifies, these are going to definitely keep going. We would hope they'll go away, but the trend is they're going to keep going and maintain some really high-end severity. We've had at least 3-inch diameter hail, so you see the tornado warnings in red, the confirmed tornado on the ground in purple. So tornado warning and then confirmed tornado on the ground in purple. And then up here in northern Oklahoma, that's going to be up here in Grant County. Let's go to Eric Dixon. Update for Lamont. Update for Tonkawa-Blackwell Airport. Grant County and Kay County. Eric Dixon is on that near Pond Creek right now. Ongoing tornado warning there. You folks in Grant County, heads up Lamont, and ongoing supercell, very much still a powerful storm. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm about to pass through Hunter, fixing to get on Highway 74, so I got the camera pointed east right now. As I'm looking back, I'll have the camera 3 minutes. So you want to come back and check on that. But as far as northbound, I do have a wall cloud that's kind of recycling. It's redeveloping again up here. It's not, terribly ominous, like it's going to produce a tornado at any moment. But we've been staying with it here, so we're going to be moving east with it. And I'm going to hop on 74, go north, and we'll take another look at it.
Okay, so you're looking at radar right there on that storm.
This is a tornado warning.
And here's your time of arrival, keeping you folks up here in Kay County forewarned and out of Grant County. So Lamont, Deer Creek, Blackwell, Tonkawa Airport, 7:43. So that's in 29 minutes from right now. Blackwell, Ponca City, 8:02, Ponca City, 8:03, Newkirk, 8:08. So this is that northern supercell. You see the hook, it's still very much there. Still very much a tornado warning. So Lamont, Deer Creek, Nardin, Blackwell, Tonkawa Airport, heads up for you. Blackwell, heads up for you. Could produce tornadoes at any time coming out of Grant County up into Kay County. That's your update. Classic supercell with a hook, ongoing tornado warning, still a dangerous storm. Again, there's your time of arrival right there. And zooming on in, the hook is just to the east of Pond Creek, just to the west of Lamont, and that's exactly where it's tracking. Lamont coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Rotation-wise, there, but not really over the top. It's just kind of chugging along. Not a whole lot of inflow, but it could change quickly. So Lamont, be ready to take your tornado precautions there for sure. It could ramp up. You're under a tornado warning right now. And again, there's your time of arrival for you folks there. It's cleared Alfalfa County. That's definitely good news. So look at the sink drain, the ongoing sink drain northwest of Hennessy, south of Wacomas. Sink drain about to cross Highway 81. Mike Bennett, I think Mike Bennett. What? Winslow. Let's go to Brian Winslow on it. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we're about a mile south of Hennessy looking at the tornado-warned mezzo. It is rain-wrapped. We've paralleled it all the way from Hitchcock to Loyal to Dover, and now we're a mile south of Hennessy looking at it, and it has been rain-wrapped from our vantage point the entire time. Got the green tent, so we know there's large hail in there. There's going to be some very powerful winds along the south side of this mezzo as it crosses Highway 81. So we're sitting just a little bit south of it to stay out of those winds. But this is very well organized. The lightning has picked up 5 to 10-fold in the last.
Okay, we're
10
going
minutes.
back east. Don't take us now because we don't have a show.
Right, back to you, Mike.
Right, so let's just know this. Let's go back over to Max 1. So it's going to be really hard to see, but know this: that may well be a powerful, large tornado right there. So this could be life-threatening for folks up here. You got to know that. Near and north of Hennessy. So again, here is the area right there. North of Highway 51, giant sink drain right there on the Kingfisher-Garfield County line. Covington, Orlando, Perry at about 8 o'clock, 45 minutes from right now. And then Stillwater, Morrison at about 8:20 to 8:25. All right? Ahead of that, this could be a life-threatening situation. Everybody right in through here, know this. It's wrapped up in rain, but that is essentially a hole in the atmosphere right there, and it's all spinning into it. You can clearly see that. Look at the velocities. Look at it spin. It's like a big egg beater going around and around. It's a big area of strong rotation with a lot of high velocities in there. All that's got to do is change in dynamic just a little bit. If it isn't already still on the ground, it will be. And there's Douglas right here and Covington right here. And look at the size of that rotation. Let's go to Mike Bennett. So damaging winds around Hennessy. But on Highway 81 between Hennessy and Wacomas, real deal. Mobile homes will not be safe. Mike Bennett, go.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're north of Covington. We are working our way around to get position on this in case they have to hand off to us because of road options. And we'll be head towards the Marshall area, but we're going to position ourselves between Covington and Marshall, possibly Douglas, and as this thing tracks towards us, very dangerous storm. Back to you.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
So all that matters right now is the safety of the folks ahead of this. And no, this is the real deal. Look at the colors. Look at the red get hotter. Look at the green get hotter. And look at the red and the green both hot coming together. That is either a big tornado or a developing big tornado. You want to measure that, you're talking about over a mile in diameter.
This is a tornado warning.
4 to 5 miles in diameter. Inside of that, there are several hot spots. Could be a multi-vortex type situation here. That is a very powerful signature. Let's go to the chopper in Mason Dunn. So, Mason, it's about to cross Highway 81, about halfway between Hennessy and Wacomas right now.
Okay, we are just south of Hennessy, looking back to the west-northwest. It is very hazy, very rain-wrapped. Every now and then I see what I think is power flashes in there. So right now, it looks like this whole thing is spinning. There's a large hail out in the front of it that you're going to get in the front in Wacomas or Hennessy. We are right in the notch, looking to the northwest, and I cannot see it with the camera or with my eye. It's right in there. As you can see what we think is power flashes every now and then. The lightning should be up front of this storm, but that doesn't mean it can't lightning back here. So we're still keeping an eye on it. The winds have picked up, as you can imagine, but just looking at velocities and the notch right here, I wouldn't doubt if there's a tornado in there. Just rain wrapped. Hope it's not, but we'll stay up here and keep you forewarned. McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
Mike, there's confirmed damage 1 mile west of Lacey. So trees uprooted, power line snapped, single home structure damage.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
The tornado there about a mile west of Lacey. So Mason you saw Travis irising up and irising down the camera to try to get depth, to look inside that basically hurricane's eye, with the tornado being in the middle of the eye. That's what he was doing right there, and he says he sees what he thinks is occasional power flashes. So this is a really dangerous situation right here. And again, you look at the red now is going over to a different color altogether, and the green has a big arcing inflow into it. So it looks like it's on the ground out right there, crossing 81, halfway between Wacomas and Hennessy. So let's go back over to the chopper. Again, red line, center line for Douglas and Covington. If you live in a mobile home up and through here, it will not be safe. We hope this goes away, but we don't see any sign that it's going to go away. That's a tornado right there. So we're going to be hanging with the chopper here, but just know that's what we're dealing with today. Go, Mason.
Yeah, I'm making a turn to the right here. Get back on my radar here and see. We are around Hennessy right now in the wind farm, and I'm making a turn to the right. The winds have picked up, I don't know, from the southeast. So as you can imagine, I've turned the helicopter right. I have to dive it down a little bit and add a little more power so we can make it, I don't want to say make it, but so we can continue our turn here. I'm going to head down to the south because this storm appears to be moving northeast and east, so we are continuing to move east with it, right in the notch, but you cannot see if there's a tornado in there. You cannot see it. Like I said, I see occasional power flashes every now and then. Of course, it is tornado warned. I see the storm down to the south is now tornado warned around Hitchcock. So it's going to be getting dark out here soon. It's right at 7:21 right now, so we're just following this storm. I hope there's not a tornado, but it sure looks like there is in there as we see occasional power. But you just saw one right there. Back to you.
Okay, that's Mason Nunn reporting. Let's go over to, we've got a couple of crews on this. So what you need to know, folks, is it's crossing 81 right now between Wacomas and Hennessy. From there, you're talking about Perry. So just know that this is the real deal here. There's Perry. And you see it's a giant sink drain in the atmosphere, now crossing 81. So draw the line here. Damaging winds, Marshall, yes. Damaging winds, Covington, yes. Tornado path, basically it could go left, it could turn right. But as you see, Perry, right there, Perry.
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Know this, and know that there's likely a big tornado in that, wrapped up in rain. Let's go to Brian Winslow now live. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we are northbound. We are in Hennessy. You're looking right at it. You can see the green tint, so there's very large hail. If you know anybody going north or south up and down 81 between Enid and Hennessy, send them a text or tell them to stop as this crosses. There's some very powerful winds along the south side of this rotation. The sirens are going off in Hennessy. We're tracking this storm. We've got an eye on it. We cannot see the tornado. We do not have confirmation there's anything on the ground because it is rain wrapped. We're right here with it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so brand new tornado warning with it.
Yep. Northeast at 25.
So it's slowed down a little bit. Just want to show you here on, there's your time of arrival there.
It's going to be heading straight towards Douglas on its current track.
So I've got the speed a little faster here than 25, but it has slowed down. And we're going to zoom on in and show you the eye of a hurricane look right there. You see the tornado right there. There's nothing else that could be except a tornado.
This is a tornado warning.
There's nothing else that could be but a big tornado. It's had an eye. So it's completely wrapped up in rain, hail, and possibly debris. There's nothing else that could be but a big tornado. There's the county line. This is Highway 81. There's Wacomas. Hennessy's just off the bottom of the screen, and it's crossing 81 literally right now. So let's go to the chopper here and look at it here live. Mason Dunn.
Max 3.
Yeah, we're still following this storm. We're about 2 miles to the east of it. The winds have picked up, as you can imagine. The wind farms are going crazy.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska.
A couple of them right now. I can see storm trackers bugging out to the east. A whole line of them driving as fast as they can to the east here. So you're looking right there, Travis. You look at all those storm trackers right there, Mike. That's just unbelievable. But right now we are just tracking it. I can't hardly see anything. There's a lot of rain, a lot of hail. The north side of it looks like it's bowing out a little.
So ongoing tornado warning here, Highway 81 between Hennessy and Wacomas, heading for Douglas and Covington, and eventually Perry. It's by far the most dangerous storm in the state right now. And say that again? Power out at Hennessy now. The power's out at Hennessy. Let's go to Brian Winslow here. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we're at Highway 51 and Highway 81. The tornado's going to be just to our north. Okay, the lights came back on. The power was out for just a second. We do not have a visual on any tornado, but all indications on the radar is it's about a mile or two to our north. Moving east, we are now eastbound on Highway 51. Torrential rains, blinding rains, visibility is a quarter of a mile at the most. We're tracking this east. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's go to Mike Bennett. He's east of it, looking back to the west. He's pretty close to Covington, where it's heading. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're just coming out of Covington right now, and we're caught miles of cars in front of us and behind us. So we're looking back over in there. We don't have a visual of it. We should maybe here in just a few minutes have a pretty good angle on it where we'll maybe catch some power flashes. But right now we don't even have any good visual of the structure of the storm. But we're looking right back in there. We're just exiting. We're 1 mile south of Covington, southbound. Mike.
Okay, let's go back to the chopper. Mason Dunn here. Mason basically crossing 81 right now.
Yeah, we're still hanging. Storm. It's just lined out all the way down to Elk City right now with 3 tornado warnings. So we're right up here with it. We haven't seen, of course, we think we see power flashes in there. Not sure if it's power flashes or lightning. They do.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Oklahoma and Tennessee.
So we're trying to figure out. So you can see one right there. I mean, when it lights up the clouds like that, you can't see the bolt. It makes me think that there's a tornado doing damage, and
yeah, it's just a massive circulation. It is turning back to the east again, more due east. Let's go back over to Max 1. So damaging winds on Highway 51. So Marshall, damaging winds. It's turning definitely more to the right or due eastward again. And the velocities are really strong now. They're very, very strong. So Marshall, Orlando, Covington, 3-inch diameter hail here. Let's go back over to, if we have John Slater, let's go back over to John. It's right there on the Kingfisher, Garfield County line, just crossed 81. John?
Hi. Yeah, we're on Highway 51. We're just 2 or 3 miles west of Marshall right now. We're going to turn around here and give you a shot of the storm. From our vantage point, as you're going to see, it kind of just looks like a spaceship, a green spaceship, you know, something from like Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something, just off to our west. Here it comes. We're coming around right now, and there's the storm. It's just a giant rotating storm. If there's a tornado wrapped up in rain and, you know, looking at radar, that's probably the case. It's going to be on the right side of the circulation. It's up here where, again, that inflow notch is coming in on the northeast side. It's been a trademark of this storm the whole time. You can see the flying saucer type structure. You can see if you zoom up a little bit, you can see and pan up, you can see the striations on this storm on the front side. So it's just a big rotating supercell storm. It's a high precipitation storm, very heavy rain, large hail, and a tornado in there. So the only way you can really see the tornado in this kind of situation is to get in there and see it, and that's kind of a dangerous situation. So right now we're just kind of watching it as it moves off to the east towards the Marshall area. Very severe storm. Mike, back to you.
Okay, John, thank you so much for that. Emily, storms up north heading into Kay County right now.
Yeah, we're continuing our team coverage. Thanks to John Slater for that. We have Aaron Brackett out in the field as well. PDS Tornado Watch continues. Let's go to Max 3 if we can, heading out to the big board. PDS Tornado Watch until 11 p.m. This is what we've been saying all along. The concern is now as we head towards sunset, which will be happening around 8:15, 8:30, that's when the low-level jet ramps up, and we're expecting all these storms to not only hold, but pulse up as they head off to the east. So we still have 3 ongoing tornado warnings. Let's go ahead, at least 3, 4 possibly. Northern Oklahoma, we haven't talked about this in a while. Ongoing tornado warning. This is located near Deer Creek. This has been tending to pulse up, go back down, and cycle back up again. So the latest track will be taking this towards Blackwell, eventually towards Newkirk and Ponca City. And I'll tell you what, there's concern of this strengthening as it moves east because it is moving into a favorable environment. Not only do we have the low-level jet, we have very high dew points and still very warm temperatures. So a favorable environment as this main upper-level storm arrives. You can see the broad area circulation near Deer Creek. That's our area of concern right now. It has not really tightened up in the recent scans, but ongoing tornado warning. We'll be watching that. Of course, we were just talking about this is the most potent storm, the one northeast of Hennessy. You can still see the hook with it. It's wrapping in. It is going to be rain wrapped, so very concerning seeing chopper shot with all the storm trackers. If we can, let's go back to McIntyre Law Chopper 4 for the latest on this storm. Earlier, we saw the line of chasers. There you go. It just makes me nervous as a storm chaser on a day like today because these tornadoes are getting stronger and they are wrapped in rain, so you're not going to see it. We're heading into the overnight hours, so once the sun sets, obviously, nighttime tornadoes are very dangerous. Go ahead, Mason Dunn.
Yeah, Emily, just a lot of storm trackers basically running to the east as we are. I don't want to say we're running. We're slowly moving to the east. This storm is moving like more east than northeast because we are, Travis and I are just heading, basically doing lazy 8s out to the east here. You still cannot see much. You can look at that green tint though. It does look like a green. John was saying a little bit ago, there's got to be some hail in there and possibly a big tornado in there, which is terrible.
There are 2 new warnings affecting South
That's right.
Carolina.
His audio is breaking up a little bit, rightfully so. He's in the middle of the storm right now. Not many places in the country have a chopper flying right next to a tornado. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest on velocity. This really tells the story, the couplet where the red meets the green. Latest track is taking it more northeast. So this is going to be tracking directly south of the town of Covington. In Covington, you need to be seeking shelter. Get into your safe spot. If this continues to hold together, which we believe not only will it hold together, but could potentially strengthen as the tornado parameters go up into the evening hours. This will be eventually tracking towards Perry. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. Just crossed Highway 81. This has a history of producing damage. 1 mile west of Lacey produced damage in that town. So this is going to continue to be moving off to the east, southeast, eventually heading north of Marshall. Let's go out to meteorologist John Slater, who had a confirmed tornado earlier with this storm. We watched it live on KFOR. John, go ahead.
Hey, Emily, we're just continuing to reposition ourselves right now. We stop, we look back at the west, and we look at the storm, and then we have to keep going 2 or 3, 4 miles back to the east to try to get ahead of it again. A lot of storm trackers out here, obviously. There's a lot of traffic on the road. So right now we're heading east on 51, and we're very close to Marshall right now. And the storm is just to our west. It's, a high precipitation supercell, strong mesocyclone, very strong rotation, probably a tornado on the ground. I can't tell you 100% there is a tornado because we just can't see it from this vantage point, which is totally wrapped up in rain and hail. One thing is for sure, though, it's a dangerous storm. Whether it's still producing a tornado or not, it's going to have very strong damaging winds, maybe 80 miles per hour. Very large hailstones, maybe up to baseball size. When we were in it, we saw a tornado. The wrapping rain curtains around the mesocyclone were just incredible. You saw them just whipping past us. Had to be going 80, 90 miles per hour. So, anyway, right now,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
A better shot of the storm. Emily, back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. John Slater, he's been up since early this morning, and he's tracking this rain-wrapped tornado, which, by the way, had a history of producing up to baseball-sized hail earlier. You can see this wind field expanding, so he's talking about the high winds as well. This is likely an ongoing strengthening tornado right now that is going to be tracking south of the town of Douglas. So this is really picking up. Out to the west, we're still tracking some other areas of circulation. It looks like west of Hitchcock, another one. Our trackers are all on top of this. Let's go right now out to Eric Dixon, who's also on these storms. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, I'm over here just to the west of Tonkawa. We've been following this storm. I've got my camera pointed to the east right now. But, I don't see anything. I haven't had any funnels as of recently. It seems like the storm is just kind of staying, a little bit in a weaker state. It's still got a tornado warning. It's still circulating back there. But I don't see a tornado imminent. But we're about to get to I-35, and we'll head north with it here and taking a look. We've just been stopping here and there and just taking looks up to the north, but we haven't seen anything ominous that says there's an imminent tornado. But this circulation is generally heading towards the direction of Blackwell, so we will be here right with it to take a look and see if it's going to produce any tornadic activity in that area. Emily?
All right, we appreciate that report. Let's go back to the maps and see what he was talking about. Northern Oklahoma, we still have a tornado warning. So you can see it near Punk City, near Enid. Now, the other storms are severe. However, there's still the concern as everything moves east that we will have it pulsing up, that tornado threat going up with the low-level jet ramping up. And there's some showers developing out ahead of this line, but that's not a concern at this time. All these supercells are expected to continue. Now, it is trying to become more of a line. We still can have large tornadoes within the line. That's what happened that last Saturday event, 2 Saturdays ago. However, when you have a line, there's going to be a flash flooding threat, especially these areas that have seen over half a foot of water over the past couple of weeks. In addition to that, we're going to be looking at some damaging wind threats. Right now, this is the storm that he was talking about, still near Deer Creek, and still some high winds with this one as it moves off to the east towards Blackwell. We're going to have some high winds out of this, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, but potentially some large hail as well. Let's go out to Connor Toon right now for the latest. Connor.
Yeah, Emily, we were just heading south out of Watonga. We've been in Watonga for a little bit watching this storm approach. As soon as we headed south, we saw in our rear view, you can see a pretty low range
there. There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and Oklahoma.
North of Watonga, looking north right now. I don't see a lot of spin to it. I do see a lot of rising motion. And it actually doesn't look nearly as organized as it did about 5 minutes ago. But for a second there, this lowering was very low and was spinning north of Watonga. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. We're getting in that there's going to be a new tornado warning issued farther south down the line. Let's go back to the maps. We appreciate you, Connor. Keep a close eye on that. Definitely ominous, lowering, and this concerning situation as we head into the next couple of hours. Still, potent tornado. Northeast of Tennessee, you can see the hook. You can see it wrapping around. This is the one John Slater was tracking. Choppers on it as well. Let's continue.
Chopper.
Let's go to Chopper right now. We have power flashes. Go ahead, Mason Dunn, McIntyre Law, Chopper 4.
Yeah, we're continue to see power flashes in this haze, and you can't see much. It's rain wrapped. There's a lot of hail in there, very hazy. It's getting dark, but you start to see, because it's getting dark, more power flashes. You saw one right there, right by the skid in the shot. So I want to make a right turn here. Actually, I'm going to make a left turn. Right turn is going to bring me a little too close to it. So we're going to make a left turn here. Travis is doing a good. Believe it or not, out of the southeast. So we're making a left turn here. Still see power flashes. There is a lot of lightning also, but pretty sure we're seeing power flashes in there still as we're tracking this tornado. You can see them right there from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4. Back to you.
Mason, thank you very much. Let's go back over to radar here and check this out. So this is going to be impacting directly some folks over here in southeastern Garfield County, and then from there up toward Perry. You see that? There's Perry. And look at the size of that area of rotation right there. You can tell exactly, right? Exactly where that's going. So damaging winds on the south side of it, Marshall, Orlando, southeastern Garfield County, big hail, 3-inch diameter hail, north side of it, Covington. We'll go ahead and pull on in here a little bit closer. So Covington, Douglas. So you see there. So the center of that circulation there ongoing, very close to Douglas. There's your time of arrival. So Marshall, Douglas here right now, Covington, Orlando, Perry at 8:14. So you're looking at about 30 minutes from right now. 30 minutes to Perry, 30 minutes to Perry. And then basically North Stillwater, Glencoe, Morrison area. Morrison area over there, Stillwater, North Stillwater, the airport, Morrison area. So push all the way in. You see Marshall right there. Damaging winds here, 80, 90 miles per hour right here. And there's the tornado sitting right there. Let's go back to the chopper. And it looks like Douglas, if it doesn't lift, there's going to be a lot of damaging winds or worse in Douglas. Everybody in Douglas should be in their safe spot right now. You'll have literally just a minute. You got to get there right now. Douglas area, mobile homes will not be safe right here. Go Mason Dunn.
Northern portions of Illinois. Here's that wind threat that I talked about. So it's a 4 out of 5. We look at areas like Tulsa,
or west of Marshall, looking back to the west. We're kind of skating a little bit to the north to see around this rain, but I can tell you it is still pretty dark. It does look like a big green spaceship like John was talking about just a little bit ago. But right now there's a lot of hail, rain. It's getting dark out here. You can see flashes like that I think are probably power flashes, unfortunately. The radar looks pretty mean. The reflectivity looks pretty mean. So I would say that there's a large tornado on the ground as you continue to see those power flashes right there.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take, Mason, thank you. Let's take the Doppler here full. So there's the tornado. You see the hot red and the hot green there feeding all in together. So Douglas is going to get hit if it doesn't lift. And it's going to be happening right now. So everybody in mobile homes will not be safe. Storm cellar, basement, at the interior closet or bathroom or better. Douglas, and it looks like basically point blank right there. Douglas, Covington, and then Perry. Here's Perry. You can see where it's going. You look for where that green, that red are connecting. See where they're connecting together? That's what you look for. That's a very large circulation. Let's go over to, so everybody in Douglas to Covington and then Perry. Think about where you can be to be safe. Let's go to Mike Bennett here. He's basically right in front of it near Covington right now, looking back to the west. Go, Mike.
not too long ago.
Okay, Mike, I am in Marshall, actually, looking right into the teeth of it. We got. I'm watching for power flashes, and I'm going to tell you what, this thing just structurally
coming in
you
with
just
this
can't
as you have
see
a
in there to see
potent
a
storm
tornado on the
system that's
ground.
setting up.
But it's
And this is
look at
something
these
that
velocities on radar.
not
We've got
only a
these,
tornadic threat,
very strong.
but the
we got
heavy
probably
rain
40,
making it
45 mile
that
an
you
hour
can't see anything
southeast
visible
wind speed
embedded
right into it.
behind that.
Okay.
And so this
Now
is
we're
going to be a
get the
rain
right
wrap
kind of
system.
power,
Look how
right
long
kind
it
of
goes
lightning
on.
strike here
It's
in a
doing a
minute,
complete
and it's probably
pan
gonna
over to
light
the
it up
sky,
if
and
it's
you
on
can
the
still
ground in there.
see
We just
how
had
that
one just a
entire
bit ago that,
section of it lingers.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
It could produce
everybody just needs to act like this is a tornado on the ground, because it probably is. And we've got, I'm looking at the, I don't know if you can see the rotation in my shot here, but we're in Marshall looking east, and I'm sorry, we're looking west and just a little bit northwest. And I'm not seeing any power flashes or anything, but we're just going to keep watching here. But we're looking, if there's a tornado on the ground, Mike, it's going to be right there, right in our camera shot. We just have to wait for lightning to backlight it, because we are losing daylight out here.
All right. So, so everybody in Douglas, take this seriously. So the tornado, you can almost see it. It's right back in, right through here. This wraps around, and it's sitting right in here is where it is. So again, Douglas is in real threat. It's happening right now. Say it again. Yep. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, I think we might have the tornado in our shot right here. It's going to be really hard to see on camera, but we've got the tightest area of rotation right there. I mean, it's really wrapping up right there, and there's a lot of dust up around it. So that might be the tornado right there, and it's not going to be.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
They're very possible could be, but we just can't see that feature. But I see a lot of dirt in that area, and that's the area where the rotation is the tightest and most localized. And so I'm pretty sure we've got the tornado in our shot right there.
Get in to never miss out.
Right in here.
ShopRubaLaw.com.
And I'm gonna reposition.
It's right here. It's right here. So this is all curving in right here, and it's all going back right here. It's right here. So this is basically Douglas, Oklahoma,
Control
within
your
a mile
garage
or
from
so.
anywhere. Download MyQ today.
And we'll look for, hopefully don't see them, but power flashes. But we're basically, I think we're looking at it right here. You can see where it's all fuzzy and hazy in through there. So we're going to stay with this shot, but know that Douglas and then the Covington area, but Douglas in particular, you're looking at it right here. Mike, so tell us again, you're near Marshall looking to the northwest, is that right?
Yeah, I'm actually in Marshall, Mike. I'm right on the west, the east edge of Marshall. Storm sirens just went off in Marshall. And I've got a.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next?
Got some
Call
cars
Invent Help now for free information on how to get started today.
Now, where you can
Invent
look back
Help
up
provides
in there,
invention services that help everyday inventors get started
you
with
cannot
their idea.
See a defined
We have representatives nationwide who will explain the Invent Help process step by
anything on the
step.
ground, but that's
Over
where it's at.
10,000 patents have been
There's a lot
secured
of
through
dirt in
Invent
there.
Help's
It's
patent
just
referral
kind of a
services.
dirty mess right
Our
in there.
services
and,
include professional materials
that's just
needed
where
to
the
showcase your invention.
The rotation is
and 3D animation and
localized.
prototype modeling
We've
to
got
help
some
you
rapid
demonstrate your
motion
idea.
right above us here.
Get down to the
Left to
details of
right.
your idea with a
It's
technical
kind of
drawing.
wrapping around it. So now this is going to
The
be
Invent Help data bank
approaching
includes
Highway
thousands of
74
companies who have agreed
very
to review
rapidly.
new ideas.
And we got fast right.
We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today. Go to inventhelp.com or call Invent Help at 844-7-INVENT. That's 844-7-INVENT.
Let's go to links 1 here, and we're going to come back to your shot. So everybody, obviously in Douglas knows and they're aware. So let's go ahead and push on. Let's go ahead and push on in. So Mike Bennett's right here on the edge of the circulation. This is the tornado right here. There's Douglas, and here's the shear. Can you put in the CCs?
devastating
Let's put the
these
CCs
storms
in,
can be to the
and there's
farmland.
the
Look
big,
at that
the big
powerful
hook right
lightning
there,
strike
basically
out
right
ahead
in Douglas.
of the
Might be on the
mothership,
south
the
side of town, but it's very, very
spaceship
close.
of this storm, right?
Within
That-
a half
that
a
kinda
mile of
big
Douglas, and it's a very
cylindrical
large
shape,
circulation.
the nose of the
shear
storm.
tracker there, the hot
Quick
red,
reminder,
shows where the tornado is
lightning can
located.
strike
It's a
up
very
10
large,
miles away from the
a very, very
parent
large
thunderstorm,
circulation.
right?
Corey
Well,
Inman's
another
right there
reason
with
why you don't
night
want to be
vision.
outside. If we
with
could drop
night
the banner
vision.
real quick, team.
So again,
we know
Douglas
violent
over to
storms can be
Covington, and
pounding
then
Oklahoma,
Perry, everybody.
Kansas, and
Stay
notice
alert.
all the
So
headlines.
dangerous right
That's
here.
how many
Could be a
people are
large
outside
multi-vortex
on the road
tornado in there. Go, Corey
May not
Inman.
seem like a lot. That's a lot when you're talking about a
Yeah,
storm
Mike,
that's
I'm
looming
2 miles to the
overhead, right?
southeast of Covington. We're
This
shooting back
is
to the southwest,
alarming
type of night
and
vision
scary.
going.
This is the
just
type
kind of
of stuff that you would see out of a movie.
scanning in there
when
along
you're
the
looking
base.
at
You can
severe
see
storms that would be
you can
pushing
see a
over
lot
an
of cloud
area.
ground lightning
Something
in
that
there.
we had highlighted
That's some pretty
as
wicked
early as
lightning right here in
last
front of the
week.
truck.
We were
But you
talking
can see
about
just the
this
structure of the
as a
storm,
major
just absolutely
concern
incredible.
entering the week, and throughout the
Scanning
day
in there
today,
trying to
we've been
find some power
echoing what the
flashes
Storm
back in the
Prediction
Marshall
Center
area.
has said.
In
Local
fact, Mike, if I
offices
get
have
centered up
said
here, we may have
is
the
that
tornado in
this
the
is
shot.
a rare
Had one
5 out
flash of lightning there
risk
behind it. You can
because
kind of see the left
all
edge of the tornado.
the ingredients in the
And
atmosphere
if that is
can
the tornado,
create
Mike, that's going to be a
storms
large,
like this.
large
a
tornado.
massive
And it's going to be
supercell
coming right into the
congealing
Douglas
together to
area
be almost
and
a,
moving up to Covington. I know we've got a little bit of delay here, but I'm
There are
zoomed in
3
right
new
there.
warnings affecting Kansas and Nebraska.
That almost looks to be the tornado on the night vision,
that's
Mike.
kind of going over northern and western Oklahoma.
You're pushing in on your shot.
You look
there it
at
is.
this,
you
the
can see it.
verbiage when you have
Yeah,
Mets
what you
talk
just
to each
said.
other,
There's about
they
a
call it
20-second
QL.
delay.
There is one new tornado warning for Iowa and Minnesota and South Dakota.
Flash, there it is, right there.
Squall line, right?
Corey, push in on your shot.
Oftentimes what it
because you
talks
got
about
it.
is
It's
a
right there.
dangerous line
So again,
of storms
Douglas
that
to
form
Covington,
as
then
that
Perry.
cold front triggers
That's a large
the
tornado right
storms,
there. It's
We've
right
been
in the middle of
waiting
your
for that
screen,
inflow
down there
boundary.
in the windmills.
And that low-level
Look carefully
jet
with the lightning
to tap
flashes.
in to
You can
create
see
that
it. There it is, right
last
there.
level of
It's a
rotation
wedge
to
tornado
get
is
this
what
to
it
the
is.
surface
Corey Inman, we
as
see it. Go ahead and push on in.
tornadic
There it
event.
is. You
And
can
that's
see it
been
over and
now
over again.
tapped into in the last
Big tornado
hour
in
to
the
hour and a
immediate
half.
vicinity of Douglas.
Now, what
So
awaits is more
Covington to
visuals
Perry,
like this
dangerous
from
situation.
Vince.
Notice he's got night
Douglas,
vision,
Oklahoma,
and it's
or
still
we'll
a
take it to
struggle to
Brendan
see it.
Coppock,
But that's
where
it,
everything's
right
almost
directly in the middle of your
completely
screen,
blinded, and
slightly
you can't even
to the
see
right.
power
Go Corey
line
Inman.
until it's already on top of you, right?
Yeah,
that
Mike,
speaks
still
to
sitting here
how
to
these can be
southeast
rain wrapped.
of Covington,
Flash flooding
looking
becomes
back
a
to the
concern.
southwest,
Driving
and
off the road.
that's got to be
These are
it.
professionals
That's
that we
the
have.
perfect
Now we have
spot,
Corey that's taking
and
a
you can
different
tell by the night
approach.
vision. You got the
He's
left
more
side, the
out
right side there.
ahead of this into
So
the
that
east of
thing's going to
these
track
storms,
pretty close
and
to
he's
maybe just
looking
south of the Covington
back
area.
on it at any
But
time,
everybody from Covington
right? And
over
he's
to
been
Perry
able to
needs
show
to
us
pay
the
attention,
hail
take their
core,
tornado
the
precautions
multiple
now. This
vortices
is a
out of
large
this.
tornado
Either
right there,
way,
Mike.
these are trained professionals.
So we're going to stay with your shot.
Professionals, they are
Ongoing tornado
There
here.
is one new severe
you can
thunderstorm
see
warning
the
for Kansas.
side of it when the lightning flash illuminates the side of the tornado and it goes down to a wedge down in contact with the ground. It's really basically right in the middle of the camera shot right there from Corey Inman's night vision on his camera. He's up toward Covington looking back toward Douglas right here. Go Corey Inman.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. Still directly to the southwest of us. That thing, I'm going to say that's a quarter of a mile wide if that's the tornado in there, which it appears to be. It's every bit of a quarter of a mile wide. It's going to come right over the top of us here. Probably, I'm going to say it's probably about 8 miles due southwest of us. So maybe stay south of Covington, but folks in Covington need to be in their shelter right now. This thing means business. Continuing to track to the east-northeast. That thing still appears to be on the ground, Mike. Right
Corey,
there
you're doing a great job. Let's go over to Lynx 1 just real briefly. Damian Lotus here is going to be showing you the wind here. So here's the mesocyclone right here. We'll push on in. Here's Covington looking southwest. This is the tornado right here, and he's going to hit these wind speeds right here, and you'll see what we're talking about. So the bright green, for example, as he takes a look there, and the hot red showing about 85 one direction and 62 the other. So 90 the other direction now. 90 the other direction, and what's the other side?
85.
85.
It's negative 85. 85 and plus 90, so that's 175 mile an hour rotation signature.
Right there. And that's
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Inman Stream. There's the hook. This is the debris ball. And here's the shear, the red, the hot red. Basically right over Douglas here. May go south of Covington, may not. Very, very close. Covington, you see Covington here. Still red line, center line for Perry, the way it is right now. Let's go back over to Corey Inman. Ongoing large tornado right here.
Yeah, Mike, we're getting ready to have to bail out of here. It's just to our southwest, right there behind the windmills. We're starting to get a little bit of hail and starting to get the heavy rain in here, so we're going to have to bail out and go east towards the Perry area.
Hey, Mike.
Look at a major interstate
Hey, Mike.
coming in. Getting confirmation from Nancy,
Yeah, hey,
our team
Mike,
behind the
did you hear me?
scenes, that there is no audio from them. Okay.
Go, Mike Bennett.
So
Okay. Hey, Mike, right when I got off the phone
visuals
with you a minute ago,
of
Marshall got
this,
hit with
and
about probably 50 to 60 mile an hour
There's
RFD
not
winds
even,
wrapped around it.
This is a tornado warning.
not a wall cloud present. And at any time, there's an
Based on what we
interruption.
saw
It's been
visually, it looked like it was going to be pretty large. We couldn't see it, but we could just see the dirt and everything that was going around it. So we basically was seeing possibly just the debris cloud. But anyway, 50 to 60 mile an hour RFD winds wrapping around it.
Just for our viewers
Okay, let's go back to Corey Inman here. Ongoing tornado very close to Douglas, coming up on Covington right now. Go, Corey Inman.
strong inflow.
Yeah, Mike, we're eastbound towards
Keanu, I know
the
you're
Perry
gonna time
area,
this out.
trying to refocus the
We're
camera back
looking
in there
at
and
this
find it. But
as
it definitely still does appear to be on the ground. I've got some traffic here behind me that's going to obscure the night vision. But it was still on the ground when we turned around to head east. Just scanning back in there looking for power flashes right now. Again, Covington over to Perry, you guys have to take your tornado precautions, be in your safe spot. I'm going to have to let these cars get around us here, Mike. Give me just a minute so that I can get their lights out of the shot.
Okay, let's go back over to Max 1. We're going to give you a little overview right here. So
This is a tornado warning.
A little ominous, like exactly right on ominous, but ongoing tornado warning here, pretty close to Blackwell. So Blackwell right about now, and then over toward Newkirk in northern Kay County. So there's Kay County, and Ponca City is basically right there. There's Ponca right there. So
there is
just
one
on the
new
northern
severe
side of Ponca
thunderstorm
City, that
warning
one's
for
ongoing.
Tennessee.
You can clearly see what's going on right here in the Douglas area, just south of Covington. Damaging winds has came through Marshall. You see Perry is right here, so now's the time. For Perry, you need to be going to your safe spot, away from windows. Mobile homes will not be safe. This is likely an ongoing large tornado right here, just to the east of Douglas now and just on the south side of Covington, north of Marshall and northwest of Orlando.
Take a look at the
It's about to pass into
velocities.
Noble County. And there's your time of arrival, and there is your basically your rain-wrapped debris balls, what that likely is. The velocities are really pretty crazy. Very hot colors here coming around one side. We had 82 and 92 basically, one direction, the other direction.
Well, now look at Lynx 1.
Got an eye. Let's go to Lynx 1 here. Damian Lotus is driving it.
Look at the new updated velocity numbers.
So here they are right here. What do you got?
133 one way and negative 102 the other way.
133 one way and 102 the other. So that's a spin of over 100 miles per hour. That's just the spin of over 100. And that's sampling basically the wall of the tornado at the radar is a fair amount away from it. So that's scanning the wall of the tornado spinning at a little over 100, at 100 miles per hour. So it's a very large signature here. We should probably go to the CCs and see if we see any debris signature on this. It's an ongoing tornado, no doubt about it. There's the motion there. So there's Covington, just south of Covington, north of Marshall and northwest of Orlando. Heading for Perry. It is heading for Perry. Let's go back over to Corey Inman. Corey is doing a bit of repositioning here. He's still very much right there looking at it. We saw it multiple times in your night vision, Corey. You're doing a great job. It was a low wedge down in there.
Yeah, and if you look right here, Mike, you're going to see it coming up. We got a bit of a delay, but there's another tornado out in front of that one. This thing is formed. This is probably the second time there's been a small stovepipe that is formed out in front of it, and it gets sucked right back into that large mesocyclone, and you can see it's coming into view there. This thing's right over the highway right now, and that thing is cranking, Mike. It's going to put it really close to Covington, maybe just a little bit south, but it's going to be extremely, extremely close to Covington. You can see that little satellite tornado right there on the front edge of what was the larger tornado that we had back to the southwest. So this thing means business in here, Mike. It's really kind of hard now. We've got the rain moved in here to be able to see the right and the left side like we had earlier, starting to get some southwesterly winds. So we're going to blast east here real quick. But that thing is right behind us on the highway here, coming southeast out of Covington towards the Perry area.
So what you just saw a tornado rotating into the main tornado. Did you see the cone there coming down? And it was going from that side of the screen to this side of the screen, and it was rotating into the main circulation, being pulled into it. Violent tornadoes will have that. That's something that it's a signature for violent tornadoes. It's on the inflow. Notice how things are changing very fast where Corey is located. He's doing a great job tracking this. Let's go back over to Max 1. And
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
This is what he was showing us right here, and there's a big donut hole right next to it. So he's showing the tornado spinning into the main tornado. And notice that here's Perry right here. So you're looking at basically a very large eye-looking feature, and it's spinning at over 100 miles an hour. And that was a satellite tornado on the inflow, and it was being yanked into the main tornado. And you saw it disappear as it went into it. It happened, it was moving really fast. So it gives you an idea how dynamic all this is. Corey, tell us where you are right now. You folks in Perry, this is dangerous right here. The amount of damaging winds around this is very broad. We're talking about 5 to 6 to 7 miles in width. And at this point, it's going to have to veer or lift or something to not be red line, center line for Perry. And this is capable of producing widespread damage in Perry. Just know that and be away from windows. Do not be in a mobile home. Find the storm cellar or the basement or the safe room or the closet. Know that. This is a powerful circulation right here. And right now it's heading directly into Perry, and it's only about 9 minutes away from right now. Go, Corey Inman.
Yeah, Mike, we're just north of the town of Hayward. There's a large tornado.
That's so dangerous.
Left edge of it there in the shot. Had the left edge of it there in the shot, Mike. But that thing is coming, maybe, like I said, maybe just south of Covington, but it's started to move east again, and it's coming right down the highway. Folks in Perry, this is your heads up. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions. You can still see some dust and everything being spun around the mesocyclone and the updraft there, Mike. Really, I've lost the edge of the tornado right now because the rain's moved in here. We're just starting to break out of it. But looking back in there, that thing's still on the ground, Mike.
Yeah, and it's such a large circulation. It has the potential to produce widespread damage in Perry. We don't want to see this.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
And as you show the motion there, it's heading basically directly into Perry, and it's over Hayward right now. Corey Inman, where do you think you are from Hayward?
Stand by 1 second, Mike, and I'll give you that. I am 1 mile northwest of Hayward right now, shooting back to the west. We're on the highway here that'll bring us into the south side of Perry. That thing it's just behind us, maybe just to the north of the highway here.
Okay. So ongoing danger.
This is a tornado warning.
You just saw that live.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for
Kansas. It was on the north side of it, torquing in and feeding into it at a high rate of speed. And that's what violent tornadoes do. There's your velocity right there. Damien measured about 105 on the spin rate on an average. It's about 113 one direction, 102 the other. So it's spinning at over 100 miles per hour. And that's essentially kind of the wall of the tornado, but not the multiple vortices inside of it. The winds inside of that are stronger. The multiple vortices are stronger than that. Ongoing big tornado. There are the CCs, and we're showing indications there potentially of some debris being lost. Kind of inconclusive there, but it sure is a possibility right there around the Hayward area, and the shear marker there is going from red to yellow, which is the yellow's up near the top of the scale. So Perry, dangerous situation here. Tornado heading directly toward you. Looks to be large and multi-vortex with satellite tornadoes going around it and a big swath of high-velocity damaging winds. Go Corey Inman.
Wind and hail, as Steve pointed out. We're talking potentially hurricane force gusts there. Douglas, Oklahoma, Brandon Kopic. You can see
Corey,
where
you're
he's
watching
at,
your night vision camera. You're doing a fantastic job. You're right up there hugging the edge of the mesocyclone. We saw that satellite tornado feeding into it.
And we're even looking at some
in the
other
lightning
vehicles
flashes,
kind of on
we
the
can
road,
see occasionally the wedge tornado on the ground back up there, wrapped up in rain and hail.
Steve, you might have a better.
Sorry, I was trying to get the attention of the crew because this is
right
a
behind us here.
car that went off the road.
We're trying to get
and so Brandon rushed out of his car. We saw him with his vest, and he's over there trying to create some, hopefully rendering aid and help. Notice, as you had mentioned too, we've talked about blinding rain. You can't see anything in front of you, and you lose perception where the road is, or you hydroplane, and that's going to be a concern for anybody that's out right now. You could be going off the road, and before you know it, there is a confirmed tornado here, and the last place you want to be is left stranded outside.
Well, that's one of the dangerous things here, is I'm sure everybody can relate. You get caught in a storm, and it's just pounding rain. You can't see where the lanes are.
There is one new tornado warning from Nebraska.
Steering wheel there, but you know, we thank Brandon Kopic for
great
helping
job.
other people out on the road.
Perry, no, this is dangerous. It is the real deal. Let's hope something happens and it lifts and goes away. But it is the real deal for sure. We're going to take a look down the line, and this is more for the Oklahoma City Metro here a little bit later on. So we have a supercell with an ongoing tornado warning coming out of Custer County. And this is going to head up into southern Blaine County, and then from there up into either northern Canadian or central or southern Kingfisher County. Ongoing tornado warning right there. The velocities are not totally out of sight, but they're coming up. And that's going to be east of Custer City and to the west of Gary and Greenfield. Just north of I-40. We've got several trackers there. Aaron Sanders joins us live.
It will last until 8:30 p.m. Central Time, so we still have another 30 minutes or so. But it's as we get later into the evening, the sun goes down, that low-level jet kicks in, that tornado threat will persist. And if you do see some of these tornadoes,
there is one new tornado warning for Kansas.
That are long track, long-lived, they can reorganize and recreate a tornado. And
it is rotating right now. We're keeping our eyes on it. We'll be out here keeping an eye on it. Back to you, Mike.
So tell me your exact location right now, Aaron.
So that'll be a key factor as we push in later into the evening.
Be right at the junction
We're
highway
looking at that debris tracker right now, trying to see is there anything being lofted into the air.
Here's
looking at
a
probably
storm
some hail
projection.
pushing in just near Covington.
Storm projection
but there's
on that.
that rotation
So you're talking
for you.
about
Pretty strong
Hydro,
rotation
Gary,
here, just towards the south of Covington, across State Highway 164.
Near and north of
Folks in Perry, while you may or may not be within this confirmed tornado warning box, we want to be in our tornado safe place
9:30 to 9:45 time frame, 10 p.m. or so. It's the tail end supercell right now, just north of I-40, ongoing tornado warning. There's your track. Okarche and Kingfisher are red line, center line right now. And Gary, very close to Gary, and then from there, very close to Piedmont, Lake Lottawatta, Cedar Valley, Guthrie, Edmond, Okarche, Kingfisher area. That's the tail end. So know that tornado warning in effect on that. And there's your time of arrival. We've got several trackers on it. We'll check back with them. Back to Corey Inman. For you folks in Perry, right now nothing has changed. Dangerous situation here. Likely a large tornado on the ground. In the past couple minutes, Corey, what have you seen?
City, Sam giving me a good track on this to show you
the
distance.
We got out in front of it here, Mike. We're at
miles all the way down towards Interstate 40.
At the intersection here, just to the west
major interstates we want to avoid
Perry,
moving
looking
forward
back to
for
the
this
southwest,
evening. Thankfully, it's a
to
Monday,
the west.
so I'm hoping there's not a lot of travel going on right now.
Lost
Folks are
visual
kind
on
of
the tornado.
settling in for the week at hand, but certainly to the north of Weatherford, we do have that tornado warning. We're giving you a live picture here from Gary, Oklahoma. You can see just dark, maybe kind of that eerie look here. The windshield wipers, they're going pretty fast. That's just showing you all of the rain. There's a lot of moisture that's being pulled into this part of the country. And when you have all of this available moisture, these storms can then tap into it and create heavy precip supercells or HP cells, as some meteorologists like to refer it to. But it's with these heavy precip cells that come with rain-wrapped tornadoes, which are difficult to see.
Look at the hail and the rain being drawn in,
over the course
what
of
we
this
call
afternoon and evening, kind of prepping for the show.
Drawn in like a sink drain. So it's like a big sink drain right here. So it's a big hole punch in the atmosphere. All that instability is now going straight up at a high rate of speed. So it's like a sink drain. You can clearly see the rain and hail.
This is a tornado warning.
that circulation right there. Again, Perry, it's a big area of damaging winds. So you want to make absolutely sure that you're away from windows. Absolutely sure. And it's coming in right now. It's just a matter of minutes away from Perry now, about 3 to 4 minutes from impacting the western sides of Perry. And your time of arrival there, Perry, at about 8:15 or so, 8:10, 8:15. So literally here in just a few minutes from right now. It has cleared Douglas, heavy rain in Douglas, but it's cleared Douglas, and the damaging winds have cleared Marshall as well. Damaging winds down toward Orlando, though, up through Perry. Let's go to Mike Bennett. He's been on Highway 51 traveling eastbound with an update. Mike?
Go into tonight. The threat is nowhere near over.
Okay, Mike, yeah, we are on 51. We're coming up on I-35 here.
And Haley, we're going to be talking about the northern side of this, right? A lot of instability and severe concerns for Oklahoma and Kansas, but we look north of there, and there's some concerns just outside of Kansas City, St. Joseph. And now look at this. This is not something that you want to see play out, but into the southeastern corner of Nebraska, you have severe thunderstorm warnings that are popped up. Remember, we're only 10 days removed from that tornadic outbreak that happened in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. So major concern about those areas that are vulnerable, and now you're starting to look at some of those warnings that are popping up just to the south of Omaha. You think of Waverly. We had new video just coming into Fox Weather today of that EF3 that ripped off the top of a construction building there, and now you have rain falling over that area, and then a tornado warning just to the east of there. So we're looking at radar
we're checking to see whether or not the
rotation.
OHP is going
This
to
is south
stop
of Interstate
traffic on
80
35
right
or
now,
not.
and
We're
it doesn't
checking
look
on that
like
right now.
there's an
That's the kind of
impressive
situation we're
couplet
dealing
as
with,
of right now.
at a minimum, you're going to be talking about winds that'll be pushing over semis right and left. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter, because there's a bunch of 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. Here's a bit of an overview here for you folks in Kay County. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, and the storm now east of Bremen, just to the west of Newkirk, and just north of the Blackwell Tonkawa Airport, just north of Blackwell. The tornado warning for Kay County has been allowed to expire. So it's no longer in effect for Kay County. There's Ponca City, heavy to occasionally some severe weather now approaching from the Billings area. And there's a time of arrival. That's up near the Kansas border, Newkirk. And up into Kansas right there is where that's tracking. That's the earlier the tornado warning.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina.
County, now it's up here in northern Kay County. So Chilocco and up there near Newkirk and Kildare, northern parts of Call Lake. That's where that's tracking, but no longer a tornado warning there. That's good news. Rotation, nothing right there that's anything too big and too bad, but up here in northern Kay County still a severe thunderstorm now ongoing here. Lots of damaging wind. So again, you see the area of rotation there spinning, the rain and hail.
There is one new tornado warning for Kansas.
Great big swirl there, like a big sink drain effect, and that's the ongoing tornado warning. There's Perry, so the damaging winds. Big inflow band right there had a tornado warning or tornado on it earlier from Corey Inman. You saw that live there in his night vision. So a lot of widespread damaging wind now. The Perry area, a lot of high wind on I-35 that can easily push over semis, and it could be locally 80 to 90 miles per hour. Damian Lotus had winds spinning at about 105 miles per hour on the edge of that tornado, sampling the wind on the edge of it. Let's go back to Corey Inman here live with an update here. Coming in on Perry right now, Corey, where are you?
I-70, and this does have gate-to-gate shoot.
We are about a mile to the east of I-35 on the south end of Perry, looking back to the
west. Texas. Just keep that
looking back in there, I don't see any power flashes.
What happened with Texas last week at the end of the week. This is Abilene, Kansas, just outside of there. I-70, where you have the green meeting the red. And so what that tells us is there's tight rotation and something that radar is picking up on.
I don't see any power flashes at all right now. So the tornado may have lifted, but this thing still means business moving into the Perry area.
Out the tornado
and we do
warning
possibly have another circulation that's developing
for those areas like Moonlight and Buckeye. Notice when you have it on radar,
right here, just over my shoulder, I'll pan the camera back in there.
Where it has that
kind of a bowl shape in there,
right? Or that
there are two new warnings affecting Iowa and Minnesota and Oklahoma and South Dakota.
This is all radar indicated, but it's for Clay, Dickinson, Geary, and Riley counties into the I-70 corridor of Kansas.
So it's still
So the
on the ground.
northern line has really tapped into that low level shear. Notice the Fox weather alert system off to the edge.
Okay.
You have severe
So
thunderstorm
let's go ahead and take a look here at radar
Look at
and look at the latest trends that we have right now. So
now the latest watch
the tornado
came in
velocities
Nebraska,
are coming down
South
some.
Dakota, and
There is
mainly
a
out
big
of
swath
Iowa
of
that includes
damaging
Des
winds,
Moines.
though, that are now
Nearly
coming
1.5
across
million
Interstate 35, and I'll show those to you here coming up. So again, Perry right about now, and then over toward Morrison, Glencoe, and then Pawnee, and Fairfax and Cleveland. Cleveland's up there at Keystone Lake, so we're talking way down the road. So here's Perry. There's a lot of damaging winds here. Still an ongoing tornado warning right up to I-35 at Perry, but we've lost some of the tornado vortex signatures. See the hot red right there? There's a bunch of high winds right here on I-35. Noble County, basically from the Logan County line all the way up to about the Billings exit. So Black Bear Creek, all in through there, a lot of high winds, 412. I-35, a lot of high winds, could be 80, 90 miles per hour easily. Those hot reds are some really bright colors in there, and there could be potentially still some tornadoes inside of all this. There's Perry right here, so the winds are now coming in on Perry. Looks like the strongest winds now are to the northwest, maybe passing to the north of Perry. So there's the tornado warning, but we have lost. We've lost a lot of that clean spin that we had earlier. That's a good thing, right? It's a very good thing. So a lot of damaging wind in through here, yes, but we've lost a lot of the clean spin. The center, what's left of the spin is now northwest of Perry, the way it looks. Let's go back to Corey Inman. Talk about that. He's got his night vision. He's approaching I-35 near Perry right now. Corey?
Debris on the ground that can turn into some of the missiles kind of
yeah, Mike,
flying
we're
around.
actually in
so
downtown Perry. This thing is
poses
across
an issue
35.
Here, but the tornado watch
the
is
leading
in
edge is getting ready to come into downtown Perry very shortly. You can see
with Elkhorn and
you can
Bennington
see the leading
taking
edge
some
of the
pretty
anvil there
significant damage
in the
with
shot.
that outbreak to finish out April.
Scanning back here, I think our new circulation is starting to take over just to the southwest of Perry, which is that's where Bennett was seeing power flashes. That's where it would be from his location.
For locations
we're
like
gonna get
City.
This is a tornado warning.
Where that threat will only be as active for another 3-4 hours. But notice that tornado threat very likely. Large hail.
Not sure why, Mike, but the tornado sirens are not sounding in Perry. So anybody watching, they need to go ahead and take this thing serious.
So it is going to be.
Yeah, I'm showing a lot of damaging winds around there. There's no doubt about it. The larger spin has by and large gone away. Let's go over to Lynx 1 and look at the shear tracker. That's a good development in through there. And that's a really good development. The velocities have come down as well. Here's the shear tracker, and we've lost a lot of that clean spin. We're showing basically a gust front now of a lot of high velocity damaging winds in the 80, maybe 90 mile per hour range from the Billings exit on I-35 all the way down to the Highway 51 exit on I-35, so most of Noble County. So you still want to stay away from your windows. It'll be a wind coming basically out of the west and out of the southwest in most cases, so the wind blowing from west to east. So a big gust front in there with some pretty strong winds, which could be 80 to 90 miles per hour. So that the trend right there in terms of the big tornado, this is a good trend, and it appears like the big tornado may well have lifted a little ways back closer to Hayward. Let's go back to Corey Inman here with his night vision. He's in Perry right now. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, just coming out of the east side of Perry, we'll get up here on the hill and take a look. But you're right, just looking at everything visually and looking at the velocity presentation on radar, it's almost as if it's starting to blow out. We've kind of lost that newer circulation we were looking at to the southwest of Perry as we came through town here. So once we get up here on the hill, we'll be able to scan back in there. I'm still taking a southeast wind at about 35 to 40, so there's still plenty of inflow in here. Now we're east of Perry, scanning back in there, and I don't see any power flashes or anything like that. So good news for Perry, but still need to take this very serious. A lot of damaging winds coming through there now, Mike.
Okay, we're going to go back to Max 1 here, and we're going to take a step back out of this. Again, there's the high wind up there around north of Perry on I-35, so a lot of high winds up in through there. And there's some 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, straight line winds up in through there, up toward the Billings exit, Highway 412, up toward Black Bear Creek. There's a lot of high wind up in there, so a bunch of wind on I-35. Be a dangerous drive anywhere up in through here. due to the strong straight line damaging winds. And pretty good wind now coming into Perry, but we've lost that clean spin. That's good. So it's more of a giant gust front now with damaging winds with that. So it's changed quite a bit here in the past 5 to 10 minutes or so. Still a big wrapping hook now coming into Perry. So some damaging winds still likely. Okay, so here's the metro right here. There's Edmond, there's Piedmont. So here's Northwest Highway at Okarche. So we have severe storms with lots of heavy rain, flash flood watches, and quite possibly flood advisories coming out here as this comes into the I-35 corridor. The North Metro and maybe even the Metro may get quite a bit of rain here the next 2 to 3 hours. So it's now 8:16. We're looking at that 9:30, 10, 10:30 time period, 11 o'clock time period. Supercell back there to the west of Gary. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire there. So lots of heavy rain, lots of golf balls in through here. And there's your timed arrival on the tail end storm, talking about Kingfisher County into Logan County and over toward Piedmont as well. Okarche there at about 8:50 or so. It's 8:16 right now. And then Kingfisher by about 9 o'clock, so about 45 minutes away. Let's go to Connor Toon. He's on that tail end storm right now.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska.
Bridgeport Hydro and Weatherford.
Bottom right-hand side of your picture, you see that.
Yes, Mike, we are in Gary. Like I said, we're looking northwest now at the updraft base of that storm, the tornado warning. Turn in here, get your shot.
And it's as that jet kicks in, it will then
here's the low-hanging scud wall cloud here. Get your shot, sorry.
Tracking and expecting as we move forward. For this part of the country,
definitely lots of movement under the base right now.
Until 11 p.m. Central Time, so we've got a long time to go to track out these storms.
So this is out west of the metro by about 55 miles. Southern Blaine County, this side of Weatherford by a few miles. About 25 miles, 20 miles west-northwest of El Reno is where this is. Connor Toon's on there, as long as other trackers are as well. Connor, so you're tracking it eastbound. The tornado warning's been allowed to expire. That's a good thing.
We have to look at the velocity.
Yes, Mike, yes, we just saw that. It does not look nearly as organized as it did a little bit ago, but we are going to try to get east, get further ahead of the notch. It's really hard to see once this rain starts wrapping around. But we've had several really good
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska.
And keep ahead of that notch. Back to you.
Okay, so Emily, the low-level jet's kicking in here, approaching sunset right about now, and so much heat and humidity out there. Still a lot of storm fuel.
That's right, Mike. So we still have a PDS tornado watch. It's actually been extended farther east until 11 o'clock. Several ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings that continue across northern Oklahoma. Of course, we still have this tornado warning that we've had a very close eye on that continues. Don't think that it's over, guys. We're just getting started. This is going to be ramping up still over the next couple of hours. We've been talking about the low-level jet, so that's above the surface, not quite the mid-levels of the atmosphere. These winds that ramp up and can give additional spin that continue the tornado threat even after the sun has set. Let's take a look at the line of storms. It is becoming more linear. So when you have a line of storms, it becomes more of a damaging wind threat. This will not diminish the tornado threat because of what I talked about with the low-level jet. Let's zoom on in right now and north of Ponca City, still tracking the severe thunderstorm warnings. I know we have Eric Dixon on that one. Our storm trackers are on top of all this. Still have a powerful storm moving into Perry, switching over to velocity. Earlier, we watched as it produced it had almost a hole in the center there.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Measuring up to 200 miles per hour when you put it together. And that couplet is moving east. It is blowing out. Still could have a very damaging wind threat moving through Perry. And that is going to be tracking east. Let's go to Corey Inman, who's been on top of this. Earlier witnessed some power flashes. Corey, we're still looking at a very dangerous storm.
Look up and see where tornado shelters might be in your area.
Yeah, Emily, we're about 3 miles to the east of Perry. I just had a power flash here in front of me on the highway.
Just to make sure everybody is safe. With these storms, it's not the time
50 to 60 mile an hour winds blowing back to the from the southeast to the northwest. I'm kind of panning back in there.
Or at least that's being stated as
don't
possible.
see anything. You know, this thing's kind of gusted out. I had a report from a resident on the southwest side of Perry was telling me he had 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts at his house. But just looking back in there, I think most of our power flashes are going to come from damaging winds right now. Not seeing any real tight areas of circulation. Maybe one trying to form to the north of the highway up here just a little bit, which is where all that inflow wind was blowing into. Like I said, we had that power flash there in front of us from the inflow wind. So we're going east over here towards the Morrison area. Right now,
there are 3 new warnings affecting Oklahoma and South Carolina and South Dakota.
Okay, thanks for that report. So we have our tracker on top of the storm as it is moving through Perry with some potential for damaging winds. Just getting some news in right now from emergency management in the Enid-Garfield County area. They're doing some damage assessment. They've reported trees down and buildings destroyed half a mile south of the Garfield County line and Highway 81 in Kingfisher County. Lots of trees down in the Douglas and Covington area. Of course, this is when this pulsed up to a stronger tornado. So unfortunately, there will likely be some damage in that area. Let's go back to the maps as we're still tracking this line of severe storms. So zooming in, you're seeing these bright shades of pinks picking up. That represents these high winds.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Moving east through Perry, it'll eventually be heading north of Morrison. Moving down the line, we're still tracking the severe thunderstorm from Hennessy down through Loyal. This still could have some embedded circulations, but at this time, we're mainly looking at 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. There's the potential of 1-inch hail. The hail threat's going to be going down a little bit. Looks like there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. This is going to take it into the northwest metro. Damien, if you could tell me the speed on this one, or maybe we could put a track on it. This is going to be moving off to the east-northeast.
This is a tornado warning.
And this is going to be moving into the metro, I'd say as early as 9:30.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and Nebraska.
Especially even northern sides of the metro. We have meteorologist Aaron Brackett out. You could talk to him real quick. He's been monitoring the storm with the interceptor. Go ahead, Aaron, tell us your location, and we're eyeing this as it will be heading towards the metro.
The last 3 hours is when we've seen that active weather.
Yeah, that's right. We're heading toward the west metro right now, not too far from El Reno. We're going to get ahead of this and watch out, especially for folks in the Okarche area and Okarche area toward Piedmont, toward Guthrie eventually, Cedar Valley, places like that, and even Kingfisher as this back storm continues in. We've been watching it. There's a little persistent wall cloud out to our left, but not anything near the ground right now.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and Minnesota and South Dakota.
The line of storms, a lot of times they have a tendency to rotate and a tendency to produce tornadoes. We're going west on east on I-40, and we're still taking quite a lot of wind from the south, so it's kind of a white knuckle drive right here, and there's small little clouds kind of feeding into that storm and the tail end storm that's now going to be approaching the northwest Oklahoma City area and metro and suburbs. So all those folks need to stay weather aware. Things far from over. Of course, the tornado watch goes until 9 o'clock tonight, PDS Tornado Watch, and we've already had a lot of intense activity in northern Oklahoma. This is the back end of these line of storms, so we got to watch it real carefully.
Thanks for that, Aaron. We have team coverage as we are not done yet, guys. The PDS Tornado Watch goes until 11 o'clock tonight, and the severe weather could continue in the state until about 2 a.m. because we're waiting for the cold front to move through. If we can go to Max 2 control room, Damien went ahead and put a track on this as it is going to be approaching the metro. So we're talking about El Reno here at 8:52 p.m., Edmond at 9:10 p.m., moving into Yukon at 9:12, Midwest City 9:51, OKC at 9:50.
This is a tornado warning.
More towards the north metro. The question is any of this to the south going to do anything? And I don't think it will because it hasn't so far. Another threat we have to talk about is flooding. Let's go back to Max 3 if we can. There is a flooding threat that continues with this as you have a line slowly marching east and it's dumping a bunch of water. We have such saturated soils from all the big weather events we've had over the past week and a half. So there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. We're still eyeing the velocity. This is what I'm talking about here. There's a flash flood watch that includes portions of northern, central, and eastern Oklahoma now through tonight. And this is a big flash flood warning, so something to watch out for as well. Let's go to Connor Toon right now. He's near Geary. Go ahead.
So we have a lot of severe weather to cover.
Yeah, Emily, we split a little bit to the east. We're looking back towards Geary now. As you can see, I don't see a well-defined wall cloud. I do see several areas of lowering, lots of motion on them. Here, I'll kind of move my camera here. See, here's another one, obvious updraft. I don't see a lot of spin, but I do see a lot of scud rising into the storm. So again, We are east of Gary, looking back to the northwest of Gary, kind of towards the Greenfield area, maybe southwest of Greenfield. But as you can see, yeah, lots of areas of lifting scud into the storm. Back to you.
Okay, we appreciate that. Just an update, we are still tracking the potential of some dangerous storms. The Weather Service is not going to reissue a tornado warning for that storm over Perry at the moment, but we can't let our guard down as the PDS Tornado Watch continues. Well, let's go back to the maps. I want to go ahead and give you a little forecast here for the latest. So we're still expecting the line of storms to be moving into Oklahoma City, mainly northeast, so north of I-40, like we've been saying all along, has the more potent storm environment. That's going to be moving in around the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock hour, and in fact, there still could be some new development along the cold front that may spark some additional lift to create more storms. Notice how it moves to the metro from about the 9 to 11 p.m. time frame. This is at midnight, south and east, so Shawnee down through just south of Norman, and then it's going to move into Sallisaw down through McAllister at around 1 to 2 a.m. and it could impact areas that were hard hit, of course, by the tornadoes just 2 Saturdays ago. So keeping that in mind, as this is still a dangerous situation, damaging winds, very large hail. Although the hail threat is morphing down, it's more of a damaging wind threat as we move on. If we can right now, let's take it out to, let's go to Corey Inman right now, who's still on that potent storm. Corey, still very powerful winds possible with this, and obviously I can see from your shot a lot of lightning.
Yeah, Emily, we're west of Morrison here, just to the west of the Bill's Corner area. For the folks in the area that are watching, they know where Bill's Corner is. Looking back to the northwest, there's kind of been a little kink that's kind of developed there on the leading edge of that, where it gusted out and started to get a little kink there just to the north of the highway here. So we've got the camera panned back in there looking for anything that may happen there along that kink. Still have inflow winds, 40, 45, occasionally even higher than that.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa and Nebraska.
But to the south of the highway, Emily, everything's going to be strong, straight line winds. As that thing kind of gusts out, we're just keeping an eye on that little kink to the north.
All right, we appreciate that, and this is why we have our talented team of storm trackers out to keep you forewarned. Team coverage as we continue to track the tornado threat. PDS Tornado Watch, particularly dangerous situation, continues until 11 a.m. for most of the state. It has been expanded farther east, and this is what we were expecting all along, a line of storms with a damaging wind threat and continued tornado threat because of the low-level jet that's just starting to ramp back up now, or ramp up. It's going to be pushing this line off to the east and still producing potentially damaging storms, damaging winds. Let's go ahead and zoom on in one more time to the latest here to keep you all forewarned. Northern Oklahoma, we're still tracking the severe thunderstorm warning up through Newkirk, down through Tonkawa. That does not look as strong as it did earlier, but this is the previously tornadic storm. That tornado warning is going to be canceled. It's moving east, though, still very powerful and could produce some damaging straight line winds, especially east of Perry right now. Those damaging winds are about to head into Morrison, so we could be looking at 70 to 80 mile per hour winds there. I also want to point out those high winds moving past Red Rock, moving down the line. Severe thunderstorm warning continues over Marshall, down through Hennessy and Dover, but those winds are going to be moving south and east towards places like Mulhall, Crescent, Guthrie, Cashin, Kingfisher as well, with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds potentially there, as well as a localized flash flooding threat out to the west. We're tracking the severe storms over Greenfield. Let's go to
Yeah, Emily, we're just west of Morrison, between Morrison and Bill's Corner. You're looking back to the northwest. There's a big bowl that's kind of dropped out there. That's right on that kink that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. This is just to the northwest of Morrison. It's going to be between Morrison and the turnpike to Tulsa. But that's the area where we've had all the inflow winds blowing into, and we've got that little kink presentation on velocity and on radar. So that bowl just developed since we talked to you just a minute or two ago. So folks, Morrison on over to Pawnee, don't let your guard down yet. This thing still means business moving through, and if it happens here on the leading edge of it, Emily, we're going to be right here with it.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that bow out. I mean, we're going to have some damaging straight line winds heading that way. Right now, we want to take it out to Damian Lotus, continued team coverage. We need multiple meteorologists to keep eyes on the storms. We have multiple storms we're concerned with right now, Damian.
Yeah, that's right, Emily. As of right now, the primary area of focus is going to be from the Oklahoma-Kansas border along I-35, pretty much down to I-40. So as of right now, if you live along or north of I-40, including the Oklahoma City Metro, you are going to be fair game here for severe weather as we head throughout the next couple of hours. The latest timeline here for Oklahoma City, we have about another hour before the storms move in, so you need to get hunkered down to remain weather aware here as we head throughout this evening, because even though these storms aren't producing a whole lot of tornado warnings right now, we are now starting to morph towards what it looks more like a damaging wind and large hail threat. So this is what I'm tracking right now. A statewide view of our storm scanner is showing that all these storms are continuing from northern into central Oklahoma. And just look at all this lightning that I'm tracking across these storms. Lightning is normally a good indicator on just how healthy a storm is, and these storms are still maintaining very strong, a lot of lightning here for us. So I'm going to take the lightning off so you can actually see. What we're looking at right now is reflectivity. This is what happens when the radar shoots its beam into a storm.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
The reds and the yellows, those are heavier rainfall. Whenever you start to see that pink, when you start to see those gray colors, that's whenever you start to see the really heavy rainfall and the hail, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So we're seeing heavy rainfall, just flooding rainfall extending from pretty much the Kansas border down I-35 towards Perry, and then points off to the west from Hennessy down through Dover, Kingfisher, and Watonga. And all these little boxes you see, I'm going to go ahead and stop the clock for right now. So what you're looking at for right now is all those little boxes you're seeing. It's what we call polygons. The yellow polygons, those are for severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the ones that are blinking right there. We had a tornado warning earlier, but that is since allowed to expire, so that is good news. So as of right now, no tornado warnings here for the state of Oklahoma, but with any of these storms, with how much they've been spinning so far, it's not going to take much for one of those to reform. So as you see right here in these last 15 minutes, there was a tornado warning here just to the west of Perry. Now the difference between those two tornado warnings, a red box, which is what you're seeing right there, that is a radar indicated tornado warning. A purple box is when you have the confirmed eyes on the ground from our storm trackers radar or tornado warning. So what we're looking at right now is that
there are 2 new warnings affecting Iowa and Nebraska and Tennessee.
Heavy rainfall continuing across the state. So I'm going to switch from that. We're going to go over to what we've been showing you pretty much all night, which is our velocity product. So what we're looking at right now is pretty much the winds, how the winds inside these storms are going. If they are red, that means they are moving away from the radar, and if they are green, that means they are moving towards the radar. So whenever you start to get red and green put together, that's when we start to see those velocity signatures, and if you have really tight velocity, that's normally what shows us tornadoes are forming across the state. So as of right now, I'm not really seeing anything like that, but the way these colors work, the brighter the colors, whether if it's red or green, the stronger the winds are. So right now what I'm tracking is very strong. We're talking 50, 60, 70, possibly even 80 mile an hour straight line wind gusts from Highway 35 from Perry over towards Morrison, about to push into Pawnee and Glencoe, Stillwater even there on the southern edge of this little storm. So right now, blinding rainfall and very strong winds gusting once again 50, 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour. So what you're looking at right now is our velocity product. This is what shows us how strong the winds are in the storm. So as you see right here, some very strong winds. It's primarily going to be the reflectivity we're watching here as we head throughout the next couple of hours, because that is what's going to show us just how heavy and strong these storms are. And this is the radar that we're looking at right now. So pretty much if you live along or north of I-40, pushing towards I-35 here in this little box, that's where we're going to see the strongest storms here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. As of right now, we're not really seeing a whole lot of development here off to our west, and more importantly, south of I-40. We got a couple little returns right here, a couple little light showers, but none of these have really shown
there is one new tornado warning for Minnesota,
like some of these other storms have done, which is a great thing, because if any of these storms form, or if any storms form in this part of the state, these are going to be the storms that eventually work their way here towards the Oklahoma City Metro in the I-35 corridor. But as of right now, the current projections, since these storms are moving pretty much due east, there's no storms here along I-40. So if there were any storms here along the highway, they would eventually pretty much ride I-40 right into Oklahoma City. So as of right now,
there are 2 new warnings affecting Oklahoma.
The strong storms, also seeing hail sizes up to about quarter size and larger, up to golf ball, even tennis ball size hail for some of these storms earlier. But as of right now, from what I'm seeing, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of damaging rotation.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Right now, it's looking like as these storms all kind of gel together, that's when it morphs more into a flooding, rainfall, and strong wind threat. We have a couple of our trackers out right now. Let's go ahead and toss it up to Corey Inman. Corey, you've been tracking some of the strongest storms we've seen so far this evening. Give me an update on what you're tracking right now.
The worst of it, if you would take that kind of language
yeah,
for this evening so far.
East of Morrison, between Morrison and Pawnee, views kind of getting obstructed by the trees. Still have that large blowing feature just back to our west, probably going through Morrison now. We did have reports that confirmed 80-mile-an-hour winds on the southwest side of Perry when that thing came through there. The kink that we were watching kind of went away in just one solid bow feature there as it tracks to the east of Morrison. Like I said, we're kind of obstructed with the trees here between Morrison and Perry, or I'm sorry, Morrison and Pawnee.
It was
we're making our way over here to
on
Pawnee,
radar.
just ahead of the line,
like,
making sure nothing happens, they're on the leading edge
can you
as far as QLCS or anything like that.
Is where you're at?
Once we get over here to Pawnee, we'll reassess.
What's your plan moving
All
forward?
right, Corey, thank you so much. So this is what we're tracking right there. Here for what Corey was talking about in Morrison, 50, 60, 70, even 80-mile-an-hour confirmed wind gusts. That'll definitely knock power out. So Corey, if you see any power flashes or anything like that, give me a heads up. But as we go back to Links 1, I'm going to show you exactly what Corey was talking about. He said that there's a bow signature on radar, and that's exactly what I'm tracking right now, because as you look at our radar, what Corey is talking about is what we call a bow. It's kind of like a bow and arrow. So for the current spot for right now, so this is the latest radar image. So right now, this little area you see here in Morrison, between Morrison and Glencoe, how it kind of bows out right there, kind of like a bow and arrow. That's what Corey was talking about. And what causes that is whenever we have really strong winds in the atmosphere and some of these storms, as they start to gust out, what ends up happening is they pretty much what we call punch out. So as these storms punch and as these winds punch out of the leading edge of these storms, this leading line, that's whenever you can start to get those 40, 50, 60, 70, and in this case, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's what Corey was talking about with that bow section of that, that leading edge of that storm. So this is what we're tracking here. That's going to be the strongest storm. It is still severe warned for up to 80-mile-an-hour winds, and also we could see some quarter-size hail on that. But overall, the good news is the hail sizes for these storms look like they have shown signs of coming down just a little bit. We're still seeing every bit of severe-size hail, but overall the baseball-sized hail signatures we were tracking earlier, those have shown signs of coming down. So here's our hail product right here showing you the hail detector. And as you can see over the past couple of radar scans, whenever you start to see the darker colors on this that we're seeing between Covington and then north of Perry, that's when you're seeing the really large damaging hail. But over the past couple radar scans, as these storms continue to push their way off to the east, towards Morrison, towards Pawnee, as Corey was talking about, this is when we start to see the hail sizes coming down just a little bit. So right now, these storms, they pulse, they go through life cycles. They get stronger, they get weaker. As of right now, this is showing a sign, at least of the hail sizes, of getting weaker. So right now, this storm is definitely still producing up to about quarter-size hail, but we're talking like the golf ball size, the tennis ball size, large damaging hail. Not really seeing that anymore, but we're going to continue to track that. So as far as the hail sizes are concerned, the hail sizes fortunately have come down here over the past couple of radar scans, so that's some really good news here for us. But as we zoom out just a little bit to take a look at the broad view, as you can see, we have this one new tornado warning stormed up in Osage County, but this one is pushing up into Kansas right now. But this line here, as these storms start to line out, especially this time of year, the overall threat shifts from the large damaging tornadoes to straight line winds, flooding rainfall, and small hail. So that's what we're primarily going to see. But overall here, as we head throughout, I would say the next hour, as far as the overall high tornado potential, we will probably still have about probably a window of about an hour, hour and a half. So between, I would say right now, 8:30, 8:40, up until about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, that's when we're primarily going to see that tornado threat really start to ramp up. After that, we'll start to see the tornado threat diminish, but it's not going to be zero. So you definitely need to remain weather aware as we head into tonight. But overall, from what I am seeing, I'm primarily looking at this, looking at what is going to eventually morph into primarily a flooding rainfall and a strong wind threat. So I'll send it back to Emily.
They've extended.
That's right, Damien. We continue our team coverage, and as you're seeing right now, our focus is this line of severe storms, like you've been saying, damaging straight line winds. There still is the potential of spin-ups within this line. We are under PDS Tornado Watch until 11 p.m. We still have the low-level jet that's coming into play, and there's even some new tornado warnings moving into northeastern Oklahoma. So the night's far from over, but happy to see not widespread tornado warnings at this time. By the way, the storms will be approaching at least the North Metro within the next hour and a half. So something we're tracking very closely. Our trackers are still out there in full force. So the storms continue to move east. By the way, I have to tell you, I know you're still under tornado watch to the west, but once this line of storms has passed your area, this is probably going to be tapered back. So this continues to move east. There is an ongoing flooding threat. Flash flood warnings continue as well. Let's zoom on in northern Oklahoma. We're still tracking line of storms. Ponca City, that part of the line is actually not severe. It's as you head into Red Rock and Perry. This is the storm that had the very high winds earlier, produced some damage. It's moving off to the east. And then we're still tracking a line of storms from Marshall down to Hennessy to Dover. And this is severe heading towards the metro. The line goes all the way down to Kingfisher and Okarche. And the rain, in fact, is starting to graze northwest Piedmont. So I put a track on this as it is moving to the east. It's going to be moving into Crescent at 8:51, Cashin 8:56, Guthrie 9:09, Piedmont 9:17, Edmond 9:31, and Arcadia at 9:35 p.m. We have meteorologist Aaron Brackett on this line of storms as it travels east towards the metro. Aaron, what do you have?
All the states that we have talked about.
Yeah, we're coming into the West Metro right now.
Actually coming out of
Minnesota
right now, right? South Dakota, and Minnesota. We look at the I-29 corridor and I-90 lifting north of there. Now, my concern would be not maybe the population density, but the fact that how many people are prepared for technically tornado warnings, because we looked at that highlighted zone near Oklahoma City to Wichita, 5 out of 5. What you're looking at here is just an entire line that is showing potential notches of rotation, right? There's not a singular embedded velocity coupling. Right, so from Pipestone down to Jasper, just toward north of Laverne, you're looking at a line of storms that, if it breaks apart, you could look at maybe rotation of a supercell tornadic condition right now. What you're looking at is just a squall line. Here's the broad view, though. In this view alone, in this line, you have over 9,200 lightning strikes in the last 10 to 15 minutes. There's a reason why we have the warning or
okay, thanks for that. Yeah, nobody let your guard down, guys. This still could ramp up. The low-level jet is just starting to pick up. There's still could be additional development between now and midnight. By the way, we're getting some damage reports coming in from earlier. 3 barns that were destroyed from Highway 81 and Marshall Road, at least 2 east of Highway 81. We're getting reports of flooding coming in now, so that's going to be a concern. Roads flooded in Hennessy.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Minnesota and Nebraska and South Dakota.
Sounded in Dover and will be sounding in Kingfisher soon, although no tornado warning at this time. But just heads up, we're keeping a close eye on these storms. Let's go back to the map. So we're still tracking a line of
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Winds. Check out this big flood watch that remains in effect now through tonight. There's a flash flood warning off to the northwest. We can take it out to Corey Inman right now. He's still on the line of strong winds, although not as potent as we had earlier. Of course, this was the potentially large tornado that was likely on the ground earlier approaching Perry, and thankfully it weakened before hitting the town of Perry. Still could have easily had 80-mile-per-hour plus winds.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa.
Yeah, Emily, here just to the west of the Pawnee area, we get these cars out of the shot. The lightning's so intense, it's actually flipping the camera back and forth from night vision to color mode. So very electrical storm back in there. Still have that bowing feature coming into the Pawnee area, which indicates damaging straight line winds. I'll pan the camera here, and you can see that's kind of right behind us on the highway here, coming into the west side of Pawnee. So folks in Pawnee, just prepare for damaging straight line winds, a lot of heavy rain, and there's a tremendous amount of cloud to ground lightning back in there, Emily.
Thanks for that report.
Hello,
yes,
former
and
Arkansas
we're not done
Governor
yet.
Mike
We are
Huckabee.
still
A lot of
tracking that
times
line
you
of
can't
severe
control
storms
the amount
as
of
it's
sleep
pushing
that
off
you're
to
getting.
the east.
You
We
can't
appreciate
fall
our
asleep
storm
or you're
tracker,
tossing
of
and
course.
turning all
He
night.
was on top of
You
that
can't
tornado,
get the
giving us
sleep
the
you need to
visual
stay healthy.
as much as
I
he
know,
could. These
it's
were rain wreck
scary
tornadoes, very
unless you
scary
use
situation for a lot of storm
Relaxium
trackers.
Sleep.
You saw from
Relaxium
the
Sleep
chopper
is a
earlier
product that's
what we
made
call
from
chaser
natural
convergence.
ingredients,
So all the storm
and it
chasers
usually
just
works
lined
from
up,
the
trying to
very
get out of the
first
way of
night
the
you
storms.
try.
Not a good day to
It
storm
helps you
chase.
fall
John
asleep,
Slater had a
stay
tornado
asleep,
live on the air
and
earlier
wake
as
up
well
refreshed,
before it became
earning
included in
your
rain.
body those
Obviously
quality
now we're
hours
dealing
of
with
sleep
nighttime
that it
tornadoes.
desperately
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Missouri.
People who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get
Let's go back to the
Relaxium
map.
Sleep.
So wider view if you're tuning in right now, wondering about the storms heading towards the metro. This is mainly going to be impacting
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Still under PDS Tornado Watch until 11, so we can't let our guard down for any tornado potential. And that's going on for our neighbors off to the northeast. It's going to be
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
Farther down the line, Orlando, all the way down to Kingfisher.
I wake up feeling
like
I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind.
Check in with one of our other trackers right now.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep,
take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money
back. Let's go to Kevin Josephine.
Visit
He's monitoring the storms as they're heading towards the Oklahoma City metro. Go ahead, Josephine.
That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Just looking at this storm as it passes to our north and east. Lots of heavy rainfall.
And we're back here at Fox Weather as we continue to track out severe storms across the central tier of the U.S. all the way from South Dakota and Minnesota into Oklahoma and portions of just northern Texas here. We're looking at a couple shots from Corey Gerken and Vince Welty, both out in Oklahoma. That's where that higher risk, level 5 out of 5 threat for severe weather, particularly long-track intense tornadoes reside. For a long time since we've had that 5 out of 5 threat take us all the way back to March 31st of 2023. So it's been over a year.
Then you can relax.
Right now, we're primarily just looking at damaging winds so far. A lot of the tornado threat that we've seen and the tornado-warned storms have dissipated here as they started to congeal into a larger line. When these storms come together, they fight each other for energy, which means that one storm doesn't get everything that it wants, and then it will reduce its severe capabilities here. But we still could see potentials for a few brief spin-up tornadoes as we head into the overnight hours, and
it's going to be moving into Cashin at 8:54 p.m. Guthrie at 9:07, Stillwater 9:18, Edmond 9:44. So tracking mainly around the 10 o'clock hour, and it mainly is still eyeing the north side of the metro. So Guthrie, Stillwater, Piedmont, Oklahoma City proper. As of right now, it looks like we'll stay north, but you have to keep in mind we still have the cold front that's going to take over, and that could result in some back-building development a little bit farther south.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina.
Until about 10:30 or 11 until that happens. So we still have the PDS Tornado Watch until 11 p.m. I have to say that these are probably going to be shaved off the back edge because we're done there. But this line could backbuild a little bit, continue to move farther south and east. We still have the threat with the lines of up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and up to half-dollar-size hail. The hail threat is going down. Earlier we had baseball-size hail reported near Canton Lake. Not the case anymore, but with a line of storms, you could have brief spin-ups, and you can have damaging straight-line winds. What was that, control room? Let's go to Brian Winslow and Kingfisher, and then we'll continue team coverage with Damian Lotus. Go ahead, Brian Winslow.
Yeah, Emily, we're just east of Kingfisher. The front of the line just reached us. We've got a lot of heavy rain. There's about a 50-mile-an-hour
There is one new
wind,
severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
In the portion of the line where we are along Highway 33. The storm's still moving about 35 to 40 miles per hour. There's a lot of lightning with this storm. We haven't seen any lowerings or anything like that when we can get a look at the clouds, but the rain is very heavy and the visibility is about a quarter of a mile, but we're out here tracking it. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that storm report. Brian Winslow near Kingfisher. So we continue our team coverage. We even have John Slater back in the Weather Center. He's working hard, and he's going to be up early tomorrow morning. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the latest. Back to the maps as we are still tracking the areas of severe storm tornado warnings now. It's about to move into Kansas and northeastern Oklahoma. But a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the northern end of the line from Newkirk to Ponca City. That's where we could have 70-mile-per-hour winds. So still the potential of damaging winds as well as a flooding risk as this is dumping a bunch of water. Remember, this part of the state received over a half a foot of water over the past 10 to 12 days or so. So that's going to cause an issue when you factor in any additional heavy rain. The line extends from Perry down through Marshall. You can see off to the east, still some strong winds pushing into Pawnee. This is where we still have in this part of the state, Corey Inman. Corey, go ahead and tell us the latest.
Not necessarily incredibly tight, but definitely showing you that we do have a
Yeah, Emily, sorry, we're here in the Pawnee area. The storm.
There is one new tornado warning for Minnesota.
Now, moving into the Pawnee area and just to the north with some damaging straight line winds. A lot of cloud to ground lightning, as you can see in the shot there. We're actually going to drop south and kind of get in position as this line moves into the Stillwater, Perkins, Cushing area. So we're going to let this one go as it travels to the east of Pawnee and get down here in position for the next one.
Okay, thanks for that report. Let's go to Aaron Sanders right now. Reports that he's on an overturned semi. We cannot confirm.
There is one new tornado warning for Iowa.
Easily could be. Go ahead, Aaron.
Attuned to the forecast, maybe checking in on.
Yeah, we're going to sit on I-40 looking to the east at the moment. It looks like the semi was heading eastbound and it kind of ran into the dirt and flipped around, went over the other side off the shoulder. There's records are out here working on it. They're working to get it flipped over right now. We've been here for about 5-10 minutes, and they've just been kind of working, getting the airbag set up to get the truck flipped back over so they can tow it out of here. Yeah, we can't confirm if this was weather related or not, but we kind of just came across this and we stopped to get a shot for y'all. But we're going to go ahead and continue on to get back on these storms. Back to you.
Okay, we appreciate that report. We continue our team coverage. We meteorologist Damian Lotus right now. He continues as well as Aaron Brackett is out in the field, and right now John Slater is back in here as well with Mike Morgan. All of us
alert system coming in with a tornado
warning
right now.
It's not good when we're all together.
Another one coming in
for anybody.
All right, so Aaron Sanders on that overturned semi. So as we head throughout the next couple of hours, as we head into this evening, damaging winds, flooding rainfall, that's going to be the primary risk because our PDS Tornado Watch still extends until 11 o'clock this evening. But one thing I want to point out, as these storms continue to push their way off to the east and to the southeast, these northwestern Oklahoma counties are starting to be trimmed off.
This is a big concern because
this tornado watch, so we're going to still watch that here as we head into this evening. The main show is going to be across northern and north central Oklahoma. Here's this line. There is still one tornado warning here in Osage County, but that storm is just now starting to push its way to the northeast into Kansas. But still, once again, not really tracking much of a tornado threat anymore as we head throughout this evening. But now that all these storms are starting to gel together, the primary thing I'm watching out for is flooding, rainfall, and strong. We're talking 50, 60, 70, even confirmed 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts here as we look on down the line from I-35 down towards Oklahoma City. So for the northern parts of the metro, we're talking Guthrie, Edmond, Deer Creek, Piedmont. We're starting to see some really strong winds moving in. Lots of lightning with these storms. I had to actually take the lightning icons off because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the reflectivity. So we have heavy rainfall pushing between Highway 81 along 33 for Cashin over towards Guthrie. So one thing I want to point out, this is our reflectivity. So what these colors mean is the brighter the colors, the heavier the rainfall, and in some cases, the larger the hail. So whenever you start to see the reds, that's whenever you start to get into that blinding, flooding rainfall, and that's exactly what we're seeing with this just line extending from northern into central Oklahoma. But with the storm motion primarily being off to the east, I'm watching this tail end, the very southern end of these storms, because these are going to be the storms that will impact the Oklahoma City metro. So this storm right here just to the north of Geary, it is going to stay to the north of I-40. So for the south side of Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, Tuttle, Minko, down towards Chickasha, this isn't going to impact any of those communities because these storms are primarily pushing straight east. So if you live south of I-40, the overall storm chance is going to be relatively low here as we head into this evening. The one area I'm watching here, a couple of areas of rotation, so heads up. So hometown Kingfisher down towards other hometown of Okarche. That's what we're primarily watching. Yes?
for the Gary storm.
Okay, so this is exactly what we were talking about right now. This Gary storm right here that's pushing off to the east, there's enough rotation right here to where they're going to warrant a tornado warning for that storm. So heads up for that. So once the storm comes out, once the tornado warning comes out here for this Gary storm, pretty much
attention to the colors. Don't pay attention
right here along the county line between Okarche over towards North Edmond, Guthrie, Kingfisher. So if you live in that box between Kingfisher, Okarche, Guthrie, and Edmond, if you live in that box right there, go ahead and start to take your tornado precautions. You want to shelter in the lowest level, center room, no windows. Those are the 6 words I always use. Lowest level.
The northern one is all
if you have an underground shelter, that's ideal. Center room, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside, whether if it's tornado strength winds or these 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, and then no windows, because windows can definitely cause a problem. So that's what we're tracking here for that. So a new tornado warning storm just popped up here near Geary, so it's going to be pushing off to the east once again, staying north of I-40. So once again, if you are in that box between Kingfisher, Okarche, over towards Guthrie and Edmond, you need to take your tornado precautions here as the storm continues to push its way through. On down the line here for the Oklahoma City Metro, just cloudy skies, it's muggy, it's windy. That's what we're primarily going to be tracking. So here's the updated look at the tornado.
Have a track on it on Max 3.
Okay, we can go ahead and bring that up because there's the tornado warning right there. So yep, moving off to the east, yeah, pretty much pick your town, pick your time of arrival here for us. So Okarche, 9:45. It's 8:55 right now. So with this storm moving off to the east, moving about 20, 30, 40 miles an hour. It's moving pretty quick. So there's that rotation signature right there. So
yeah, it's really
I just got to say,
it's really pulsed
Kingfisher.
Up. And check this out, Damien. Northwest of Okarche, it looks like we've got a circulation pulsing up as well.
That's right. That's going to be it right there. So we have 2 areas of rotation. One north of Geary and then one to the northwest of Okarche. And looking at both of these, they're both broad. I can see why they warned this one. That one's more tight, but still, this area right here of rotation is concerning as well. So Okarche, Kingfisher. I have a lot of family in Kingfisher, so pretty much what I'm looking at right now, if you live along or south of Highway 33 and north of the county line here in Okarche, you need to take your severe weather precaution. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. This storm has definitely shown signs of increasing, especially over the last 15 to 20 minutes, past couple of radar scans. So heads up, if you are in Kingfisher and Okarche, if you live between Highway 33 and the county line, you need to take your tornado precautions right now here. That includes Kingfisher, it includes Cashin, it includes Geary, it includes Okarche. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. The overall storm motion is primarily to the east. You can see that area right there between Kingfisher and Okarche. That's that first area of rotation. The second one's going to be this area of rotation right there to the north of Geary. So these storms are racing off to the east. So right now, if you are in Geary, if you are in Calumet, take your tornado precautions right now. If you are in Kingfisher, if you are in Okarche, take your tornado precautions right now. It looks like the storm zone, the primary storm zone, is going to be for Kingfisher and Okarche. It's going to be pretty much Highway 33 down to the county line. If you live between that area right there, between Highway 30 or Highway 33 and the county line, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. So south side of Kingfisher, north side of Okarche, take your tornado precautions right now as these storms continue to work their way across the state. This is definitely going to be an issue, a storm that we need to watch here as we head through the next couple hours, because any of these storms can ramp up. They're definitely going to be able to drop a tornado here for us. We have Brian Winslow out here. We're going to go to him, get a live report. Brian, let me know what you're seeing.
Is not something you have to live with. I recommend
Damien, we're westbound on Highway 33. Very heavy rain, visibility quarter to half mile. We have not seen any hail where we are, but there's still a lot of lightning. We're watching the circulation off to the southwest of Kingfisher. But where we are on Highway 33 near Kingfisher, we've got winds out of the northwest at 61 degrees. So we're out here tracking it. Flooding's a concern. And if anything changes, we'll let you know. Back to you, Damien.
So, Brian, thank you very much. If you're just now joining us here, it's 9 o'clock now. The PDS Tornado Watch continues, and that's in the green shaded counties you see right here. So we have a line of supercells here, severe storms, and a couple of embedded tornado warnings. One tornado warning in northern Osage County, another tornado warning in eastern Pawnee County. And then the tail end storm, which is basically riding near and just north of I-40. There's a tornado warning there, and that's going to affect parts of the Oklahoma City metro. So that's the broad view. The green shaded counties have been trimmed back here on the west side, yes. but a PDS tornado watch till 11. So for 2 more hours, and some of this will likely be extended deeper into eastern Oklahoma later tonight, but for 2 more hours, at least, a PDS tornado watch continues. That's what's going on right now. So here's the metro here. We've had a bit of a lull in the tornadic activity, but with the low-level jet stream now picking back up, this storm sees that. It sees this intense inflow with temperatures around 78, with stir it with a spoon, thick humidity. That storm sees that, and it's reacting off of that. Now it's ramped up to a tornado warning. It's been a supercell all along, but it's ramping back up tornado warning, and that's going to affect parts of the Oklahoma City metro as it heads eastbound, moving east at just under 40 miles per hour. So this is the beginning of that heads-up period for the Oklahoma City metro. Notice the storm out here ahead of the line near Cleveland is now potentially tornadic, not too far from Hominy. That's Keystone Lake. And then a great big bow echo here with high damaging straight line of winds came out of that Perry tornado circulation earlier. A lot of winds here, 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. Big bow echo right there, big arc. And there's also quite a bit of wind out here to the west through north of Stillwater. So stay away from windows in through here. Stay away from windows. We're talking about Glencoe, Morrison, Pawnee, and the Stillwater area. You see the hot red and the hot red right here. Those are arcs, big, long arcs of damaging wind as it moves to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So stay away from your windows. A lot of heavy rain here, a lot of golf ball size hail. And flood warnings are also in effect all in through here. Rainfall rates are torrential in nature. There's Stillwater right there. So Lake Carl Blackwell, Lake McMurtry now, Morrison now, Stillwater here coming in, Perkins coming in, Coyle Langston incoming here, severe. Damaging winds all along through here. It'll be out of the west wind and out of the northwest. So stay away from your southwest, west, and northwest windows. This is a ferocious line of severe storms with high velocity damaging winds in excess of 75. And then back here to the tail end supercell with a tornado warning coming out of Greenfield, heading for Okarche, northern Canadian County, and far southern Kingfisher County. From there, we're talking about Piedmont, Deer Creek, Edmond, Cashin, Four Corners, and then over here toward I-35 and Waterloo Road, Edmond, Guthrie, Cedar Valley, all in through there, Lake Lottawata, all in through there, Cashin. Here's your time of arrival. This is the tornado warned supercell right here. So Okarche at 9:12. It's 9:01 right now, 11 minutes. Cashin, 9:24. Guthrie, 9:35. Piedmont, right there about 9:40 or so. And then Edmond there at about 10 to 10:13. Edmond, 10 to 10:13. And then over there a little bit farther to the east, over there toward Drumright again, there's all that damaging wind right there. We're going to focus in now. Keep in mind, damaging winds all in through here, 70, 75, maybe locally 80 miles an hour. We're going to zoom in on this supercell. There's your time of arrival. Okarche, Kingfisher, Piedmont, 9:40 or so. Piedmont, Cashin there at about 9:50. Supercell there on the tail end, moving just about due east. You can see Piedmont, Edmond right there. There's Oklahoma and the Logan County line right there. Let's go to Connor Toon. We've got a lot of trackers on this coming into the west and northwest side of the metro with a tornado warning for northern Canadian, southern Kingfisher County. Connor Toon, go.
Yes, Mike, we're east of Gary, and we're looking north at that storm, that tail end storm you were just talking about. It looks like the hook has swung a little bit to our north, but you can still see in there, you see all that low-hanging scud. And every time the lightning flashes, that scud is in a different spot. So that indicates to me lots of movement. I can't tell if it's spinning or if it's just rising. But this is going to be straight north of Gary to our northwest a little bit. But it's right there in the shot, like I said, northeast of Gary. Currently. Back to you.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to Max 1. So just now joining us here, we're getting toward that 10 o'clock hour here. Severe storms will be moving into the metro, impacting the west and northwest sides first. Right now, this is the tail end of the line. There's some indication this will back build or build southward as it moves into the Highway 81 and I-35 corridor. So it looks like this might just only affect the North Metro. That may not actually be the case, okay? It may not actually be the case. It may back build quickly and then come through the metro. So everybody needs to stay very, very alert. Again, there's your time of arrival. Brian Winslow, another tracker right there on that storm west of Okarche. Brian.
Yeah, Mike, we're coming into Kingfisher at the 3381 intersection. We're watching the velocity signatures just to our west. That's really tightening up in the last couple of scans. Folks in Dover, Kingfisher, be alert. Again, we're coming up on the 3381 intersection in downtown Kingfisher, and that circulation is to our due west. At the moment, we do not see any power flashes. There's a lot of lightning. I mean, the lightning has really ramped up in the last 5 minutes or so. The temperature in Kingfisher is 64 degrees right now. We've got winds out of the northwest. So we're going to be watching this circulation to the west of Kingfisher. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so let's go back over to 1. Just know these are dynamic storms. There's a lot going on with these. So there is rotation in the Kingfisher area right now, and there's damaging straight line winds in through here. There's also developing rotation near Okarche. So again, this is very dynamic. There's a lot going on in through here, and it's going to be heading over here toward Wandle and Four Corners and Cashion and Cedar Valley and Lake Lottawata and eventually Guthrie. There's a lot going on right here in terms of areas of rotation. There's a supercell embedded in that, and then rotation back here, which is going to go near Okarche and over toward Piedmont. These are the two main areas. Aaron Brackett is basically the Northwest Metro looking right at that area of Okarche that has an area of rotation there that is picking up and damaging straight line winds. He's in the interceptor live here. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, right now we're at Northwest Expressway and Kilpatrick. We're getting on to Kilpatrick. We're going to take the bend and get right off around Council and head north. This is a heads up for people downstream in Piedmont. Really ramping up right here, almost going due east right now. So Okarche, tornado precautions right now. It's heading toward your direction. It's the tail end storm too. Low-level jets starting to rip out here. Has been starting to rip just after 9 o'clock right now. And it could go right down the line. Okarche, very close to Piedmont, depending on how it wobbles. If it takes a little bit more of a right-hand turn, that's a big heads up. Lots of people out there tuning in, watching this right now. So Okarche is at the tail end of the polygon. You are in the tornado warning. Piedmont is not in the tornado warning, but if it continues and keeps up this act right here, being the tail end storm, that's going to become a big concern for people in the Piedmont area. And then eventually toward West Edmond and North Edmond as it continues on this track. So, this is a storm that's coming into the Oklahoma City Metro. We're seeing lots of lightning right here. Lightning rates have increased. We had some anvil crawlers earlier. This is a serious situation. We're going right toward it.
Okay. So, again, really dynamic situation here coming into the west and northwest sides of the Metro. There's a lot of damaging winds, even not in the circulation centers. So let's go back over to radar. Again, here's Edmond. There's the village right there. So here's Four Corners. There's Piedmont. So supercell here with a hook, clearly a hook right there, clearly a hook. And there's also another area of circulation very close to Kingfisher right now. So damaging winds here coming out of the Kingfisher Okarche area.
This is a tornado warning.
That supercell that's really clean there, that's ingesting all that warm, humid air that's ripping in from the southeast. And that's got some pretty decent circulation with it. Here's the lead cell, the time of arrival there, damaging winds right now, the main threat with that. And it could be 75, 80 miles an hour. So Crescent, Guthrie, Langston, Wellston over toward Chandler and Davenport as it moves basically due east through basically Logan County over into sections of over there by the Chandler area, Lincoln County. And then the backstorm, here's the backstorm right here with the hook. So we have a supercell like this on the tail end. You got to really watch these very carefully. They could spin up very fast. So there's Piedmont. Here's Northwest Highway right here. There's Okarche. There's El Reno, Interstate 40. Yukon is right there. And then this is going to be Lake Hefner here. And there's Edmond right there. And the velocity there, the red and the green, located right there, just northwest of Calumet. That's where that rotation is. Let's go back over to Brian Winslow. Also see that little rotation there near Kingfisher as well. Damaging winds right in through there. But tornado warning ongoing here northwest of Calumet. Brian Winslow is right there. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we're at the 33 and 81 intersection in downtown Kingfisher. That circulation is right over us. On the surface, we've only had about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, a lot of heavy rain. There's just been a few pieces of dime-sized hail that we've seen so far. Again, it's 64 degrees where we are. We've got winds out of the northwest. I'm watching the scans here, so that circulation's right where we are. We're right underneath it in downtown Kingfisher. But so far, everything seems under control, but we're right here watching it. If anything changes, we'll let you know.
Let's go over to Lynx 1 here, and we'll put a quad box, a 4-box up here for you. And so what you're looking at here, this is the rain and the hail. So this is 4 different presentations here on your screen. Rain and the hail here. So here's Canadian County, Kingfisher County, Logan County, and Oklahoma County right here. And then this is going to be the velocity here. The red and the green. The red is blowing one direction, the green's blowing another. And then this is the shear, or the spin rate, if you will, the spin rate. So there is an indication there of some damaging straight line winds. This whole area here is under a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's some damaging straight line winds coming through Highway 81 corridor right now, heading toward Twin Lakes and Cashion. This is the hail size indicator, and the hail's not all that big. The biggest hail's coming out of that supercell, which is about golf ball size. So let's go to Aaron Sanders, and he's right here looking basically at that hook that's northwest of Calumet right now. He's down there in kind of the clear air looking at it. So he's got a visual on it right now. Aaron, tell us what you see.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be heading northbound Highway 81 out of El Reno. I'm looking off to my left. I don't see any prominent lowerings from where I'm at. But looking on radar, the rotation's looking to tighten itself up. So we're going to be keeping our eyes out and be looking for it and see if we can get our eyes on anything. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. So let's go back over to Max 1. So it's an ongoing tornado warning. So you see the hook here. And again, we have what we call this low-level jet stream coming in. So the winds are gusting here 40, 45 miles an hour feeding into it, and it's really humid outside, about 78 degrees. And that's actually 78 degrees with really high humidity is kind of prime time for tornadic activity. I mean, it's plenty warm enough, and it's plenty unstable enough, and plenty humid enough, and tornadoes can feed off that. And if you will, just take a look. You can see how the hook is energizing, right? Just take a look at it. Look at what it's doing right there. It's getting stronger and not weaker. So this is that low-level nighttime evening jet stream that kicks in place. There's a window that's about 3 hours in width from about 8 p.m. until about 11 o'clock this time of year, 8:30 to about 11:30, where it's warm enough and unstable enough where you can get higher end tornadoes. That's why there's a PDS, or especially dangerous situation tornado watch here, continuing in effect ahead of this line. And here's the rotation. Again, still damaging winds, 70, 75 miles per hour here. And you see a hot spot located right there north of Calumet. See that hot spot right there? There's a lot of high velocity in there feeding into it. So we wouldn't want this to energize, but if it does become more energized, this could be a tornado producer. Where would that be? Well, the answer is beginning north of Calumet, over through Okarche, Concho, the Concho area, Concho, Okarche. From there, Four Corners and near Piedmont, and then basically coming down Waterloo Road, far southern Logan County and far northern Oklahoma County. There's a lot of wind right in through there. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders. He's looking at it from basically south of Concho, looking to the west-northwest right now. Aaron? Let's go to Kevin Josephy near Okarche. Kevin?
Yeah, Mike, looking due west out of Okarche, seeing a lot of, lifting scud out here just north of the main road there, just over by the little Tower Cafe thing, just looking straight due west, going by the lightning flashes, seeing different areas of, ragged bottoms and then lift up and then lightning flash again, and it'll look different that time. But I haven't seen any power flashes or any power poles out there or anything like that, but we're right on top of it. It's going to come right over the top of it, and if it puts something down, we'll be the first to know about it tomorrow.
Yeah, that hook is energizing. There's just no doubt about it. It's going the direction that we don't want it to go, and you can see it for yourself. Look at that. It's energizing, and we're showing some high velocity, 60, 70 mile an hour winds inflow going into it on Doppler. That's energizing. There's just no doubt about it. So you see the red and the green right there. That's where the mesocyclone is located. And here's the strong inflow feeding into the mesocyclone right there, energizing it. And this is what we do not want to see.
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Karchi area, Concho area, and then basically down Waterloo Road, either side by about 5 or 8 miles, which would include parts of Edmond eventually, right, the way it's going. So we'll zoom on in here a little bit more. And you see that's all inflow right there. Strong, strong inflow coming in at a high rate of speed, feeding into that mesocyclone, which is, see the hot red and the hot green there coming together? So the trend is definitely there. We'll zoom in even more. And there's the edge of the stronger mesocyclone with really high inflow right in through here. So here's Okarche, Concho, here's Northwest Highway, Highway 81 Junction, down Northwest Highway to Surrey Hills, Piedmont, and far northwest Oklahoma City right here. This is going the wrong direction. It's also moving due eastward. Looks like it's becoming potentially a tornado producer right now. Right now, there's a little TVS right there. And that's going to be heading due eastward. So this is becoming more and more of a significant threat in terms of tornado genesis right here. Just about 7.5 or 8 northwest of Calumet. Let's go to Connor Toon. He's looking at it right now.
Yeah, Mike, we are just west of Calumet looking northeast. And as you can see, that TDS that you just referenced is right in my shot, the area where there's, sorry, this headlight's driving past. This area where
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa.
A little bit to the right, you can see a very low base right now. I mean, we're just getting quick flashes of light. Well, I can't really see how quick the motion is. I don't see anything touching the ground, but it is about the lowest we have seen since we've been on this section of the storm. Back to you.
Okay, so again, tell us your location, Connor, right now.
Yeah, we are on Highway 270 just west of Calumet, and again, we're angled northeast at the base of the storm. The hook is already kind of wrapped in front of us, but with the flashes of lightning, we're able to see all the way to that lowest point in the updraft. And like I said, I don't see anything touching the ground, but it is such a low focus point right in my shot. So again, that's gonna put that north of Calumet.
This is a tornado warning.
You're seeing in my shot.
Heads up, highway cam, okay? So let's go back over to 1 here. So you saw the shot right there. Aaron Brackett is in the interceptor. Let's talk to Aaron Brackett. Also, let's go ahead and this is Northwest Highway right here. This is Penn Square. So you're looking right up Northwest Highway, so it's right off in through here. And obviously, this is a really good vantage point right here. So this would be covering the Northwest Oklahoma City Metro, as well as the Four Corners area, the Piedmont area, up around around Hefner Road and Northwest Highway and the Kilpatrick Turnpike, all up in through there, Surrey Hills area. This vantage point here is really excellent. We'll keep close track of this camera. So let's go back over to Kevin Josephy at Okarche right now looking at it. Kevin?
Yeah, the sirens are going off in Okarche, looking back just to the due
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Wind hasn't really picked up in my location yet, so that's a good thing. It might be tracking just a little bit further to the north of Okarche, possibly, but it's just real hard to see out here. You got to wait on those lightning flashes, and I'm not seeing the lifting scud and everything and the ragged bottoms that I saw earlier. Just trying to go by the lightning flashes and just keeping a good eye on it out here. It's just so difficult at night, Mike. You just got to keep on your toes out here and make sure you got a way out. And I've got a good way to get back to the south if I need to out of here, on 81. Back to you.
So, Kevin, look out for power flashes. If you see
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
6 trackers on this right here. So let's go over to Lynx 1 and take a look here on Lynx 1. And, Damien, we're going to push in and take a really close look at this. So here's the supercell with an ongoing tornado warning. There's Okarche right there. And Calumet's just off the edge of the screen here to the south. So this is north of Calumet. And there's Okarche, and the hail there is golf ball size. That's the hail. Darker the purple, the bigger the hail. So golf ball right there. And then we have the shear marker or the spin rate. And you look for the red You look for the red in through there, and you got intermittently some red showing up. It's kind of pulsing up and down here, if you will, in terms of the shear. But also, here's the mesocyclone. So you look for the red and the green here, opposing directions of the wind. So this wind is going this way, and the green is going this way. And you can see for yourself the trend is generally going the wrong direction, right? It's becoming a little bit more red, a little bit more green, a little hotter in color, and they're trying to focus. They're making they're making an effort to focus, and when they focus, that's when you get things like funnel clouds or developing tornadoes. So it's making an effort to produce tornadic activity. That's why there's a tornado warning in effect. Obviously, a great big hook with it that's come all the way around like a scorpion stinger tail. So it's a well-organized supercell, a lot of high wind inflow. There's about 60 miles an hour flowing into it up there at the cloud base. So it's really, really flowing into it and venting it and breathing it. So the storm is exhaling right now, so it's intensifying, and let's hope it changes. But you're seeing that red and that green trying to focus right there, and that's going to be just to the southwest. You see right there of Okarche and to the west of Okarche. Back over to Kevin Josephy. He's looking right at it. I mean, he's basically point-blank range looking right at it from Okarche. Go, Kevin. So you see, go ahead, Kevin Josephy.
Yeah, Mike, she's starting to talk to us a lot out here, a lot of more cloud-to-cloud lightning, lots of thunder starting to rumble. Feels like she's trying to gain more energy out of this system as it pushes into the Okarche area. Just try to look at storm structure out here. The rotation should be just off on the right-hand side of the screen there, kind of right center, but, just not seeing anything on the ground as of yet. Haven't experienced any hail, just some light rain in this area, but sure as it pushes through, conditions are going to change out here. But, we're looking for power flashes, haven't seen anything like that. Lots of bright lightning, even making it hard to actually see, almost like a camera flash, and making it very difficult to actually look at storm structure sometimes because it's just so bright. Rain's kind of let up just a little bit out here, Mike. Winds are light at the moment. Let me see something here. Trying to look up, see if I can see any rotation even above our heads. Not seeing any spin above our heads or anything, but, we'll keep monitoring the situation, Mike, as it pushes through the Okarche area and into the metro. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you very much. Let's go over to Max 1 here. Confirmed tornado just a short while ago, just east of Cleveland, lifting up toward Bartlesville. So north of Skytook and up by Collinsville and Bartlesville. So confirmed tornado there just on the very high end of the Arkansas arm on Keystone Lake. So confirmed tornado there lifting up through Osage County into Washington County. And then damaging winds in through here, 70, 75, maybe locally 80 miles an hour. We're talking about from Pawnee down to Stillwater, down to Perkins, down to Coyle and Langston, and then a bit of a break near Guthrie, and then it picks up again east, just on the east side of Kingfisher, the Wandle area just northwest of Four Corners, and then a supercell back here, a couple of embedded supercells in this line, but a clear supercell here with fresh inflow. With a
there
big
is one
hook,
new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Over here to the north of Calumet and to the west and west-southwest of Okarche. So that's the one tornado warning in our viewing area that we have is right here. And you see the hook is the stinger tail's coming all the way around on it, and it continues to basically level or elevate in terms of its intensity. So it hasn't weakened, it's slowly strengthening here, tapping in some inflow of about 60 miles an hour at the cloud base, inflow into the storm. So it's got a lot going for it in the wrong direction. That's why that hook refuses to go away. So here's the leading edge of the damaging wind east of Kingfisher, heading for Crescent and Guthrie and Lake Lottawatta, and eventually over there toward Wellston and down toward Chandler over there in Lincoln County. That's a damaging wind there that just came out of the Kingfisher area. And then the back little area there at the hook, as you see, it's just moving along. Still a stinger tail there, and you look for the hot red and the hot green coming together. Let's go over to Connor Toon, who's looking right at it, with an update from Canadian County. Connor?
I got you. I stopped in North Edmond.
Go ahead, Connor.
Let's go to Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor, northwest Oklahoma City, up by the Kilpatrick Turnpike. Aaron.
Yeah, Mike, we're at 164th right now, heading toward Council, and we've got all the lightning shots right center of our screen here. This is an
There
area
is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Wind damage to about 110 miles per hour. These steel poles were all knocked down back behind us, Rockwell and 164. So folks in this area, line of winds from just a couple of years ago. And again, we're watching the lightning flashing quite a bit. You might be able to see it just off to the right-hand side of the road here. There's some city lights. That's the city of Piedmont in the screen right there. So that would be Piedmont High School, which sits on a hill, and the main street of Piedmont. And again,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska.
This is a tornado warning.
The lightning flashes are very, they're happening a lot. So we're seeing quite a bit as far as lightning intensity here with this storm. And again, it is a tail end storm on the back side of that. We're still getting plenty of inflow into this thing. A little bit of a boundary off to the north from outflow from previous storms. Not sure what if anything, that's going to do to this. But again, we're watching it move into western and northwestern parts of the Oklahoma City metro. So Okarche, Piedmont, and eventually, if it holds together, far north and west areas of Edmond need to be very, very tuned into what's going on.
Okay. All right, let's check in with Kevin Josephy. Recall a few minutes ago, he was basically in Okarche, and now the hook is even closer to him. So it's basically just to his west. He's looking for anything like power flashes, things like that. Ongoing tornado warning. We're showing it basically on a scale of 0 to 10. The mesocyclone's holding at about a 5 or so. It's moderate in intensity, but the tornado warning all the same does continue. And it's right up into Okarche, and that's where Kevin Josephy is right now live. Kevin?
Yeah, Mike, wind's just picking up a little bit, rocking the vehicle around, but still not seeing any power flashes, looking for anything hanging low. I haven't seen anything like that. Sirens are going off again, sounding here in Okarche, so people need to go ahead and...
There is one new tornado warning for Iowa.
But, you know, well, man, God, that is so bright. That lightning is so bright sometimes it's just hard to see after the flash goes through. But we're monitoring the situation out here, Mike, just, keeping a close eye on it as we can as it pushes through Okarche. So people need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions in Okarche. Go ahead and get in the shelter, get in your closet, and surround yourself on many walls as you can. You don't have one, get in the tub, pile a bunch of blankets on top of you, mattress, whatever you can until this thing blows through. But we'll keep an eye on it out here, Mike. Just waiting for this thing to push through to see if she's actually putting down something. But as of right now, I do not see anything on the ground. I do not see any power flashes or anything like that. Back to you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take Max 1 full. So here's the overview here. Fresh storms building back to the north of Weatherford right now. So jet stream energy still coming in. So they're still energizing back
there
here
are
to the
two
west.
new warnings affecting Iowa and Kansas.
Night in terms of having a lot of storms around and some severe. There's been some...
This is a tornado warning.
Line, Garfield County, for example, rainfall totals here in the 3.5, 4.5 inch range of rainfall in a very short period of time. So a lot of flooding here and torrential rain and blowing spray, near continuous lightning. This is a very tough line of storms right here.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma
as well. One tornado warning, again, just to the west-southwest of Okarche, moving due.
Is a tornado warning.
Head of that storm that's coming out of Kingfisher County. So there's your time of arrival there with the damaging winds. That includes up there not too far, Guthrie down to north of Edmond there. Damaging winds here coming up. There's your time of arrival, talking about 9:45, 9:50, 9:55. I-35 Guthrie to Edmond. Guthrie to Edmond there for damaging winds. And the hook still right back there just to the west-southwest of Okarche. And you look for the red and the green, and the red and the green are still there. Very much green, very much red. They're just not tightening up, and that's why there's not likely a tornado right now, although a tornado warning very much does continue. And this thing's just chugging to the east at about 30 miles an hour. Next stop up is going to be North Piedmont, the Four Corners area. Once it passes Okarche and the Highway 81 corridor there, Piedmont, Four Corners, that's Logan, Kingfisher, Canadian, Oklahoma County coming together right there, Four Corners. And Deer Creek, Edmond, Waterloo Road, and then over toward North Edmond, the Oak Tree area, and then I-35, and then the Lazy E eventually over there to the east of I-35 and all the way up toward almost Cedar Valley and Lake Lottawata and Lake Liberty and Lake Guthrie is where that's heading. So you see the motion there, and there is your time of arrival. Piedmont there at about 9:40, so in about 11 to 12 minutes from right now, and then Edmond by about 10 to 10:09. And the Jones area, and then Wellston by about 10:41 in Lincoln County. So that's your time of arrival. Got it right there on the hook. And you see the motion there pretty much right down Waterloo Road. So if you live near Waterloo Road, heads up for you. Let's go back to our team of trackers here. Let's go to Connor Toon with an update here in Canadian County. Connor?
Yes, Mike. We are just southwest of Okarche now, and we're looking north. The area of circulation is to our northeast now, and it is pretty obscured by rain. It looks like the rain kind of wrapped around it. We had a good clear shot of the base of that storm, and now it's kind of obscured. What you're seeing ahead of you is just some low, scary-looking clouds. The area that's spinning is to our northeast, so I don't really have anything to show you right now. Looking, though, we do get a few flashes that go past the rain, and there is still a low base to the northeast. That's going to be northeast of Okarche, but our location right now is southwest. Not very good visibility. Back to you.
Okay. So increasing flooding threat in through here. Rainfall rates are really torrential, and that supercell just keeps moving along. You know, there's been so many evenings here, you know, in the 9 to 10 to 11 o'clock hour, where these supercells will just kind of chug along, you know, through Canadian County, and there'll be tornado warnings and maybe some funnels and things. And then there've been some evenings, like May 9th of 2003, for example, where they begin producing tornadic activity at 10 o'clock at night. So this can happen, and that's why we're under that tornado watch continuing. And with
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina.
A lot of high wind here coming into it at cloud-based level, running about 60 miles per hour. These things just keep moving along. You have to stay vigilant with them. And if you're ahead of that, still large hail damaging winds, and at least for the time being, an ongoing tornado warning. Notice the back building going on by Gary Greenfield, Bridgeport, and Hydro, and north of Weatherford there. So north of Weatherford there, just south of Thomas. So those are back building. Right now they're not supercells, but they are intensifying pretty fast. So the North Metro especially, but again, models show that stuff back builds down into the West Metro and comes across the Metro in that 10 to 10:30 time frame. So flooding of real threat up here in the far North Metro, kind of moving slowly down into the North Central Metro, if you will. But a back building effect may occur in that 10 to 10:30 time frame, which would catch more of the metro potentially in some severe weather. So we're being vigilant about that. The tornado watch is another hour and a half. The existing one is until 11 p.m. And flooding here continues to be a main threat, a major threat, and one of the main threats, and damaging winds. Lightning's nearly continuous as well. So again, there's the golf balls there on the north side of Okarche, still a hook right there. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. There's your time of arrival ahead, the damaging winds ahead of it that came out of Kingfisher. I-35 corridor there. You see Guthrie at about 9:53, the I-35 corridor from North Edmond through Guthrie. Damaging winds quite possible in that time frame northbound from Oklahoma City on I-35 right in through there. And then over toward Chandler by 10:37. And the rotation there just continues. Again, here's the red and there's the green. And notice the red's getting hotter. What does that mean? Well, that means the inflow is increasing into the mesocyclone. You see the hot red right there. And the green's pretty hot as well. So that's why, with the mesocyclone being persistent like that, you got to be really vigilant for the possibility of developing tornadoes and also some bigger hail. Obviously, looking at it there, it's just that red and green connection there is just moving along, and it's going to be North Piedmont, Four Corners, up toward Cashin, and pretty much down Waterloo Road, far north Edmond, Lake Liberty, Lake Guthrie. There's Guthrie right there, 77 I-35 junction, on down toward Oak Tree is where that mesocyclone is tracking. The tornado warning remains in effect for a little while longer. We'll see if that gets reissued. Again, there's your time of arrival. Let's go back out to our team of trackers. Aaron Brackett, Northwest Oklahoma City area, looking at it right now live. Aaron?
Yeah, we're actually in Piedmont right now by Piedmont High, and it sits on top of a hill. Back a little bit ago, that's one of the reasons that you could see the Piedmont city lights from far away as this high school sits up high. So we're just about 30 seconds away from cresting the hill. We're going to be looking off to the west right at this thing, and just watching to see what it does as it continues moving kind of easterly. Still some rotation right over Okarche. And, the track of it might go just a little bit north of Piedmont, as you were saying. We'll watch it right now. We're kind of coming over the hill. And, there's just tons of lightning here. The lightning is nearly continuous, that's for sure. So just tons of lightning, in-cloud lightning. We haven't seen too much cloud to ground, especially away from it. But we're kind of looking right into it. And no clearly defined wall cloud, at least right here from the Piedmont area that we can see. And kind of turn the lights off for you for a second so you can see all the lightning. And it's very vivid. There's a lot of electricity in this storm. And just a second ago, we passed the police department, which is by the high school for folks that know this area. And you can see the flag just standing out on end from a south-southeasterly wind. So still plenty of inflow here. Very electrical storm. Watching it in Piedmont.
Hey, thanks for the report, Aaron. We appreciate you and all of our trackers that have been working hard since really mid-afternoon when the storms began. We still have the PDS Tornado Watch until 11. But something I want to point out, I've been eyeing very closely numerous flooding reports coming in now, including even a water rescue that happened near the Douglas area earlier. Kingfisher reporting flash flooding. Stillwater now reporting flash flooding. Remember, many parts of the state have seen over a half a foot of water.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Iowa and Oklahoma.
Looking at the Stillwater cam right now, still a bunch of lightning at this time, and we have severe thunderstorms that continue. So the burgundy color here, that maroon, that is the flash flood warnings that continue. We also have a PDS tornado watch that remains in effect. You were looking at a flood watch. So here's the big severe thunderstorm warning. Some good news, that tornado warned storm, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the time being. What we've seen these things cycle up. What's happening right now is I think those storms that are back building are taking away a little bit of that potential energy there from the southern end storm. So the back building's happening right now because we have our main wave of energy coming out, the jet stream storm, but we also have the cold front that's taking over. And the latest data suggests that we'll have some back building and additional development will be possible in south central Oklahoma closer to the midnight and 1 a.m. hours. So that will be moving south and east. We're seeing ongoing confirmed tornado reports now in northeastern Oklahoma. That has a hook on it. Moving into Osage County. That's out of our area, but these are still pretty.
This is a tornado warning.
Over Stillwater, in addition to that, you could have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. This thin line you're seeing, that is an outflow boundary, so it's shooting out about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Again, no tornado warning at this time in our area, but we're still watching the flooding threat. Right now, let's go to one of our trackers. Who's on the side of my screen right now? Let's go ahead and go into that tracker right now with the very heavy rain. Go ahead. Brian Winslow, go ahead.
Emily. We're eastbound on Highway 33 at the 74 junction to Cashin, and we're gonna go down into Cashin and make sure there's no flooding there. Very heavy rain, about a quarter-mile visibility at the most. Still a very electrical storm. The temperature is 64 degrees where we are right now, and hang on, we don't have any hail where we are. But very heavy rains. There's not a lot of traffic out, which is good. I wouldn't recommend driving in this just because there's a lot of water on the road. But we're out here tracking it. Back to you, Emily.
Okay, we appreciate your storm report. Yes, Mark?
Corey's passing on tornado emergency with the 3-ball at Barnsdall, which is up towards Barnesville.
Oh, okay, so Corey Inman's still on the tornado warned storms. That's out of our area, but a debris ball, yeah, that is an ongoing confirmed tornado right now near Barnsdall. Is that what you said? Barnsdall. Yep, Barnsdall. It's out of our viewing area. I do not know the names as well, but that is pushing off to the east. Yeah, so tracking that's serious situation in northeastern Oklahoma ongoing at this time. Debris ball, we do not want to hear about that. So the environment is still rich, especially northeastern Oklahoma with a low-level jet. So that continues. Very heavy rain down through Guthrie, pushing into Edmond, and that extends farther to the southwest. So this was the previously tornadic storm near Okarche. Let's switch over to velocity. It still has a couplet with it east of Okarche, so we're not done quite yet. Also some higher winds pushing into Cashin right now. So this is near Okarche. We still have a broad circulation off to the east. It continues to move quickly off to the east, so we're not done quite yet. We're also tracking the storms heading northeast, some stronger winds about to head towards Guthrie. You're looking at the Guthrie cam, and I know we have Gage Shaw also tracking out in this area. Earlier, he was out with John Slater, and they were able to cover a tornado warning live on the air. Let's go to Gage right now.
Hey, Emily, we are just off of Covell and I-35 here in Edmond. We're watching this storm near Okarche that you're talking about to our west. We're watching it head this way. We're going to pick it up wherever we think is safest once it gets a little bit closer, and we'll keep an eye on it as it comes through.
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, one of many trackers, very busy today. I believe we have a damage picture that just came in. If we can pop that up. This was just east of Okeen. Reports of a hog farm that was damaged. So here you go, east of Okeen. Thanks to Tyler Hodges for sharing this one. Looks like the horse is okay, thank goodness. Hopefully all the horses are okay. But wow, look at that damage. So we had a potentially strong tornado that happened earlier in the day. We were watching that live on the air. Also some high wind events. There's still ongoing flash flooding. We still have a PDS tornado watch that goes until 11 p.m. We appreciate your viewer reports. Of course, safety first before you submit these photos. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the maps where we're still tracking the severe thunderstorms. Wider view showing the strong winds heading towards Guthrie. The higher winds will be grazing north of Edmond. We still are watching that circulation northwest of Piedmont, as that will be eventually heading east for North Edmond and could have some powerful winds with it as well. Let's go out to either Kevin Josephy or Aaron Brackett right now. Go ahead, control room. A lot of our trackers are on it right now. Let's go to Kevin Josephy, who's watching this line. It will be impacting the North Metro moving through. Go ahead, Josephy.
Yeah, I just watched that circulation come through just kind of on the southern sides of Okarche. Was low, it was moving super fast, probably about 40, 50 miles an hour. It wasn't here long, and then experienced a little bit of heavy rainfall on the back end of this storm as it pushed through. But we're also keeping an eye on those storms that are just out to our west. It's just kind of lining up along the same path that these others have taken. We may just stay out here and ride that into the metro. We may hang out here and watch it to see if it does anything. We're just, watching as it develops, as it pushes into the metro area. But you have to keep your lights off out here while we're trying to monitoring, any lowerings or anything, because that makes it a little more difficult to see when you got your lights on. So you turn those off and you go by the lightning flashes and, just saw.
This is a tornado warning.
At the moment that it was pushing through, but it was that lowering and the rotation was just on the south side of Okarche, kind of going over that bridge that's just north of the church out here with a big giant cross and the Tower Cafe. As it pushed through, but we'll keep monitoring the situation out here and informing you as conditions change. Emily, back to you.
All right, thanks for that report. Let's go back to the map. So this circulation is pulsing back up, I think, east of Okarche. You can see where the red meets the green. That's the circulation we're concerned with. So that's going to be moving east, moving along. It's moving off to the east, heading towards Piedmont Road eventually. So it's going to be moving between Cashin and Piedmont, impacting North Edmond. Let's go to Aaron Brackett, who's been tracking this storm all along as well. And Aaron, we're watching this circulation closely. These things can cycle and pick back up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of concerned about right here. We are, folks that know Piedmont, we are just about a mile off to the west of the high school, sitting up on a ridge, and we're looking off to the northwest, and we're seeing, intermittently what definitely appears to be some scud, some low clouds, very low cloud deck that would be passing east of Okarche, heading kind of toward the Cashin area, and about 7 to 8 miles northwest of Piedmont right now. kind of where the reflectivity looks notchy, and where we're seeing a little bit of a velocity signature right there, kind of riding the county line. Looks like it's going to go near or just north of Four Corners right now. But again, we're watching this real carefully here.
Okay, thanks for that, Aaron Brackett. Let's go back to the maps one more time. We appreciate our storm trackers working hard even through the evening hours as the PDS Tornado Watch continues until 11 p.m. We're also tracking a flash flooding risk. We have some higher winds that will be approaching I-35 near Guthrie South. Also very heavy rain. There's already been reports of flooding from Stillwater, from Kingfisher, other areas. That will include Guthrie and the North Metro. Very high flooding threat. And you can see the outflow, the stronger winds that are pushing through Kearney and Chandler out ahead of this main line. Here's the big flood watch. Flash flood warnings continue through Monday night. Right now, let's go to Brian Winslow, and then Damian Lotus is going to take over. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Emily. We're still eastbound on Highway 33. Still very heavy rain. We're watching an area. We're right at Cimarron City. So there's an area of circulation to our southeast that we're watching, and then we're still watching the larger circulation down by Okarche. Right now where we are, there's no hail. There's just a lot of heavy rain. It's very, very hard to see. We're only doing about 45 miles per hour right now. A lot of lightning. It's like Josephine was saying, the lightning is so bright, it's like a camera flash. So
there is one new tornado warning for Iowa.
And inside the rain on top of that. But we're almost back to Highway 74, and we're tracking it back to you, Emily.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. So Brian is going to be eastbound on Highway 33, making his way between Kingfisher, Cashion, over towards Guthrie and I-35 eventually. Lots of lightning out there. Lots of heavy rainfall here continuing across the state. This is going to be one of the primary issues we are looking at. And here's 9 views across the state of Oklahoma, and every single one of them are showing flooding rainfall, lots of lightning, and for some of them showing small hail. So let's go ahead and go over to Max 2. I'll show you a statewide view of our storm scanner. We still have I believe it was a tornado emergency for Osage County pushing into Washington County there in northeastern Oklahoma. Tornado watch continues until 11 o'clock this evening. Some of the northwestern counties have been trimmed off of this because the line is now continuing to push its way off to the south. And this is just a wall of water extending from Kansas down towards central Oklahoma. And right now, what I'm now starting to watch is, so far today, these storms, at least over the past couple of hours, have been primarily impacting northern Oklahoma. By northern Oklahoma, I mean I-40 and points to the north. Now, however, we are starting to see back building south of I-40. So now we have some storms near Hobart, down towards Altus, Olustee, Mangum, down there towards the Red River. And the storm motion here for this evening and for tonight is going to be primarily to the east, moving about 30, 40, some cases up to 50 miles an hour. So what does that mean? So far, the action has been north of I-40. So for the Oklahoma City Metro, the south side, Moore, Norman, Newcastle, Chickasha, we've been in the clear. But guess what? That trend is going to change here as we head throughout the next couple of hours, because these showers, these storms that are developing down here, they're not severe yet, but as you can see, over the past couple of radar scans, they have definitely blown up some. So what we're going to see is these are going to be the storms that eventually work their way towards I-35. So for the south side of Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, so far, don't let your guard down, because even though the storms have stayed well to our north, tornado warning storms have stayed well to our north, we're not out of the woods just yet, because now these storms are starting to go. And once again, there's been nothing down here, no storms down here. So the atmosphere is primed, and I mean primed, to produce severe weather. For some of these storms, it's not a question of if they're going to produce a tornado. It's going to be when they do that. So that's what we're going to be watching across northern Oklahoma. The good news is pretty much from Perry up to the Kansas border along I-35, you're starting to clear. As these storms start to push their way to the east, there could be some trailing showers, but nothing severe behind these storms as they continue to work their way off to the east and to the northeast. On down the line here for Oklahoma City, pretty much Edmond, Guthrie, all the way up towards Perry. That's where we're seeing that wall of water I'm tracking right there. We had our storm tracker, I think it was Brian Winslow, showing us Highway 33 and just that blinding, flooding rainfall continuing. He's right there on Highway 33 where it makes that dip there to the east of Cashion over towards Guthrie. And then on down the line, this is where we're seeing some of that rotation that made its way from Okarche over towards Cashion. So we have Kevin Josephy. He was out tracking that. So Kevin, give me an update on what you're seeing right now here, and what was that the strongest winds that you recorded earlier whenever you were near Okarche?
The winds I would have probably maybe at a time maybe gusted to about 50 at the most. even when that circulation come across, it kind of passed to my south. I was like between Okarche proper and before it turns into Northwest Expressway. That.
Oh, yeah, I know that bridge. There's a cemetery just to the west of that bridge you're talking about. That's where my grandparents are buried. It's also where my dad's buried, too. So, yeah, I know Okarche pretty well. And by the way, that church you were talking about earlier, Holy Trinity Church, got to point that out. Otherwise, they'll get mad at you. So this is what we're looking at, northwest Oklahoma City. This is from our 50-pin camera. You got Northwest Expressway right there. Mike, for the most part, it looks like the good news is the roads are, for the most part, clear right now. So that's going to be some good news.
Shout out for Kingfisher and Okarche right there from Damian Lotus, everybody, right? Local guy right there. Good stuff. So here's the broad view. Tornado watch continues. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of flash flood warnings. The tornado warning has expired for the time being, coming into the Four Corners area out of Okarche. Tornado warning heading for Bartlesville right now, okay? Bartlesville. I'm going to show that to you coming up. And that's a confirmed tornado with a debris ball. The whole thing is going on there. Severe thunderstorm warnings here in orange. Tornado watches in green. Canadian, Oklahoma County now. Severe thunderstorm warning. Logan County, Eastern Kingfisher County, Payne County, up into Northern Creek County, Pawnee County, and Osage County. Severe thunderstorm warnings. These are all flash flood warnings. Water rescues up there in parts of Garfield County earlier. A lot of 4, even some 5-inch rainfall totals. Flash flood watch continues for the metro as well. Here's the broad view. So there's downtown Oklahoma City right there. There is a supercell forming in Kiowa County back to the southwest. That's going to move due eastward, so a heads up along Highway 9, Gotebo, Mountain View, Carnegie, Anadarko, and then from there, Pocasset, Amber, Chickasha, and maybe Minko and Tuttle. Again, still a little ways out, but that's a developing supercell there. A lot of jet stream energy now coming in, a lot of cold air aloft coming in. So some of these storms are still ramping up and not holding their own. Now, I do want to show you this area here coming into Bartlesville. This is what a tornado looks like on radar as I'll zoom into it here momentarily. Now, here's the arcing area of rain and flooding rainfall back down through the North Metro right now. But look at this supercell, man, that developed. Produced a tornado confirmed with debris. Barnsdall now rapidly heading up toward Bartlesville. Fortunately, the main line is starting to crash into it. But talk about red and green coming together. Look at that. Confirmed tornado there, and it looks like it went right over Barnsdall. See that? Went right over Barnsdall, and it's rapidly at like 65 miles per hour. It's just flying, heading into Bartlesville, and it still has super hot red and super hot green. That's a tornado, though. You can clearly see all those chaotic colors going on in there. It looks very much like Barnsdall had a tornado hit. It went right over Barnsdall, and it's moving 65, close to 70 miles per hour. It's just flying.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas
County and far eastern Osage County north of Oshaleta. But it looks like Barnsdall took a tornado hit. That's what it looks like right there. And there was a debris ball there as well. So the line arcs back down through Yale, back down to Cushing, back down to Perkins, Stillwater, showers and thunderstorms around. Here's the Stillwater camera. We can show that to you. The Stillwater camera, the OSU campus right here. They've got some light to light moderate rain in Stillwater right now. They got heavier storms either side of Stillwater, but there's Stillwater tonight live here at 9:52. Back over to radar. So we're going to zoom on in. We're going to head on down into the northern side of the metro. Hail, high winds, flooding rainfall. Logan County's a mess in terms of torrential rain, blowing spray, and areas of hail. A lot of dime, nickel, and quarters, but there is tons and tons of rain in the Guthrie area, all the way down to almost Waterloo Road in far north Edmond. And we'll zoom on in. Still have a hook here just west of Four Corners, and it's been ramping up and ramping back down. There is no tornado warning on it, but it's occasionally not too far from it. It exhales and then it inhales and exhales. It's been doing that, kind of going up and down in terms of the mesocyclone inhaling then exhaling, and that's been happening here for about an hour now, but the tornado warning currently is expired. Here's the leading edge of the line here for you folks ahead of it in Logan County over through Lincoln County, so Cushing, Luther, Wellston at 11 o'clock, Chandler 11:16, hail, wind, blowing spray. As that moves to the east, flooding rainfall as well. And again, there's Oklahoma County, Canadian County there's Piedmont, there's Edmond, and we'll zoom on in. and still has that area of rotation there heading over toward far north Edmond, Waterloo Road area, Twin Lakes, Cedar Valley, and Guthrie, South Guthrie especially, 1023. And again, it's been exhaling and inhaling, and right now no tornado warning, but it is still definitely a mesocyclone. Here's a look at it right here. Hot red, hot green, they're coming together. They're just not totally tightened up, but that's still a strong mesocyclone. Still could produce, not impossible to produce a tornado here near Cashion, over here toward I-35, the South Guthrie exit over to about Lake Liberty and Lake Guthrie, and about Waterloo Road. So you see the hot red and hot green still
there
very
is one
much
new
right
severe
there.
thunderstorm warning for North Carolina and Virginia.
And then all the way back down to Greenfield, heavy rain, dime and nickel size hail in through there, but that one big storm there at Cashion, that's the play for sure. And again, hot red, hot green, that's not too far away from a tornado warning right there. Aaron Brackett is basically looking right at that. He's got the interceptor with his night vision. So again, it's making an effort to tighten up. So stay alert here. Logan County, southern Logan County, down to Waterloo Road and far north and northwest Edmond. Go Aaron Brackett. Go ahead, Aaron. So Aaron's up here in the far northwest side of the Oklahoma City Metro in the interceptor tonight. A lot of lightning, nearly continuous lightning out there. Again, it's not tornado warned, but it's not very far from it. Very, very close to being tornado warned. So that's heads up Waterloo Road, maybe a mile or two north of Waterloo Road from Four Corners over to I-35. Aaron Brackett here joins us live in the interceptor. Aaron?
Hi, Aaron.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Gage.
I'm still off of Covell and 35. We're sitting here watching that cell that was near Okarche getting closer to us. It's now nearing Cashion, so it's almost to us. We're going to pick it up here in Edmond and make sure it doesn't do anything rowdy. It does look like there's some circulation kind of picking back up just to the southwest of Cashion, so we're going to keep a close eye on that and let you guys know what's going on.
Okay, so this is Edmond right here. This is Kelly and 2nd Street in Edmond. So you can tell we have near continuous lightning now coming into the metro, and severe storms are going to be moving across the North Metro, either side of Waterloo Road, Logan County and Oklahoma County, from Four Corners over into the Guthrie area and North Edmond. But look at that lightning, nearly continuous now, very vivid on the west and northern side of Oklahoma City. That is 2nd and Kelly. Let's go back over to our team of trackers. We've got Brian Winslow down here as well. Corey Inman is also in the North Metro. Let's go to Brian Winslow here live. Brian?
Yeah, Mike, we're northbound on Highway 74. We're just north of the circulation. The rain is so heavy out here and intense that we're backing off the circulation because we just can't see anything. The lightning is almost continuous. But we're gonna see what we can try to see here with as much rain as we've got, and then get back with you here shortly. So far, no power flashes or anything that we've seen. Mike.
All right, Brian Winslow, very good. Let's go back over to radar here if you're just now joining us. So we have this hot red and hot green right here. It's not tornado warned right now because it hasn't completely tightened up. But the hotter the color there, the stronger the wind in opposing directions. So it shows the spin. And we're talking about the Four Corners area over here toward I-35, the South Guthrie exit. There's some pretty good wind crossing I-35 right now in the Guthrie area down to about Waterloo Road, heading over toward the Lazy E. But it's not tornado warm, but that's that supercell just sitting there chugging along, heading into far southern Logan County, near and just north of Waterloo Road. A lot of flooding in through here, blowing spray on I-35. Let's go to Corey Inman. Corey Inman is up here in the North Metro. And of course, Corey showed us the Hayward tornado earlier. Fortunately, it lifted before it got to Perry. That was good news. Corey, tell us where you are right now.
Yeah, Mike, eastbound on 44, just got on 44 here at the Wellston exit. So we're over here by Luther right now, coming east, trying to get in position, or I'm sorry, coming west, trying to get in position as these things come into the North Metro. Not really able to make out any base or anything on the cell just yet. A few minutes and we'll be over here past Luther coming into the Edmond area and should be able to get a look at it.
Okay, Corey, thank you so much. Let's go over to Emily Sutton here at the pod. Emily?
Yeah, I just have a quick thing to add here. There's rapid development in southwestern Oklahoma. So there's talk now with these storms going up that the watch can be expanded farther east in south central Oklahoma. Of course, the flooding threat remains a big issue as well. But
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Really quick, I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Storms lighting up from Carnegie down through Hobart, down through Altus and El Dorado. And what's concerning about this area, although nothing severe at this time, this is now moving into a very favorable storm development area for supercells, especially if they remain more isolated. These could easily turn tornadic. So southwestern Oklahoma, if you remember, has essentially remained untapped atmosphere. So it will have the threat for tornadoes to occur in the coming hours. What the models are showing, the latest data that's coming in, is that this is all forming along a line, a cold front that's taking over. So this line will gradually push east during the overnight hours. So we could have more storms impacting the metro into the 11 o'clock and midnight hour. As these storms move off to the east, this will also impact south central Oklahoma. So the watch will likely be expanded. We have our crews also covering this part of the state. This has been an oncoming ordeal. So in addition to that, concerned about flooding as well. Mike, I'm going to send it back to you. Of course, we're tracking the latest on the metro storms. No tornado warnings at this time, but we're definitely concerned about those circulations you've been pointing out.
Yeah, they're still there. Definitely Logan County here, just moving right along. Damaging winds, a lot of blowing spray, a lot of hail, flooding rainfall here to the north of Edmond right now. Logan County, all in through here. Conditions very, very poor up here with severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And again, that rotation continues just to the north of Four Corners, just to the south of Cashion. Supercell in that line. Again, not tornado warned, but it continues to have strong circulation from time to time, but not strong enough to warrant a tornado warning. Where's it going? Guthrie at 1019, Langston, Fallis, Wellston, Perkins area. That's where that's going. And they're back building all the way back down to north of Gary and Greenfield, and that one developing supercell down in northern Kiowa County. So this activity will be coming into northern Canadian County and the North Oklahoma City Metro, and could be severe and could have some flooding rainfall as well. Kingfisher, Piedmont, Edmond at 1106. So an hour from right now, we're talking about this area in the backside, the very back of the line. They're not supercells, but they are heavy storms moving over the same areas here and then gradually working their way in to the Oklahoma City Metro. Now, let's go to Aaron Brackett here. He's looking at this Four Corners circulation. Again, it's been going up and it's been going back down. Right now, it may be easing back just a little bit, but you see the red and the green just moving right along. Golf ball and larger size hail with this. Southern Logan County. Aaron joins us live. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike. So right now we're 178, Northwest 178th, and MacArthur, you're looking right into that circulation. And as the lightning flashes, you can see just how low the wall cloud is. It definitely looks concerning. A lot of this is likely scud. That's cumulus clouds that get sucked up into the thunderstorm. But you can see just how low this part of the thunderstorm is, and we get lightning flashes right here. And this is going to be approaching Four Corners. We're, again, approaching 192nd and then 206 here, heading slowly off to the north on MacArthur. So this is, heads up for far northern Edmond. This is where that broad circulation is. And, again, as the lightning flashes right in the middle of the road, you can see basically how low that cloud base is, right where the circulation center is, approaching the Four Corners area. So watching that right now, it has cleared the Piedmont area. There's no threat right now. But, again, very, very low cloud base up here, wall cloud, just a couple miles north of us.
Aaron, thank you very much. And as of right now, there is
one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Supercell up here. So this is the 4 box here that shows you a lot. This tells you a whole lot what's going on right now. Here's the hook, and it's coming around here to the east of Cashion and just to the west of 74, a couple of miles north of Waterloo Road, just 1 to 2 miles north, 3 miles north on 74 there, south of Cedar Valley. So there's Lakeview and Lake Liberty and Lake Guthrie, US 77 at I-35, South Guthrie right there. There's the hook coming around. Then you look for the red and the green. You have the red and the green, but they're not really tight together. So the fact that they're not hot red and hot green together shows you there's no tornado right there. There's a mesocyclone sitting there that's just moving to the east, and the shear shows the twisting of the wind and it goes from green over to red and then over to yellow. And we're seeing some areas of red there, so there is some twisting of the wind locally near Navina. And there's some damaging straight line winds over there just east of I-35 heading over there past the Lazy E right now. Then the hail. How big is the hail? Well, the answer is this is dimes, nickels, and maybe a couple of quarters, but that's it. If there were golf balls or baseballs in that, you'd have dark purple, but you don't. So it's nickels and dimes and maybe a couple of quarters in there. Let's go back over to Kevin Josephy. It went right through his area. He's back there not too far from Okarche. Another eyes there on the storm with a live update. Kevin?
Yeah, Mike, pulling into the southern sides of Kingfisher, just past the Mercy Hospital out here. Got a driving rain and a hard west wind blowing me from left to right as I go northbound. There's a lot of ponding on the road out here. Difficult to keep it on the road. Haven't ran across any hail yet, but expect to see some probably further we push into the core of this storm. But just monitoring the situation out here. But definitely got to keep both hands on the road if you're out in this stuff, because it'll push you off into the ditch if you're not careful. Slowed my speed down a lot here as we push into the part of this storm. Just trying to see what we can find in here, but becoming more difficult to see the further we get into it. Back to you. Okay,
very good. Kevin Josephy, thank you so much for that. So let's kind of give you an overview here. The PDS Tornado Watch does continue till 11. There are no tornado warnings in effect for the metro right now. That's good. There is just about continuous lightning out there. There's a lot of flooding going on. The rainfall totals in through here are common 3 and 4 inches. Water rescues up in Garfield County earlier, and now the heaviest of rainfall is in southern Kingfisher County. And
this is a tornado warning.
All severe in through here, damaging straight line winds 70 to 75. But the hail sizes, there's no giant hail in this. There's a lot of dimes and nickels and a couple of quarters. That's really good. There's no giant hail in this. So basically, the flooding is a main threat. A lot of blowing spray around, some damaging winds. They're definitely severe, no doubt about that. But the fact the supercells are struggling just a bit, which is good, is keeping the hail size down some. And let's hope that trend very much continues. So there's the very back line, the very back of the line, which will come into the likely the Edmond area at about 11 o'clock. So in about 50 to 55 minutes from right now, the very back of the line right there. And then we're going to look at the rotation here. So the red and the green, no big deal right there in terms of tornado, no big deal. But keep in mind, mesocyclones will produce damaging winds.
There is one new tornado warning for Oklahoma.
Tornado there. There is still a bit of a hook. It's going to be coming basically just north of Waterloo Road, crossing I-35 up around Seward Road. I-35 and Seward Road is where that mesocyclone will be tracking. It's embedded in the line of severe storms. So there's some spin there, and there's still some spin there. But again, tornado-wise, that's all mid-level spin. The low-level spin is just not there. And that's why there's no tornado warning. Pretty vigorous mid-level spin, but the low-level spin is really just not quite there. A couple of areas here of spin in Logan County, and around those, there will be little pockets of damaging winds of 70 to 75 miles per hour. Let's go back over to Aaron Brackett. He's looking right at that activity, very close to Waterloo Road right now. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, right now, basically 192nd and 74 heading off to the north, and the lightning flashes that we have, the very low cloud base that we have. So we're going north on 74, Waterloo, seeing some emergency vehicles up ahead. Not exactly sure what's going on with that, but
so this is basically going to be northwest Edmond right here is where Aaron Brackett is. Go back over to the maps. So again, if you're just joining us here, there are no tornado warnings in effect. Let's go back over to Max 1 here and take a look. So areas of rotation still very much there, mostly mid-level. Lower level rotation is not all that strong. This one is inching up a little bit, but damaging winds still very much a possibility in through here, and that's why there are severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, down low, the rotation is not very strong right there, so that's good. But damaging winds in through there, very close to Waterloo Road, and flooding is a real threat in through here.
Hey, Mike, real quick.
Yes, go ahead.
The watch is going to be extended until 1 a.m.
Yeah, so the PDS watch? PDS watch.
They did not indicate if that's going to be a PDS. Well, it says an extension of the current tornado watch, and the current tornado watch is a PDS tornado watch. So that goes until 1 a.m., and I believe it's going to expand in parts of southeastern Oklahoma as well.
And there's a couple of reasons for this. One is the ongoing activity that we have here. Still that area there, rotation, so you got to be vigilant there, just east of 74, west of I-35. And right in through there. So again, damaging wind, still a supercell in through there. And low level rotation, still not there. Middle level rotation is definitely there, but that's not imminently threatening in terms of tornado. And then we have activity farther back to the southwest. The temperatures ahead of the line are running 77, 78 degrees still, with really high humidity and a strong wind feeding up into these storms. So flooding rainfall is going to be a big time concern here, an ongoing concern, Kingfisher County and Logan County. And then we have the activity. This is the reason why the watch is being extended. One of the reasons why this activity coming out of Carnegie, Godebo, Mountain View, Hobart, down to Roosevelt. They're taking supercell characteristics right now, and they're pushing to the east at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. So you're talking about Carnegie, Fort Cobb, Apache, Anadarko, and Verdon. Let's go over to Lynx 1 here, and on Lynx 1, we'll focus back in here into, there's the kind of the central Oklahoma view. See storms back down to the southwest, flooding rainfall, damaging winds, near continuous lightning. Dime, nickel, and quarters in through here, Logan County and Kingfisher County. But again, hail size, dime, nickel, couple of quarters. That's
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa.
Baseballs, you'd see dark purple in through here, and there's not. And then the twisting of the wind, the wind shear tracker, the twisting, you look for the reds. You look for the reds, and they're there, but they're not continuously there. So they kind of inhale and then exhale in terms of the mesocyclone. And when they weaken, they go back down to green. And that's going to be the mesocyclone strength of the twisting of the wind. And here is the rain and the hail here with flood warnings in effect all in through there.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for North Carolina.
Go ahead.
60-mile-per-hour wind report in Stillwater.
60-mile-an-hour winds in Stillwater, yes, related to that big complex of heavy rain and some pockets of hail. So 60 in Stillwater, just reported there from Emily. And basically, you know, it's just kind of so far so good in terms of tornadoes. Looks like Barnsdall up in Osage County had a tornado about 30 minutes ago. Now that system's now over Bartlesville. That's the most serious storm in the state. Let's go back to our...
Mike, I have our storm reports up. If you want to see them, so far at least 6 preliminary tornadoes coming in on our storm reports map.
So who is this right here, Irish?
That's likely Corey Inman.
So this is near Bartlesville, our NBC affiliate in Tulsa. This is up near Bartlesville, tracking that storm up there. And that storm's moving at 65 miles per hour. So ongoing tornado warnings out of Osage County into Washington County. That's out of our viewing area, but Barnsdall had a tornado with a debris ball, and it looked like it went right through town about 45 minutes ago. 6 tornadoes so far in Oklahoma. We've shown you most of those earlier today. Those were, for example, near Lacey and also near Hayward, which was west of Perry a little while ago. And up there north of Ringwood, we're tracking that for you earlier. Again, that was a little bit earlier, and then the big hail and the damaging wind reports. That's what's happened so far. So 6 tornadoes, but the tornado watch has been extended until 1 a.m. in the morning. So
I'll show you that real quick. Baseball size hail at 6:10 p.m. near Canton. So.
And there is the extended tornado watch there, covering a larger part of the state. Northeast Oklahoma covering up there, the Bartlesville area. See that red? That's the Bartlesville, Washington County. Tornado warning there, and the tornado warning all the way down to Ardmore. Storms are firing down in Kiowa County right now. Emily, let's go ahead and take it here.
Yeah, let's real quick take a look at the rain totals. Which track are we looking at right now? Is this Brian Winslow? Oh, this is the live view from Bartlesville. Right, let's go to one of our trackers right now if we can. How about we go to Aaron Brackett. He's in the Interceptor tracking the latest. Aaron, we're still tracking these storms, and I'm also taking a look at some of these rain totals so far from today. And just north of Hennessy, at least 4 inches of rain reported. So flooding is going to be an ongoing threat as we head into the overnight hours as well. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, Emily, right now on Highway 74, just north of Simmons Road, and as the lightning flashes here, you're gonna see this lowering that we're tracking real carefully here. I'm move the interceptor just a second. So this is associated with that area of rotation. Chris McBee is showing you. You see that? You guys are going to see that here in just a second. Pretty good lowering right here. Nothing appears to be in contact with the ground, but this is kind of right where that rotation is on Highway 74. Obviously, no tornado warning on it right now, but we are right at it. It's going to be about 4 miles off to the south and east of Cashin. And right at Highway 74, I'm going to give you a more
There
precise,
are 2 new warnings affecting Kansas and Missouri and Oklahoma.
To it, and there's the lowering right there. You can see it with the lightning. It looks pretty scuddy right now, but that's right where we have a little maximized area of rotation on radar. I mean, we're staring right at it. We're just about 1.5 miles away from it. So, again, no tornado warning, but that's that appendage on reflectivity and on velocity. That's that little rotation there. Again, no tornado warning, nothing on the ground, but we're watching it carefully.
Thanks for that report.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa.
Trackers. We want to continue our team coverage. Remember, the tornado watch has been extended now until 1 o'clock this morning, so we're not done yet. And there's new development in southwestern Oklahoma. I want to point out a new area that's showing up near the Kingfisher area. This is where the winds are really starting to ramp up. Of course, we've been talking about, you heard Aaron talking about the strong winds. Wow, that circulation is really ramping up. I'd say southeast of Cashin. It looks like it's tightening up. Mike, what do you think about that? Southeast of Cashin?
Well, let's see.
Yeah, it's pulsing up. Still the same area that that Aaron is tracking, but definitely more of a couplet now, southeast of Cashin.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Eventually crossing I-35. At the very least, this is going to be producing the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds. We recently had a report of 60-mile-per-hour winds in the Stillwater area. So these are high wind producers at this time. So we're watching that circulation. Let's go to Brian Winslow right now, who's also tracking these storms. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Emily, we're at the 3374 junction. We're in the lights here of the gas station. That circulation is just to our south. The rain is so intense that you could see about 200 feet. So we can't get any idea of what kind of lowering or a wall cloud where that circulation is because the rain is so intense. But we're getting a lot of positive lightning strikes. The thunder is shaking the car when the lightning strikes. And the lightning is really amped up in the last 5 minutes or so. Again, we're at Highway 33 and the Highway 74 intersection at the gas station there. And we're going to wait for this circulation to cross Highway 74, and then we're going to track it and to the south. Back to you, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that. We are getting in new information about the updated tornado watch. So it has been expanded where you're going to see off to the south and east. That now goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. So that would include Atoka, Bryan, Cole, Hughes, Johnston, and Marshall counties in southeastern Oklahoma. That goes all the way until 5 o'clock. So we're not done yet. This is, you can see the back building in southwestern Oklahoma. It's expected to merge into a line that charges southeast. It's because of a cold front that's taking over. And so with that front, we'll have a line of storms that pushes the threat into southeastern Oklahoma during the very early morning hours. The rest of the watch still goes until 11 p.m. at this time. So that is the latest we're seeing. That includes the Oklahoma City Metro. Notice the newer development off to the southwest. I just want to touch on that really quick. These are not severe in southwestern Oklahoma, but they are strong and they are in a favorable environment still for tornado genesis.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for South Carolina.
Atmosphere so far, so still a lot of instability and a lot of potential storm fuel in this part of the state. So we're also watching you in southwestern Oklahoma. Mark, what trackers do we have in this part of the state?
Let's go back to Aaron. I'm talking to him. We go to him now.
All right, let's go back to Aaron. Aaron Brackett or Aaron Sanders? Aaron Brackett in the interceptor. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, again, still at Charter Oak and Highway 74 right now, so that would be far just out of North Edmond and Northwest Edmond. And, you know, there's been a couple lightning flashes where this lowering right here has been kind of scary looking. It doesn't look so threatening right now with what we're showing you, the lightning flashes. The storm may have tried to gust out for right now and possibly develop a new circulation closer to I-35 and Guthrie, but there still is a little bit of low-hanging clouds right here. Again, doesn't look quite as bad, but it does look like at least a small sort of wall cloud here. The lightning rates have been pretty intense, and I'll tell you right where we're at, the wind has gone to pretty much zero. So I'm not sure if that's the outflow from the storm in this localized area or there's a lot of updraft motion, but watching things very carefully here. Charter Oak and Highway 74. Back to you.
Yeah, we see what you're talking about. It's approaching I-35. And there's still a couplet there. It's pretty broad, but that still will be producing some potential for damaging winds.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
You could see it illuminated from your shot there. There it is. That's the challenging part of storm chasing at night. You depend on power flashes or lightning to illuminate the outer edge of the cloud. So Aaron's right on top of that. If this does tighten up in the North Edmond area, remember, we're still under PDS Tornado Watch. So the potential is there, but as of right now, we've been watching these broader couplets. Still concerning as there's some newer circulation trying to form now east of Cashin as well. So ongoing situation for the North Metro. High winds near the Kingfisher area as well. So we're keeping a close eye. In addition to that, there is a big flooding risk. I want to go ahead and take a look at the latest rain totals. And this is a big concern. Remember, over the past week and a half, there have been many locations in our state that have received over half a foot of water. So the soil is very saturated. Look at some of these totals here, what you're seeing in the reds between Hennessy and Enid, where we have the tornadic storms earlier today. That produced up to 4 inches of rain locally, and that will result in some flooding also near the Kingfisher area as well, where we could have some localized flooding. I want to take a look at our storm reports, and you are seeing that we had some tornadoes. At least 6 tornadoes reported in the state, so we're still watching that right now. If we could go ahead and take it out to one of our trackers right now, perhaps we can go to Kevin Josephy for the latest. Kevin Josephy's also been monitoring the latest severe storms. Go ahead, Josephy.
Yeah, Emily, we just pushed our way out of Kingfisher in some blinding and heavy rainfall. Had maybe some nickels and dime-sized hail with it, but definitely rocking the vehicle left to right as we're pushing southbound out of here. Very difficult to see at times. Had to slow down to about 5 miles an hour on Highway 81. It was just so bad, and had to really strain to look at the the dividing lines on the lane to make sure that was still on the road. But slowed it down, took it slow and easy, pushed out of it. Now we're headed just on the northern side of Okarche now to intercept those storms coming up from the south and west. Back to you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, we're still on alert for the Metro. We are not done yet. I'm zooming in closely to the North Metro. You can see this little appendage feature north. This is going to be moving south of Guthrie along I-35, and that's a little concerning, and it matches on velocity what we were talking to Aaron about. Look at that. We have a little couplet that is pulsing up right now, and this would be located, this would be south of Cedar Valley, moving just north of Seward Road, heading eventually towards Broadway. That's the intersection right now. I believe we still have Aaron in this area. Aaron, this is a newer circulation, and it looks like it's really pulsing up. Go ahead. Aaron Brackett, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, right? Yeah, we're in Charter Oak right now, and Charter Oak in about 77 area. And we're kind of looking after what a reported lightning fire around here. We saw some emergency vehicles racing this direction, and we've seen some smoke. But I see that circulation on radar, and we're going to be coming at that here in just a little bit. But right now, we've been seeing some smoke here, and it looks like emergency crews on the scene of some sort of a lightning fire. That would be about Charter Oak and about a mile and a half off to the east of 74, Emily.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, lightning, very dangerous with the severe storms, and unfortunately, we've had reports of lightning fires like the one he's on, a structure fire. There have also been numerous reports of flooding, flash flooding. That is also an ongoing threat as we head into the overnight hours. Let's take it out to Gage Shaw, who's also in this area near Guthrie, where it looks like that circulation I was concerned with has pulsed back down. We see these pulse back up and pulse back down. So far, they haven't tightened up enough to produce a tornado, but we're eyeing it very closely. What they are doing, producing damaging wind potential. So go ahead, Gage.
Yeah,
there is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Kansas.
Aaron, so we're kind of seeing what he's seeing. It keeps pulsing up and then pulsing back down. One thing I'm noticing, this is just speculation, I think some of the some of the lower levels are a little bit outflow dominant, meaning that the cooler, heavier air is pushing out ahead of it, which might limit the tornado potential, but we're going to stay with this couplet, and we're going to keep you guys updated.
Yeah, we want to limit the tornado potential. That would be fantastic. But still have a damaging wind threat, and we have to be cautious across the North Metro. So especially these winds that are ramping up, moving into Cashin right now, we easily could have 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds moving through. You can see the greens rushing out, right? That represents the winds really picking up, and the hail threat has really gone down, as now we're looking at more of a line of storms. So it's going to be a damaging straight line wind event, still a tornado threat, as well as a flooding threat as we head into the overnight hours. And remember, I just showed you the tornado watch has been expanded for southeastern Oklahoma, and that's going to go all the way until 5 o'clock this morning. We're also watching the storm development in southwestern Oklahoma. These are not severe at this time, but these could easily become severe as they're in an untapped atmosphere, so to speak. Haven't had storms in southwestern and south central Oklahoma earlier today. So as they travel east, we could be dealing with more severe storms, and that's why the tornado watch has been expanded. Let's go ahead and take it out to one of our other storm trackers. How about Brian Winslow right now, who continues to track the latest torrential rain. You don't want to be driving right now in any of these storms, as it is an ongoing flooding risk. We've already seen some areas with over 4 inches of rain. Go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, are you talking to me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear you. We're southbound on 74. We've still got a lot of heavy rain. Visibility's down half a mile. The lightning seems to have dialed back a bit. Well, that's good. It feels like the storm is weakening. It's 63 degrees where we are. We're just south of the 3374 intersection.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
We're southbound on 74. We're going to be just east of Cashin. Again, it's like 63 degrees. The rain is starting to taper off where we are. We're right on the southern edge of this line of storms. But we're tracking it. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, we are watching this flood watch that continues all the way through the overnight hours, and flash flood warnings that remain in effect near Enid, near Stillwater. There have even been a few reports of water rescues that happened overnight. So that is a growing concern. When you take a look at the rain totals today, they have been impressive across parts of the state, especially areas that had the tornado warned storms earlier. Some of those produced up to 4 inches of rain, especially look at this north of Hennessy, that little bullseye near Wacomas, Hennessy, and near O'Keene. 3 to 4 inches locally. And remember, our soil is very saturated from the past week and a half or so of the severe weather we've been seeing. Tornado watch continues. There has been an update to the tornado watch, so let's go ahead and switch on over. Southeastern Oklahoma, this tornado watch goes until 5 a.m. And then for central Oklahoma, it still goes until 11 p.m. We'll see if it's extended even more. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue to move across the North Metro up through Tulsa. Again, looking at the tornado reports today, at least, that has now upgraded. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7 tornadoes. Of course, some of that just recently happening in northeastern Oklahoma, a more favorable tornado environment. We are still tracking the latest with our team coverage. We have Mike Morgan here, Damian Lotus here, and Aaron Brackett is still out in the field. He was covering a structure fire due to lightning. Aaron, what's the latest? Go ahead, Aaron Brackett in the Interceptor. Aaron Brackett. All right, let's go to Gage Shaw, if we can.
Yeah, Emily, I'm just off of Seward Road, just east of I-35. We're taking a look. It's really hard to see, but just to the right of
there is one new tornado warning for Iowa.
It's really cranked up here in the last 5 to 10 minutes since I was on with you last. We can't confirm any type of a tornado or anything, but I can say that the winds really cranked up right when it started to look really good on velocity.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're watching the winds really enhance now as it's crossing I-35 east, and there is a potential area of circulation east of I-35 that'd be north of East Waterloo. So we're watching that, very closely here, because all it takes is one of these circulations briefly tightening up, to produce a tornado. And it does look like we have that area of circulation right now east of I-35, north of Waterloo. That's one area of concern. And then it looks like high winds just pushed through Cashin, and that continues.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Again what you're seeing. You're right there. You just had the high winds move through. It's east of I-35 now, but there's another area of high winds that'll be moving in right behind that.
Yeah, we're just now, the hook's kind of coming over us now, so we're getting some penny to pea-sized hail here. We're moseying to the east with this rotation. We really cannot see much, so I'm trying not to be aggressive or anything. We can't see the rotation very well, but I can tell you that the winds really cranked up about 5 minutes ago. Right about the time that it crossed I-35, we could see rain curtains in the lights of the gas station we passed just cranking towards the south. So we're trying to get up here just a little bit further east and see if we can't get any type of a visual or see any type of a power flash from this public.
Yeah, we appreciate that. We really appreciate our storm tracker having eyes on the ground. This is what we're looking at right now on radar. This little appendage, it is a small hook that is starting to form right now. This is east of I-35, north of Waterloo.
This is a tornado warning.
A lot of that rotation is kind of mid-level, right? It's trying to get a little bit lower level down to the cloud base. That's why there hasn't been a tornado warning. It's more mid-level rotation. It is strong up at mid-levels. It's not lower. It's not doing a good job at lowering down to the cloud base. We're talking about you folks over in Logan County, near the Lazy E and to the east of the Lazy E. But it is a strong mesocyclone. It's just not strong down low. It's up at the mid-levels of the atmosphere. Let's go over to Max 1. And here's all the updated tornado watches on Max 1. So on Max 1, all the tornado watches here. Notice there are no tornado warnings in effect, but tornado watches now all the way down into far southeastern Oklahoma until 5 a.m. Flooding, severe storms now, the North Metro, eastbound from there, and also severe storms back down over Caddo County. We've got a team of trackers back down over Caddo County. This will be heading up into Grady County. So those are going to be moving to the east, and they're developing some supercellular characteristics right now. So conditions are still very favorable east from Caddo County into Grady County, ahead of that line to develop supercells. That's exactly why the tornado watch has been extended. But notice right now there are no tornado warnings anywhere in effect for Oklahoma and the Oklahoma City Metro. A lot of flash flood warnings. See all the dark red here? These are all flash flood warnings for Blaine County, for Kingfisher County, for Logan County, northern Lincoln County, Payne County, into southern Noble County. All flash flood warnings right there. So we had a tornadic supercell move through Barnsdall, also through the Washington County area, the Bartlesville area, and then from there all the way back down here, this line of flooding rainfall. A lot of dime, nickel, and quarter-size hailstones here, but there's no giant hail in this line. There's a bunch of small and medium-sized hail and some flooding rainfall as it moves to the east. Still that one hook there, which continues. It's riding a boundary.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.